The Good Daughter, a novel by Karin. This book is read by Kathleen Early. What you call my struggle to submit is not struggle to submit, but a struggle to accept, and with passion. I mean, possibly with joy. Picture me with my ground teeth stalking joy. Fully armed, too, as it's a highly dangerous quest. Flannery O'Connor.
Thursday, March 16th, 1989. What happened to Samantha? Samantha Quinn felt the stinging of 1,000 hornets inside her legs as she ran down the long, forlorn driveway toward the farmhouse. The sound of her sneakers slapping bare earth bongoed along with the rapid thumps of her heart. Sweat had turned her ponytail into a thick rope that whipped at her shoulders. The twigs of delicate bones inside her ankles felt ready to snap. She ran harder, choking down the dry air, sprinting into the pain. Up ahead, Charlotte stood in their mother's shadow. They all stood in their mother's shadow. Gamma Quinn was a towering figure, quick blue eyes, short dark hair, skin as pale as an envelope, and with a sharp tongue just as prone to inflicting tiny, painful cuts in inconvenient places. Even from a distance, Samantha could see the thin line of Gamma's disapproving lips as she studied the stopwatch in her hand. The ticking seconds echoed inside Samantha's head. She pushed herself to run faster. The tendons cording through her legs sent out a high-pitched wail. The hornets moved into her lungs. The plastic baton felt slippery in her hand. 20 yards. 15. 10. Charlotte locked into position, turning her body away from Samantha, looking straight ahead, then started to run. She blindly stretched her right arm back behind her, waiting for the snap of the baton into the palm of her hand so that she could run the next relay. This was the blind pass. The handoff took trust and coordination, and just like every single time for the last hour, neither one of them was up to the challenge. Charlotte hesitated, glancing back. Samantha lurched forward, the plastic baton skidded up Charlotte's wrist, following the red track of broken skin, the same as it had 20 times before. Charlotte screamed. Samantha stumbled, the baton dropped. Gamma let out a loud curse. "That's it for me." Gamma tucked the stopwatch into the bib pocket of her overalls. She stomped toward the house, the soles of her bare feet red from the barren yard. Charlotte rubbed her wrist. "Asshole." "Idiot." Samantha tried to force air into her shaking lungs. "You're not supposed to look back. You're not supposed to rip open my arm. It's called a blind pass, not a freak-out pass." The kitchen door slammed shut. They both looked up at the 100-year-old farmhouse, which was a sprawling, higgledy-piggledy monument to the days before licensed architects and building permits. The setting sun did nothing to soften the awkward angles. Not much more than an obligatory slap of white paint had been applied over the years. Tired lace curtains hung in the streaked windows. The front door was bleached a driftwoody gray from over a century of North Georgia sunrises. There was a sag in the roofline, a physical manifestation of the weight that the house had to carry now that the Quinns had moved in. 2 years and a lifetime of discord separated Samantha from her 13-year-old little sister. But she knew in this moment, at least they were thinking the same thing. "I want to go home." Home was a red brick ranch closer to town. Home was their childhood bedrooms that they had decorated with posters and stickers and, in Charlotte's case, green magic marker. Home had a tidy square of grass for a front yard, not a barren, chicken-scratched patch of dirt with a driveway that was 75 yards long so that you could see who was coming. None of them had seen who was coming at the red brick house. Only 8 days had passed since their lives had been destroyed, but it felt like forever ago. That night, Gamma, Samantha, and Charlotte had walked up to the school for a track meet. Their father was at work because Rusty was always at work. Later, a neighbor recalled an unfamiliar black car driving slowly up the street, but no one had seen the Molotov cocktail fly through the bay window of the red brick house. No one had seen the smoke billowing out of the eaves, or the flames licking at the roof. By the time an alarm was raised, the red brick house was a smoldering black pit. Clothes, posters, diaries, stuffed animals, homework, books, 2 goldfish, lost baby teeth, birthday money, purloined lipsticks, secreted cigarettes, wedding photos, baby photos, a boy's leather jacket, a love letter from that same boy, mixtapes, CDs, and a computer and a television and home. "Charlie!" Gamma stood on the stoop outside the kitchen doorway. Her hands were on her hips. "Come set the table." Charlotte turned to Samantha and said, "Last word," before she jogged toward the house. "Dipshit," Samantha muttered. "You didn't get the last word on something just by saying the words last word." She moved more slowly toward the house on rubbery legs, because she wasn't the moron who couldn't reach back and wait for a baton to be slapped into her hand. She did not understand why Charlotte could not learn the simple handoff. Samantha left her shoes and socks beside Charlotte's on the kitchen stoop. The air inside the house was dank and still. Unloved was the first adjective that popped into Samantha's head when she walked through the door. The previous occupant, a 96-year-old bachelor, had died in the downstairs bedroom last year. A friend of their father was letting them live in the farmhouse until things were worked out with the insurance company. If things could be worked out. Apparently, there was a disagreement as to whether or not their father's actions had invited arson. A verdict had already been rendered in the court of public opinion, which is likely why the owner of the motel they'd been staying at for the last week had asked them to find other accommodations. Samantha slammed the kitchen door because that was the only way to make sure it closed. A pot of water sat idle on the olive green stove. A box of spaghetti lay unopened on the brown laminate counter. The kitchen felt stuffy and humid, the most unloved space in the house. Not one item in the room lived in harmony with the others. The old-timey refrigerator farted every time you opened the door. A bucket under the sink shivered of its own accord. There was an embarrassment of mismatched chairs around the trembly chipboard table. The bowed plaster walls were spotted white where old photos had once hung. Charlotte stuck out her tongue as she tossed paper plates onto the table. Samantha picked up one of the plastic forks and flipped it into her sister's face. Charlotte gasped, but not from indignation. Holy crap, that was amazing! The fork had gracefully somersaulted through the air and wedged itself between the crease of her lips. She grabbed the fork and offered it to Samantha. "I'll wash the dishes if you can do that twice in a row." Samantha countered. "You toss it into my mouth once, and I'll wash dishes for a week." Charlotte squinted one eye and took aim. Samantha was trying not to dwell on how stupid it was to invite her little sister to throw a fork in her face when Gamma walked in carrying a large cardboard box. "Charlie, don't throw utensils at your sister. Sam, help me look for that frying pan I bought the other day." Gamma dropped the box onto the table. The outside was marked, "Everything, $1 each." There were dozens of partially unpacked boxes scattered through the house. They created a labyrinth through the rooms and hallways, all filled with thrift store donations that Gamma had bought for pennies on the dollar. "Think of the money we're saving," Gamma had proclaimed, holding up a faded purple church lady t-shirt that read, "Well, isn't that special?" At least that's what Samantha thought the shirt said. She was too busy hiding in the corner with Charlotte, mortified that their mother expected them to wear other people's clothes, other people's socks, even other people's underwear. Until, thank God, their father had put his foot down. "For Christ's sakes," Rusty had yelled at Gamma, "why not just sew us all up in sackcloth and be done with it?" To which Gamma had seethed, "Now you want me to learn how to sew?" Her parents argued about new things now because there were no longer any old things to argue about. Rusty's pipe collection, his hats, his dusty law books splayed all over the house, Gamma's journals and research papers with red lines and circles and notations, her keds kicked off by the front door, Charlotte's kites, Samantha's hair clips. Rusty's mother's frying pan was gone. The green crock pot Gamma and Rusty had gotten for a wedding present was gone. The burnt-smelling toaster oven was gone. The owl kitchen clock with the eyes that went back and forth. The hooks where they left their jackets. The wall that the hooks were mounted to. Gamma's station wagon, which stood like a dinosaur fossil in the blackened cavern that had once been the garage. The farmhouse contained 5 rickety chairs that had not been sold in the bachelor farmer's estate sale, an old kitchen table that was too cheap to be called an antique, and a large chifforobe wedged into a small closet that their mother said they'd have to pay Tom Robinson a nickel to bust up. Nothing hung in the chifforobe. Nothing was folded into the keeping room drawers or placed on high shelves in the pantry. They had moved into the farmhouse 2 days ago, but hardly any boxes had been unpacked. The hallway off the kitchen was a maze of mislabeled containers and stained brown paper bags that could not be emptied until the cabinets were cleaned, and the cabinets would not be cleaned until Gamma forced them to do it. The mattresses upstairs rested on bare floors. Overturned crates held cracked lamps to read by, and the books that they read were not treasured possessions, but on loan from the Pikeville Public Library. Every night, Samantha and Charlotte hand-washed their running shorts and sports bras and ankle socks and Lady Rebels track and field t-shirts because these were among their few precious possessions that had escaped the flames. "Sam," Gamma pointed to the air conditioner in the window, "turn that thing on so we can get some air moving in here." Samantha studied the large metal box before finding the on button. Motors churned. Cold air with a tinge of wet fried chicken hissed through the vent. Samantha stared out the window at the side yard. A rusted tractor was near the dilapidated barn. Some unknown farming implement was half buried in the ground beside it. Her father's Chevette was caked in dirt, but at least it wasn't melted to the garage floor like her mother's station wagon. She asked Gamma, "What time are we supposed to pick up Daddy from work?" "He'll get a ride from somebody at the courthouse." Gamma glanced at Charlotte, who was happily whistling to herself as she tried to fold a paper plate into an airplane. "He has that case." That case. The words bounced around inside Samantha's head. Her father always had a case, and there were always people who hated him for it. There was not one low-life alleged criminal in Pikeville, Georgia, that Rusty Quinn would not represent. Drug dealers, rapists, murderers, burglars, carjackers, pedophiles, kidnappers, bank robbers, their case files read like pulp novels that always ended the same bad way. Folks in town called Rusty the attorney for the damned, which was also what people had called Clarence Darrow, though to Samantha's knowledge, no one had ever firebombed Clarence Darrow's house for freeing a murderer from death row. That was what the fire had been about. Ezekiel Whitaker, a black man wrongly convicted of murdering a white woman, had walked out of prison the same day that a burning bottle of kerosene had been thrown through the Quinn's bay window. In case the message wasn't clear enough, the arsonist had also spray-painted the words, "Nigger Lover," on the mouth of the driveway. And now, Rusty was defending a man who'd been accused of kidnapping and raping a 19-year-old girl. White man, white girl, but still. Tempers were running high because he was a white man from a trashy family, and she was a white girl from a good one. Rusty and Gamma never openly discussed the case, but the details of the crime were so lurid that whispers around town had seeped in under the front door, mingled through the air vents, buzzed into their ears at night when they were trying to sleep. Penetration with a foreign object, unlawful confinement, crimes against nature. There were photographs in Rusty's files that even nosy Charlotte knew better than to seek out, because some of the photos were of the girl hanging in the barn outside her family's house, because what the man had done to her was too horrible to live with. So she had taken her own life. Samantha went to school with the dead girl's brother. He was 2 years older than Samantha, but like everyone else, he knew who her father was, and walking down the locker-lined hallway was like walking through the red brick house while the flames stripped away her skin. The fire hadn't only taken her bedroom and her clothes and her purloined lipsticks. Samantha had lost the boy to whom the leather jacket had belonged, the friends who used to invite her to parties and movies and sleepovers, even her beloved track coach, who'd trained Samantha since 6th grade, had started making excuses about not having enough time to work with her anymore. Gamma had told the principal that she was keeping the girls out of school and track practice so that they could help unpack. but Samantha knew that it was because Charlotte had come home crying every day since the fire. Well, shit. Gamma closed the cardboard box, giving up on the frying pan. I hope you girls don't mind being vegetarian tonight. Neither of them minded because it didn't really matter. Gamma was an aggressively terrible cook. She resented recipes. She was openly hostile towards spices. Like a feral cat, she instinctively bristled against any domestication. Harriet Quinn wasn't called Gamma out of a precocious child's inability to pronounce the word mama, but because she held 2 doctorates, one in physics and one in something equally brainy that Samantha could never remember, but if she had to guess, had to do with gamma rays. Her mother had worked for NASA, then moved to Chicago to work at Fermilab before returning to Pikeville to take care of her dying parents. If there was a romantic story about how Gamma had given up her promising scientific career to marry a small-town lawyer, Samantha had never heard it. Mom? Charlotte plopped down at the table, head in her hands. My stomach hurts. Gamma asked. Don't you have homework? Chemistry. Charlotte looked up. Can you help me? It's not rocket science. Gamma dumped the spaghetti noodles into the pot of cold water on the stove. She twisted the knob to turn on the gas. Charlotte crossed her arms low on her waist. Do you mean it's not rocket science, so I should be able to figure it out on my own? Or do you mean it's not rocket science, and that is the only science that you know how to perform, and so therefore you cannot help me? There were too many conjunctions in that sentence. Gamma used a match to light the gas. A sudden whoosh singed the air. Go wash your hands. I believe I had a valid question. Now. Charlotte groaned dramatically as she stood from the table and loped down the long hallway. Samantha heard a door open, then close, then another open, then close. Fudge! Charlotte bellowed. There were 5 doors off the long hallway, none of them laid out in any way that made sense. One door led to the creepy basement. One led to the chifforobe. One of the middle doors inextricably led to the tiny downstairs bedroom where the bachelor had died. Another led to the pantry. The remaining door led to the bathroom, and even after 2 days, none of them could quite retain the location in their long-term memory. Found it! Charlotte called, as if they had all been breathlessly waiting. Gamma said, Grammar aside, she's going to be a fine lawyer one day. I hope. If that girl doesn't get paid to argue, she's not going to get paid at all. Samantha smiled at the thought of her sloppy, disorganized sister wearing a blazer and carrying a briefcase. What am I going to be? Anything you want, my girl, just don't do it here. This theme was coming up more often lately. Gamma's desire for Samantha to move out, to get away, to do anything but whatever it was that women did here. Gamma had never fit in with the Pikeville mothers, even before Rusty's work had turned them into pariahs. Neighbors, teachers, people in the street, all had an opinion about Gamma Quinn, and it was seldom a positive one. She was too smart for her own good. She was a difficult woman. She didn't know when to keep her mouth shut. She refused to fit in. When Samantha was little, Gamma had taken up running. As with everything else, she had been athletic before it was popular, running marathons on the weekends, doing her Jane Fonda tapes in front of the television. It wasn't just her athletic prowess that people found off-putting. You could not beat her at chess or Trivial Pursuit or even Monopoly. She knew all the questions on Jeopardy. She knew when to use who or whom. She could not abide misinformation. She disdained organized religion. In social situations, she had the strange habit of spouting obscure facts. Did you know that pandas have enlarged wrist bones? Did you know that scallops have rows of eyes along their mantles? Did you know that the granite inside New York's Grand Central Terminal gives off more radiation than what's deemed acceptable at a nuclear power plant? If Gamma was happy, if she enjoyed her life, if she was pleased with her children, if she loved her husband, were stray, unmatched pieces of information in the 1,000-piece puzzle that was their mother. What's taking your sister so long? Samantha leaned back in the chair and looked down the hall. All 5 doors were still closed. Maybe she flushed herself down the toilet. There's a plunger in one of those boxes. The phone rang, a distinct jangle of a bell inside the old-fashioned rotary telephone on the wall. They'd had a cordless phone in the red brick house and an answering machine to screen all the calls that came in. The first time Samantha had ever heard the word fuck was on the answering machine. She was with her friend Gail from across the street. The phone was ringing as they walked through the front door, but Samantha had been too late to answer, so the machine had done the honors. "Rusty Quinn, I will fuck you up, son. Do you hear me? I will fucking kill you and rape your wife and skin your daughters like I'm dressing a fucking deer, you fucking bleeding heart piece of shit." The phone rang a fourth time, then a fifth. "Sam," Gamma's tone was stern. "Don't let Charlie answer that." Samantha stood from the table, leaving unsaid the "what about me?" She picked up the receiver and pressed it to her ear. Automatically, her chin tucked in, her jaw set, waiting for a punch. "Hello?" "Hey there, Sammy Sam. Let me speak to your mama." "Daddy." Samantha sighed out his name, and then she saw Gamma give a tight shake of her head. "She just went upstairs to take a bath." Samantha realized too late that this was the same excuse she had given hours ago. "Do you want me to have her call you?" Rusty said, "I feel our Gamma has been overly attentive to hygiene lately." "You mean since the house burned down?" The words slipped out before Samantha could catch them. The insurance agent at Pikeville Fire and Casualty wasn't the only person who blamed Rusty Quinn for the fire. Rusty chuckled. "Well, I appreciate you holding that back as long as you did." His lighter clicked into the phone. Apparently her father had forgotten about swearing on a stack of Bibles that he would quit smoking. "Now listen, hon. Tell Gamma when she gets out of the tub that I'm going to have the sheriff send a car over." "The sheriff?" Samantha tried to convey her panic to Gamma, but her mother kept her back turned. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong, sugar. It's just that they never caught that bad old fella who burned down the house, and today another innocent man has gone free, and some people don't like that either." "You mean the man who raped that girl who killed herself?" "The only people who know what happened to that girl are her, whoever committed the crime, and the Lord God in heaven. I don't presume to be any of these people, and I don't opine that you should either." Samantha hated when her father put on his country lawyer-making-a-closing-argument voice. "Daddy, she hanged herself in a barn, that's a proven fact." "Why is my life riddled with contrary females?" Rusty put his hand over the phone and spoke to someone else. Samantha could hear a woman's husky laugh. Lenore, her father's secretary. Gamma had never liked her. "All right now." Rusty was back on the line. "You still there, honey?" "Where else would I be?" Gamma said, "Hang up the phone." "Baby," Rusty blew out some smoke, "tell me what you need me to do to make this better, and I will do it immediately." An old lawyer's trick. Make the other person solve the problem. "Daddy, Gamma slammed her fingers down on the hook, ending the call. "Mama, we were talking." Gamma's fingers stayed hooked on the phone. Instead of explaining herself, she said, "Consider the etymology of the phrase, hang up the phone." She pulled the receiver from Samantha's hand and hung it on the hook. So, pick up the phone. Even off the hook start to make sense. And of course you know the hook is a lever that, when depressed, opens up the circuit, indicating a call can be received. "The sheriff's sending a car," Samantha said. Daddy's going to ask him to." Gamma looked skeptical. The sheriff was no fan of the Quinns. "You need to wash your hands for dinner." Samantha knew that there was no sense in trying to force further conversation. Not unless she wanted her mother to find a screwdriver and open the phone to explain the circuitry, which had happened with countless small appliances in the past. Gamma was the only mother on the block who changed the oil in her own car. Not that they lived on a block anymore. Samantha tripped on a box in the hallway. She grabbed her toes, holding onto them like she could squeeze out the pain. She had to limp the rest of the way to the bathroom. She passed her sister in the hallway. Charlotte punched her in the arm because that was the kind of thing Charlotte did. The brat had closed the door, so Samantha had a false start before she found the bathroom. The toilet was low to the ground, installed back when people were shorter than they were now. The shower was a plastic corner unit with black mold growing inside the seams. A ball-peen hammer rested inside the sink. Black cast iron showed where the hammer had been repeatedly dropped into the bowl. Gamma had been the one to figure out why. The faucet was so old and rusted that you had to whack the tap handle to keep it from dripping. "I'll fix that this weekend," Gamma had said, setting a reward for herself at the end of what would clearly be a difficult week. As usual, Charlotte had left a mess in the tiny bathroom. Water pooled on the floor and flecked the mirror. Even the toilet seat was wet. Samantha reached for the roll of paper towels hanging on the wall, then changed her mind. From the beginning, the house had felt temporary, but now that her father had pretty much said he was sending the sheriff because it might get firebombed like the last one, cleaning seemed like a waste of time. "Dinner!" Gamma called from the kitchen. Samantha splashed water on her face. Her hair felt gritty. Streaks of red coated her calves and arms where clay had mixed in with her sweat. She wanted to soak in a hot bath, but there was only one bathtub in the house, claw-footed with a dark, rust-colored ring around the lip, from where the previous occupant had for decades sloughed the earth from his skin. Even Charlotte wouldn't get in the tub, and Charlotte was a pig. "It feels too sad in here," her sister had said, slowly backing out of the upstairs bathroom. The tub was not the only thing that Charlotte found unsettling. The spooky, damp basement, the creepy, bat-filled attic, the creaky closet doors, the bedroom where the bachelor farmer had died. There was a photo of the bachelor farmer in the bottom drawer of the chifforobe. They had found it this morning on the pretense of cleaning. Neither dared to touch it. They had stared down at the lonesome, round face of the bachelor farmer and felt overwhelmed by something sinister, though the photo was just a typical Depression-era farm scene with a tractor and a mule. Samantha felt haunted by the sight of the farmer's yellow teeth. Though how could something look yellow in a black-and-white photo was a mystery. "Sam." Gamma stood in the bathroom doorway, looking at their reflections in the mirror. No one had ever mistaken them for sisters, but they were clearly mother and child. They shared the same strong jawline and high cheekbones, the same arch to their eyebrows that most people took for aloofness. Gamma wasn't beautiful, but she was striking, with dark, almost black hair and light blue eyes that sparkled with delight when she found something particularly funny or ridiculous. Samantha was old enough to remember a time when her mother took life a lot less seriously. Gamma said, "You're wasting water." Samantha tapped the faucet closed with a small hammer and dropped it back into the sink. She heard a car pulling up the driveway. The sheriff's man, which was surprising because Rusty rarely followed through on his promises. Gamma stood behind her. "Are you still sad about Peter?" The boy whose leather jacket had burned in the fire. The boy who had written Samantha a love letter, but would no longer look her in the eye when they passed each other in the school hallway. Gamma said, "You're pretty. Do you know that?" Samantha saw her cheeks blush in the mirror. "Prettier than I ever was." Gamma stroked Samantha's hair back with her fingers. "I wish that my mother had lived long enough to meet you." Samantha rarely heard about her grandparents. From what she could gather, they had never forgiven Gamma for moving away to go to college. "What was Grandma like?" Gamma smiled, her mouth awkwardly navigating the expression. "Pretty, like Charlie. Very clever, relentlessly happy. Always bubbling up with something to do. The kind of person that people just liked." She shook her head. With all of her degrees, Gamma still had not deciphered the science of likability. She had streaks of gray in her hair before she turned 30. She said it was because her brain worked so hard, but you know, of course, that all hair is originally white. It gets melanin through specialized cells called melanocytes that pump pigment into the hair follicles. Samantha leaned back into her mother's arms. She closed her eyes, enjoying the familiar melody of Gamma's voice. Stress and hormones can leach pigmentation, but her life at the time was fairly simple. Mother, wife, Sunday school teacher, so we can assume that the gray was due to a genetic trait, which means that either you or Charlie, or both, could have the same thing happen. Samantha opened her eyes. "Your hair isn't gray." "Because I go to the beauty parlor once a month." Her laughter tapered off too quickly. "Promise me you'll always take care of Charlie." "Charlotte can take care of herself." "I'm serious, Sam." Samantha felt her heart tremble at Gamma's insistent tone. "Why?" "Because you're her big sister, and that's your job." She gripped both of Samantha's hands in her own. Her gaze was steady in the mirror. We've had a rough patch, my girl. I won't lie and say it's going to get better. Charlie needs to know that she can depend on you. You have to put that baton firmly in her hand every time, no matter where she is. You find her. Don't expect her to find you." Samantha felt her throat clench. Gamma was talking about something else now. Something more serious than a relay race. "Are you going away?" "Of course not," Gamma scowled. "I'm only telling you that you need to be a useful person, Sam. I really thought you were past that silly, dramatic teenager stage." "I'm not—" "Mama!" Charlotte yelled. Gamma turned Samantha around. She pulled her calloused hands on either side of her daughter's face. "I'm not going anywhere, kiddo. You can't get rid of me that easily." She kissed her nose. "Give that faucet another whack before you come to supper." "Mom!" Charlotte screamed. "Good Lord," Samantha complained as she walked out of the bathroom. "Charlie Quinn, do not shriek at me like a street urchin." Samantha picked up the little hammer. The slim wooden handle was perpetually wet, like a dense sponge. The round head was rusted the same red as the front yard. She tapped the faucet and waited to make sure no more water dripped out. Gamma called, "Samantha!" Samantha felt her brow furrow. She turned toward the open door. Her mother never called her by her full name. Even Charlotte had to suffer through being called Charlie. Gamma had told them that one day they would appreciate being able to pass. She'd gotten more papers published and funding approved by signing her name as Harry than she'd ever gotten by signing it as Harriet. "Samantha." Gamma's tone was cold, more like a warning. "Please ensure the faucet valve is closed and quickly make your way into the kitchen." Samantha looked back at the mirror, as if her reflection could explain to her what was going on. This was not how her mother spoke to them. Not even when she was explaining the difference between a Marcel handle and the spring-loaded lever on her curling iron. Without thinking, Samantha reached into the sink and wrapped her hand around the small hammer. She held it behind her back as she walked up the long hall toward the kitchen. All of the lights were on. The sky had grown dark outside. She pictured her running shoes alongside Charlotte's on the kitchen stoop, the plastic baton left somewhere in the yard. The kitchen table laid with paper plates, plastic forks and knives. There was a cough. Deep. Maybe a man's. Maybe Gamma's, because she coughed that way lately, like the smoke from the fire had somehow made its way into her lungs. Another cough. The hair on the back of Samantha's neck prickled to attention. The back door was at the opposite end of the hall, a halo of dim light encircling the frosted glass. Samantha glanced behind her as she continued up the hall. She could see the doorknob. She pictured herself turning it even as she walked farther away. Every step she took, she asked herself if she was being foolish, or if she should be concerned, or if this was a joke because her mother used to love to play jokes on them, like sticking plastic googly eyes on the milk jug in the fridge, or writing, "Help me, I'm trapped inside a toilet paper factory," on the inside of the toilet paper roll. There was only one phone in the house, the rotary dial in the kitchen. Her father's pistol was in the kitchen drawer. The bullets were somewhere in a cardboard box. Charlotte would laugh at her if she saw the hammer. Samantha tucked it down the back of her running shorts. The metal was cold against the small of her back, the wet handle like a curling tongue. She lifted her shirt to cover the hammer as she walked into the kitchen. Samantha felt her body go rigid. This wasn't a joke. Two men stood in the kitchen. They smelled of sweat and beer and nicotine. They wore black gloves. Black ski masks covered their faces. Samantha opened her mouth. The air had thickened like cotton, closing her throat. One was taller than the other. The short one was heavier, bulkier. Dressed in jeans and a black button-up shirt. The tall one wore a faded white concert t-shirt, jeans and blue high-top sneakers with the red laces untied. The short one felt more dangerous, but it was hard to tell because the only thing Samantha could see behind the masks was their mouths and eyes. Not that she was looking at their eyes. High Top had a revolver. Black Shirt had a shotgun that was pointed directly at Gamma's head. Her hands were raised in the air. She told Samantha, "It's okay. No, it ain't. Blackshirt's voice had the gravelly shake of a rattlesnake's tail. Who else is in the house? Gamma shook her head. Nobody. Don't lie to me, bitch. There was a tapping noise. Charlotte was seated at the table, trembling so hard that the chair legs thumped against the floor like a woodpecker tapping a tree. Samantha looked back down the hall to the door, the dim halo of light. Here. The man in the blue high-tops motioned for Samantha to sit beside Charlotte. She moved slowly, carefully bending her knees, keeping her hands above the table. The wooden handle of the hammer thunked against the seat of the chair. What's that? Blackshirt's eyes jerked in her direction. I'm sorry, Charlotte whispered. Urine puddled onto the floor. She kept her head down, rocking back and forth. I'm sorry. Samantha took her sister's hand. Tell us what you want, Gamma said. We'll give it to you and then you can leave. What if I want that? Blackshirt's beady eyes were trained on Charlotte. Please, Gamma said. I will do whatever you want. Anything. Anything. Blackshirt said it in a way that they all understood what was being offered. No, Hightop said. His voice was younger sounding, nervous or maybe afraid. We didn't come for that. His Adam's apple jogged beneath his ski mask as he tried to clear his throat. Where's your husband? Something flashed in Gamma's eyes. Anger. He's at work. Then why's his car outside? Gamma said. We only have one car because the sheriff... Samantha swallowed the last word, realizing too late that she shouldn't have said it. Blackshirt was looking at her again. What's that, girl? Samantha put down her head. Charlotte squeezed her hand. The sheriff, she had started to say. The sheriff's man would be here soon. Rusty had said they were sending a car, but Rusty said a lot of things that turned out to be wrong. Gamma said, She's just scared. Why don't we go into the other room? We can talk this out, figure out what you boys want. Samantha felt something hard bang against her skull. She tasted the metal fillings in her teeth. Her ears were ringing. The shotgun. He was pressing the barrel to the top of her head. You said something about the sheriff, girl. I heard you. She didn't, Gamma said. She meant to shut up. I said shut the fuck up. Samantha looked up as the shotgun swiveled toward Gamma. Gamma reached out, but slowly, as if she was pushing her hands through sand. They were all suddenly trapped in stop motion, their movements jerky, their bodies turned to clay. Samantha watched as one by one her mother's fingers wrapped around the sawed-off shotgun. Neatly trimmed fingernails. A thick callus on her thumb from holding a pencil. There was an almost imperceptible click. A second hand on a watch. A door latching closed. A firing pin tapping against the primer in a shotgun shell. Maybe Samantha heard the click, or maybe she intuited the sound because she was staring at Blackshirt's finger when he pulled back the trigger. An explosion of red misted the air. Blood jetted onto the ceiling, gushed onto the floor, hot, ropey red tendrils splashed across the top of Charlotte's head and splattered onto the side of Samantha's neck and face. Gamma fell to the floor. Charlotte screamed. Samantha felt her own mouth open, but the sound was trapped inside of her chest. She was frozen now. Charlotte's screams turned into a distant echo. Everything drained of color. They were suspended in black and white like the bachelor farmer's picture. Black blood had aerosoled onto the grill of the white air conditioner. Tiny flecks of black mottled the glass in the window. Outside, the night sky was a charcoal gray with the lone pinlight of a tiny, distant star. Samantha reached up with her fingers to touch her neck. Grit. Bone. More blood, because everything was stained with blood. She felt a pulse in her throat. Was it her own heart or pieces of her mother's heart beating underneath her trembling fingers? Charlotte's screams amplified into a piercing siren. The black blood turned crimson on Samantha's fingers. The gray room blossomed back into vivid, blinding, furious color. Dead, Gamma was dead. She was never again going to tell Samantha to get away from Pikeville, to yell at her for missing an obvious question on a test, for not pushing herself harder in track, for not being patient with Charlotte, for not being useful in her life. Samantha rubbed together her fingers. She held a shard of Gamma's tooth in her hand. Vomit rushed into her mouth. She was blinded by tears. Grief vibrated like a harp string inside her body. In the blink of an eye, the world had turned upside down. "Shut up!" Blackshirt slapped Charlotte so hard that she nearly fell out of the chair. Samantha caught her, clinging to her. They were both sobbing, shaking, screaming. This couldn't be happening. Their mother couldn't be dead. She was going to open her eyes. She was going to explain to them the workings of the cardiovascular system as she slowly put her body back together. "Did you know that the average heart pumps 5 liters of blood per minute?" "Gamma," Samantha whispered. The shotgun blast had opened up her chest, her neck, her face. The left side of her jaw was gone. Part of her skull. Her beautiful, complicated brain. Her arched, aloof eyebrow. No one would explain things to Samantha anymore. No one would care whether or not she understood. "Gamma." "Jesus!" Hightop furiously slapped at his chest, trying to brush off the chunks of bone and tissue. "Jesus Christ, Zach!" Samantha's head snapped around. Zachariah Culpepper. The 2 words flashed neon in her mind. Then, grand theft auto, animal cruelty, public indecency, inappropriate contact with a minor. Charlotte wasn't the only one who read their father's case files. For years, Rusty Quinn had saved Zach Culpepper from doing serious time. The man's unpaid legal bills were a constant source of tension between Gamma and Rusty, especially since the house had burned down. Over $20,000 was owed, but Rusty refused to go after him. "Fuck!" Zach had clearly seen Samantha's flash of recognition. "Fuck!" "Mama?" Charlotte hadn't realized that everything had changed. She could only stare at Gamma, her body shaking so hard that her teeth chattered. "Mama, Mama, Mama." "It's all right." Samantha tried to stroke her sister's hair, but her fingers snagged in the braids of blood and bone. "It ain't all right." Zach wrenched off his mask. He was a hard-looking man. Acne scars pocked his skin. A spray of red circled his mouth and eyes where the blowback from the shotgun had painted his face. "God damn it! What'd you have to use my name for, boy?" I didn't," Hightop stammered. "I'm sorry." "We won't tell." Samantha looked down, as if she could pretend she hadn't seen his face. "We won't say anything, I promise." "Girl, I just blew your mama to bits. You really think you're walking out of here alive?" "No," Hightop said. "That's not what we came for." "I came here to erase some bills, boy." Zach's steely gray eyes turreted around the room like a machine gun. "Now I'm thinking it's me that Rusty Quinn's gotta pay." "No," Hightop said. "I told you." Zach shut him up by jamming the shotgun into his face. "You ain't seeing the big picture here. We gotta get out of town, and that takes a hell of a lot of money. Everybody knows Rusty Quinn keeps cash in his house." "The house burned down." Samantha heard the words before she registered that they were coming from her own mouth. "Everything burned down." "Fuck!" Zach screamed. "Fuck!" He grabbed Hightop by the arm and dragged him into the hallway. He kept the shotgun pointed in their direction, his finger on the trigger. There was furious whispering back and forth that Samantha could clearly hear, but her brain refused to process the words. "No!" Charlotte fell to the floor. A trembling hand reached down to hold their mother's. "Don't be dead, Mama. Please. I love you. I love you so much." Samantha looked up at the ceiling. Red lines crisscrossed the plaster like silly string. Tears flooded down her face, soaked into the collar of her only shirt that had been saved from the fire. She let the grief roll through her body before she forced it back out. Gamma was gone. They were alone in the house with her murderer, and the sheriff's man was not going to come. "Promise me you'll always take care of Charlie." "Charlie, get up." Samantha pulled at her sister's arm, eyes averted because she couldn't look at Gamma's ripped-open chest, the broken ribs that stuck out like teeth. "Did you know that shark teeth are made of scales?" Sam whispered, Charlie, get up. I can't let... Sam wrenched her sister back into the chair. She pressed her mouth to Charlie's ear and said, "Run when you can." Her voice was so quiet that it caught in her throat. "Don't look back. Just run." "What are you two saying?" Zack jammed the shotgun against Sam's forehead. The metal was hot. Pieces of Gamma's flesh had seared onto the barrel. She could smell it like meat on the grill. "What did you tell her to do? Make a run for it? Try to get away?" Charlotte squeaked. Her hand went to her mouth. Zack asked, "What'd she tell you to do, baby doll?" Sam's stomach roiled at the way his tones softened when he talked to her sister. "Come on, honey." Zack's gaze slithered down to Charlie's small chest, her thin waist. "Ain't we gonna be friends?" Sam stuttered out, "Stop." She was sweating, shaking. Like Charlie, she was going to lose control of her bladder. The round barrel of the gun felt like a drill burrowing into her skull. Still, she said, "Leave her alone." "Was I talking to you, bitch?" Zack pressed the shotgun against Sam's head until her chin pointed up. "Was I?" Sam gripped her hands into tight fists. She had to stop this. She had to protect Charlotte. "You leave us alone, Zachariah Culpepper." She was shocked by her own defiance. She was terrified, but every ounce of terror was tinged with an overwhelming rage. He had murdered her mother. He was leering at her sister. He had told them both that they weren't walking out of here. She thought of the hammer tucked into the back of her shorts, pictured it lodging into Zack's brain. "I know exactly who you are, you fucking pervert." He flinched at the word. Anger contorted his features. His hands gripped the shotgun so hard that his knuckles turned white, but his voice was calm when he told her, "I'm gonna peel off your eyelids so you can watch me slice out your sister's cherry with my knife." Her eyes locked with his. The silence that followed the threat was deafening. Sam couldn't look away. Fear ran like razor blades through her heart. She had never in her life met someone so utterly, soullessly evil. Charlie began to whimper. "Zack," Hightop said. "Come on, man." He waited. They all waited. "We had a deal, all right?" Zack didn't move. None of them moved. "We had a deal," Hightop repeated. "Sure." Zack broke the silence. He let Hightop take the shotgun from his hands. "A man's only as good as his word." He started to turn away, but then changed his mind. His hand shot out like a whip. He grabbed Sam's face, fingers gripping her skull like a ball, slamming her back so hard that the chair fell away and her head clanged into the front of the sink. "You think I'm a pervert now?" His palm crushed her nose. His fingers gouged into her eyes like hot needles. "You got something else to say about me?" Samantha opened her mouth, but she had no breath to form a scream. Pain ripped through her face as his fingernails cut into her eyelids. She grabbed his thick wrist, blindly kicked out at him, tried to scratch him, to punch him, to stop the pain. Blood wept down her cheeks. Zack's fingers shook, pressing so hard that Sam could feel her eyeballs flex back into her brain. His fingers curled as he tried to rip off her eyelids. She felt his nails scrape against her bare eyeballs. "Stop it!" Charlie screamed. "Stop!" The pressure stopped just as suddenly as it had started. "Sammy!" Charlie's breath was hot, panicked. Her hands went to Sam's face. "Sam, look at me. Can you see? Look at me, please." Carefully, Sam tried to open her eyelids. They were torn, almost shredded. She felt like she was looking through a piece of old lace. Zack said, "What the fuck is this?" The hammer. It had fallen out of her shorts. Zack picked it up off the floor. He examined the wooden handle, then gave Charlie a meaningful look. "Wonder what I can do with this." "Enough!" Hightop grabbed the hammer and threw it down the hallway. They all listened to the metal head skip across the hardwood floor. Zack said, "Just having a little fun, brother." "Both of you, stand up," Hightop said. Let's get this over with. Charlie stayed on the floor. Sam blinked away blood. She could barely see to move. The overhead light was like hot oil in her eyes. Help her up, Hightop told Zach. You promised, man. Don't make this worse than it has to be. Zach yanked Sam's arm so hard that it almost left the socket. She struggled to her feet, steadying herself against the table. Zach pushed her toward the door. She bumped into a chair. Charlie reached for her hand. Hightop opened the door. Go! They had no choice but to move. Charlie went first, shuffling sideways to help Sam down the stairs. Outside the bright lights of the kitchen, her eyes stopped throbbing as hard. There was no adjusting to the darkness. Shadows kept falling in and out of her gaze. They should have been at track practice right now. They had begged Gamma to let them skip for the first time in their lives, and now their mother was dead and they were being led out of the house at gunpoint by the man who had come here to erase his legal bills with a shotgun. Can you see? Charlie asked. Sam, can you see? Yes, Sam lied because her vision was strobing like a disco ball. Except instead of flashes of light, she was seeing flashes of gray and black. This way, Hightop said, leading them not toward the old pickup truck in the driveway, but into the field behind the farmhouse. Cabbage, sorghum, watermelons. That's what the bachelor farmer had grown. They had found his seed ledger in an otherwise empty upstairs closet. His 300 acres had been leased to the farm next door, a 1,000-acre spread that had been planted at the start of spring. Sam could feel the freshly planted soil under her bare feet. She leaned into Charlie, who held tight to her hand. With her other hand, Sam reached out blindly, unreasonably afraid that she would run into something in the open field. Every step away from the farmhouse, away from the light, added one more layer of darkness to her vision. Charlie was a blob of gray. Hightop was tall and skinny, like a charcoal pencil. Zach Culpepper was a menacing black square of hate. Where are we going? Charlie asked. Sam felt the shotgun press into her back. Zach said, Keep walking. I don't understand, Charlie said. Why are you doing this? Her voice was directed toward Hightop. Like Sam, she understood that the younger man was the weaker one, but that he was also somehow in charge. Charlie asked, What did we do to you, mister? We're just kids. We don't deserve this. Shut up, Zach warned. Both of you shut the fuck up. Sam squeezed Charlie's hand even tighter. She was almost completely blind now. She was going to be blind forever. Except forever wasn't that much longer. At least, not for Sam. She made her hand loosen around Charlie's. She quietly willed her sister to take in their surroundings, to stay alert for the chance to run. Gamma had shown them a topographical map of the area 2 days ago, the day they had moved in. She was trying to sell them on Country Life, pointing out all the areas they could explore. Now Sam mentally flipped through the highlights, searching for an escape route. The neighbor's acreage went past the horizon, a clear, open plain that would likely lead to a bullet in Charlie's back if she ran in that direction. Trees bordered the far right side of the property, a dense forest that Gamma warned was probably filled with ticks. There was a creek on the other side of the forest that fed into a tunnel that snaked underneath a weather tower and led to a paved but rarely used road. An abandoned barn 1/2 mile north. Another farm 2 miles east. A swampy fishing hole. Frogs would be there. Butterflies would be over here. If they were patient, they might see deer in this field. Stay away from the road. Leaves 3 quickly flee. Leaves 5 stay and thrive. Please flee, Sam silently begged Charlie. Please don't look back to make sure I'm following you. Zach said, What's that? They all turned around. It's a car, Charlie said, but Sam could only make out the sparkling headlights slowly traveling down the long driveway to the farmhouse. The sheriff's man? Someone driving their father home? Shit. They're gonna make my truck in 2 seconds. Zach pushed them toward the forest, using the shotgun like a cattle prod to make them walk faster. Y'all keep moving or I'll shoot you right here. Right here. Charlie stiffened to the words. Her teeth started to chatter again. She had finally made the connection. She understood that they were walking to their deaths. Sam said, "There's another way out of this." She was talking to High Top, but Zach was the one who snorted. Sam said, "I'll do whatever you want." She heard Gamma's voice speaking the words alongside her. "Anything."
"Shit," Zach said. "You don't think I'm gonna take what I want anyways, you stupid bitch?"
Sam tried again. "We won't tell them it was you. We'll say you had your masks on the entire time and—"
"With my truck in the driveway and your mama dead in the house?" Zach huffed a snort. "Y'all Quins think you're so fucking smart can talk your way out of anything."
"Listen to me," Sam begged. "You've got to leave town anyway. There's no reason to kill us too." She turned her head toward High Top. "Please, just think about it. All you have to do is tie us up. Leave us somewhere they won't find us. You're going to have to leave town either way. You don't want more blood on your hands." Sam waited for a response. They all waited. High Top cleared his throat before finally saying, "I'm sorry." Zach's laughter had an edge of triumph. Sam couldn't give up. "Let my sister go." She had to stop speaking for a moment so she could swallow the saliva in her mouth. "She's 13, just a kid."
"Don't look like no kid to me," Zach said. "Got them nice high titties."
"Shut up," High Top warned. "I mean it." Zach made a sucking noise with his teeth. "She won't tell anyone." Sam had to keep trying. "She'll say it was strangers. Won't you, Charlie?"
"Black fella?" Zach asked. "Like the one your daddy got off for murder?"
Charlie spat out. "You mean like he got you off for showing your wiener to a bunch of little girls?" "Charlie," Sam begged, "please be quiet."
"Let her speak," Zach said. "I like it when they got a little fight in 'em."
Charlie went quiet. She stayed silent as they headed into the woods. Sam followed closely, racking her brain for an appeal that would persuade the gunman that they didn't have to do this. But Zach Culpepper was right. His truck back at the house changed everything. "No," Charlie whispered to herself. She did this all of the time, vocalizing an argument she was having in her head. "Please run," Sam silently begged. "It's okay to go without me." "Move." Zach shoved the shotgun into her back until Sam walked faster. Pine needles dug into her feet. They were going deeper into the forest. The air got cooler. Sam closed her eyes because it was pointless trying to see. She let Charlie guide her through the woods. Leaves rustled. They stepped over fallen trees, walked into a narrow stream that was probably runoff from the farm to the creek. "Run, run, run," Sam silently prayed to Charlie in her head. "Please run." "Sam?" Charlie stopped walking. Her arm gripped Sam around the waist. "There's a shovel." "A shovel." Sam didn't understand. She touched her fingers to her eyelids. Dried blood had caked them shut. She pushed, gently, coaxing open her eyes. Soft moonlight cast a blue glow on the clearing in front of them. There was more than a shovel. A mound of freshly turned earth was piled beside an open hole in the ground. One hole. One grave. Her vision tunneled on the gaping black void as everything came into focus. This wasn't a burglary, or an attempt to intimidate away a bunch of legal bills. Everyone knew that the house burning down had put the Quinns in dire financial straits. The fight with the insurance company, the eviction from the hotel, the thrift store purchases. Zachariah Culpepper had obviously assumed that Rusty was going to replenish his bank account by forcing non-paying clients to settle their bills. He wasn't that far off. Gamma had screamed at Rusty the other night about how the $20,000 Culpepper owed them would go a long way toward making the family solvent again. Which meant that all of this boiled down to money. And worse, stupidity, because the outstanding bills would not have died with her father. Sam felt the reverberations of her earlier rage. She bit her tongue so hard that blood seeped into her mouth. There was a reason Zachariah Culpepper was a lifelong con. As with all of his crimes, the plan was a bad one, poorly executed. Every single blunder had led them to this place. They had dug a grave for Rusty. But since Rusty was late, because he was always late, and since today was the one day they had been allowed to skip track practice, now it was meant for Charlie and Sam.
All right, big boy, time for you to do your part.
Zach rested the butt of the shotgun on his hip. He pulled a switchblade out of his pocket and slapped it open with one hand.
The guns'll be too loud. Take this.
Right across the throat like you'd do with a pig.
Hightop did not take the knife.
Zach said, Come on, like we agreed. You do her, I'll take care of the little one.
Hightop still did not move.
She's right. We don't have to do this. The plan wasn't ever to hurt the women. They weren't even supposed to be here.
Say what now? Sam grabbed Charlie's hand. They were distracted. She could run. Hightop said,
What's done is done. We don't have to make it worse by killing more people. Innocent people.
Jesus Christ. Zach closed the knife and shoved it back into his pocket.
We went over this in the kitchen, man. Ain't like we got a choice. We can turn ourselves in.
Zach gripped the shotgun.
Bullshit. I'll turn myself in. I'll take the blame for everything.
Sam pushed against Charlie, letting her know it was time to move. Charlie didn't move. She held tight.
The hell you will.
Zach thumped Hightop in the chest.
You think I'm gonna go down on a murder charge 'cause you grew a fucking conscience?
Sam let go of her sister's hand. She whispered, Charlie, run.
I won't tell, Hightop said. I'll say it was me. In my goddamn truck.
Charlie tried to take Sam's hand again. Sam pulled away, whispering, Go.
Motherfucker.
Zach raised the shotgun, pointing it at Hightop's chest.
This is what's gonna happen, son. You're gonna take my knife and you're gonna slice open that bitch's throat, or I will blow a hole in your chest the size of Texas.
He stamped his foot.
Right now.
Hightop slung up the revolver, pointing it at Zach's head.
We're gonna turn ourselves in. Get that fucking gun out of my face, you pansy-ass piece of shit.
Sam nudged Charlie. She had to move. She had to get out of here. There would only be one chance. She practically begged her sister. Go. Hightop said,
I'll kill you before I kill them. You ain't got the balls to pull that trigger. I'll do it.
Charlie still wouldn't budge. Her teeth were chattering again. Run, Sam pleaded. You have to run.
Rich boy piece of shit.
Zach spat on the ground. He went to wipe his mouth, but only as a distraction. He reached out for the revolver. Hightop had anticipated the move. He backhanded the shotgun. Zach was thrown off balance. He couldn't keep his footing. He fell back, arms flailing. Run! Sam shoved her sister away. Charlie, go! Charlie turned into a blur of motion. Sam started to follow, leg raised, arm bent. Another explosion. A flash of light from the revolver. A sudden vibration in the air. Sam's head jerked so violently that her neck cracked. Her body followed in a wild twist. She spun like a top, falling into darkness the same way Alice fell into the rabbit hole. Do you know how pretty you are? Sam's feet hit the ground. She felt her knees absorb the shock. She looked down. Her toes were spread flat against a water-soaked hardwood floor. She looked up to find her reflection staring back from a mirror. Inexplicably, Sam was at the farmhouse, standing at the bathroom sink. Gamma stood behind her, strong arms wrapped around Sam's waist. Her mother looked younger, softer in the mirror. Her eyebrow was arched up as if she'd heard something dubious. This was the woman who'd explained the difference between fission and fusion to a stranger at the grocery store, who devised complicated scavenger hunts that took up all of their Easters. What were the clues now? Tell me, Sam asked her mother's reflection. Tell me what you want me to do. Gamma's mouth opened, but she did not speak. Her face began to age. Sam felt a longing for the mother she would never see grow old. Fine lines spread out from Gamma's mouth, crow's feet around her eyes. The wrinkles deepened. Streaks of gray salted her dark hair. Her jawline grew fuller. Her skin began to peel away. White teeth showed through an open hole in her cheek. Her hair turned into greasy white twine. Her eyes grew desiccated. She wasn't aging. She was decomposing. Sam struggled to get away. The smell of death enveloped her, wet earth, fresh maggots burrowing underneath her skin. Gamma's hands clamped around her face. She made Sam turn around. Fingers reduced to dry bone. Black teeth honed into razor blades as Gamma opened her mouth and screamed, "I told you to get out!" Sam gasped awake. Her eye slid open onto an impenetrable blackness. Dirt filled her mouth. Wet soil. Pine needles. Her hands were in front of her face. Hot breath bounced against her palms. There was a sound. Shh, 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 shh. A broom sweeping. An axe swinging. A shovel dropping dirt into a grave. Sam's grave. She was being buried alive. The weight of the soil on top of her was like a metal plate. "I'm sorry." Hightop's voice caught around the words. "Please, God, please forgive me." The dirt kept coming, the weight turning into a vice that threatened to press the breath right out of her. "Did you know that Giles Corey was the only defendant in the Salem witch trials who was pressed to death?" Tears filled Sam's eyes, slid down her face. A scream got trapped inside her throat. She couldn't panic. She couldn't start yelling or flailing because they would not help her. They would shoot her again. Begging for her life would only speed up the taking of her life. "Don't be silly," Gamma said. "I thought you were past that teenager stage." Sam inhaled a shaky breath. She startled as she realized that air was entering her lungs. She could breathe. Her hands were cupped to her face, creating an air pocket inside the dirt. Sam tightened the seal between her palms. She forced her breaths to slow in order to preserve what precious air she had left. Charlie had told her to do this. Years ago. Sam could picture her sister in her brownie uniform. Arms and legs like tiny sticks. Her creased yellow shirt and brown vest with all the patches she had earned. She had read aloud from her adventure handbook at the breakfast table. "If you find yourself caught in an avalanche, do not cry out or open your mouth," Charlie had read. "Put your hands in front of your face and try to create an airspace as you are coming to a stop." Sam stuck out her tongue, trying to see how far away her hands were. She guessed 1/4 of an inch. She flexed her fingers, trying to elongate the pocket of air. There was nothing to move into. The dirt was packed tightly around her hands, almost like cement. She tried to glean the position of her body. She wasn't flat on her back. Her left shoulder was pressed to the ground, but she wasn't fully lying on her side either. Her hips were turned at an angle to her shoulders. Cold seeped into the back of her running shorts. Her right knee was bent. Her left leg was straight. Torso twist. A runner's stretch. Her body had fallen into a familiar position. Sam tried to shift her weight. She couldn't move her legs. She tried her toes, her calf muscles, her hamstrings. Nothing. Sam closed her eyes. She was paralyzed. She would never walk again, run again, move again without assistance. Panic rushed into her chest like a swarm of mosquitoes. Running was all that she had. It was who she was. What was the point of trying to survive if she could never use her legs again? She pressed her face into her hands so that she wouldn't cry out. Charlie could still run. Sam had watched her sister bolt toward the forest. It was the last thing she'd seen before the revolver went off. Sam conjured into her mind the image of Charlie sprinting, her spindly legs moving impossibly fast as she flew forward, away, never hesitating, never stopping to look back. "Don't think about me," Sam begged. The same thing she had told her sister 1,000,000 times before. Just concentrate on yourself and keep running. Had Charlie made it? Had she found help? Or had she looked over her shoulder to see if Sam was following and instead found Zachariah Culpepper's shotgun jammed into her face? Or worse. Sam forced the thought from her mind. She saw Charlie running free, getting help, bringing the police back to the grave because she had her mother's sense of direction and she never got lost, and she would remember where her sister was buried. Sam counted out the beats of her heart until she felt them slow to a less frantic pace. And then she felt a tickle in her throat. Everything was filled with dirt, her ears, nose, mouth, lungs. She couldn't stop the cough that wanted to come out of her mouth. Her lips opened, the reflexive intake of air pulled more dirt into her nose. She coughed again, then again. The third time was so hard that she felt her stomach cramp and her body strain to pull herself into a ball. Sam felt a jolt in her heart. Her legs had twitched. Panic and fear had cut off the vital connections between her brain and her musculature. She had not been paralyzed. She had been terrified. Some ancient fight-or-flight mechanism pushing her out of her own body until she could understand what was happening. Sam felt elation as sensation slowly returned to her lower body. It was as if she was walking into a pool of water. At first, she could feel her toes spreading through the thick earth. Then her ankles were able to bend. Then she felt the tiniest amount of movement in her ankles. If she could move her feet, what else could she move? Sam flexed her calves, warming them up. Her quads started to fire, her knees tensed. She concentrated on her legs, telling herself that they could move until her body sent back the message that yes, her legs could move. She was not paralyzed. She had a chance. Gamma always said that Sam had learned how to run before she'd learned how to walk. Her legs were the strongest part of her body. She could kick her way out. Sam worked her legs, making infinitesimal motions back and forth, trying to burrow through the heavy layer of dirt. Her breath grew hot in her hands. A dense fog clouded out the panic in her brain. Was she using up too much air? Did it matter? She kept losing track of what she was doing. Her lower body was moving back and forth, and sometimes she found herself thinking she was lying on the deck of a tiny boat, rocking on the ocean, and then she would come to, would realize that she was trapped underground and struggle to move faster, harder, only to be lulled back onto the boat again. She tried to count. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Her legs cramped. Her stomach cramped. Everything cramped. Sam made herself stop, if only for a few seconds. The rest was almost as painful as the effort. Lactic acid boiled off her spent muscles, causing her stomach to churn. Her vertebrae had twisted into over-tightened bolts that pinched the nerves and shot an electric pain into her neck and legs. Every breath was caught in her hands like a trapped bird. "There is a 50% chance of survival," Charlie had read from her adventure book, "but only if the victim is found within 1 hour." Sam didn't know how long she'd been in the grave. Like losing the red brick house, like watching her mother die, that had been a lifetime ago. She tightened her stomach muscles and tried a sideways push-up. Her arm tensed, her neck strained. The earth pressed back, grinding her shoulder into the wet soil. She needed more room. Sam tried to rock her hips. There was an inch of space at first, then 2 inches. Then she could move her waist, her shoulder, her neck, her head. Was there suddenly more space between her mouth and her hands? Sam stuck out her tongue again. She felt the tip brush against the gap between her 2 palms. That was 1/2 inch at least. Progress. She worked on her arms next, shifting them up and down, up and down. There were no inches this time. Centimeters, then millimeters of dirt shifted. She had to keep her hands in front of her face so she could breathe, but then she realized that she had to dig with her hands. 1 hour. That was all Charlie had given her. Sam's time had to be running out. Her palms were hot, bathed in condensation. Her brain was awash in dizziness. Sam took a last, deep breath. She pushed her hands away from her face. Her wrists felt like they were going to break as she twisted her hands around. She pressed together her lips, gritted her teeth, and clawed at the ground, furiously trying to dislodge the dirt. And still the earth pushed back. Her shoulders ignited in pain, trapezoids, rhomboids, scapula. Hot irons pierced her biceps. Her fingers felt like they were going to snap, her nails chipped off. The skin on her knuckles peeled away, her lungs were going to collapse. She couldn't keep holding her breath. She couldn't keep fighting. She was tired. She was alone. Her mother was dead. Her sister was gone. Sam started to yell. First in her head, then through her mouth. She was so angry. Furious at her mother for grabbing the shotgun, livid with her father for bringing this hell to their doorstep, pissed at Charlie for not being stronger, and fucking apoplectic that she was going to die in this goddamn grave. Shallow grave. Cool air wrapped around her fingers. She had broken through the soil. Less than 2 feet separated Sam from life and death. There was no time to rejoice. She had no air in her lungs, no hope unless she could keep digging. She flicked away debris with her fingers. Leaves, pine cones. Her murderer had tried to hide the freshly dug earth, but he hadn't counted on the girl inside climbing her way out. She grabbed a handful of dirt, then another, then kept going until she was able to clench her abdominal muscles one last time and leverage herself up. Sam gagged on the sudden rush of fresh air. She spat out dirt and blood. Her hair was matted. She touched her fingers to the side of her scalp. Her pinky slipped into a tiny hole. The bone was smooth inside the circle. This was where the bullet had gone in. She had been shot in the head. She had been shot in the head. Sam took away her hand. She dared not wipe her eyes. She squinted into the distance. The forest was a blur. She saw 2 fat dots of light floating like lazy bumblebees in front of her face. She heard the trickling of water, echoing, like through an access tunnel that snaked underneath a weather tower and led to a paved road. Another pair of lights floated by. Not bumblebees. Headlights. Chapter 1. 28 years later. Charlie Quinn walked through the darkened halls of Pikeville Middle School with a gnawing sense of trepidation. This wasn't an early morning walk of shame. This was a walk of deeply held regret. Fitting, since the first time she'd had sex with a boy she shouldn't have had sex with was inside this very building. The gymnasium, to be exact, which just went to show that her father had been right about the perils of a late curfew. She gripped the cell phone in her hand as she turned a corner. The wrong boy, the wrong man, the wrong phone. The wrong way because she didn't know where the hell she was going. Charlie turned around and retraced her steps. Everything in this stupid building looked familiar, but nothing was where she remembered it was supposed to be. She took a left and found herself standing outside the front office. Empty chairs were waiting for the bad students who would be sent to the principal. The plastic seats looked similar to the ones in which Charlie had whiled away her early years. Talking back, mouthing off, arguing with teachers, fellow students, inanimate objects. Her adult self would have slapped her teenage self for being such a pain in the ass. She cupped her hand to the window and peered inside the dark office. Finally, something that looked how it was supposed to look. The high counter where Mrs. Jenkins, the school secretary, had held court. Pennants drooping from the water-stained ceiling. Student artwork taped to the walls. A lone light was on in the back. Charlie wasn't about to ask Principal Pinkman for directions to her booty call. Not that this was a booty call. It was more of a, "Hey girl, you picked up the wrong iPhone after I nailed you in my truck at Shady Ray's last night" call. There was no point in Charlie asking herself what she had been thinking because you didn't go to a bar named Shady Ray's to think. The phone in her hand rang. Charlie saw the unfamiliar screensaver of a German Shepherd with a Kong toy in its mouth. The caller ID read, "School." She answered, "Yes?" "Where are you?" He sounded tense, and she thought of all the hidden dangers that came from screwing a stranger she'd met in a bar. Incurable venereal disease, a jealous wife, a murderous baby mama, an obnoxious Alabama affiliation. She said, "I'm in front of Pink's office." "Turn around and take your second right." "Yep." Charlie ended the call. She felt herself wanting to puzzle out his tone of voice, but then she told herself that it didn't matter because she was never going to see him again. She walked back the way she'd come, her sneakers squeaking on the waxed floor as she made her way down the dark hallway. She heard a snap behind her. The lights had come on in the front office. A hunched old woman who looked suspiciously like the ghost of Mrs. Jenkins shuffled her way behind the counter. Somewhere in the distance, heavy metal doors opened and closed. The beep whir of the metal detectors swirled into her ears. Someone jangled a set of keys. The air seemed to contract with each new sound, as if the school was bracing itself for the morning onslaught. Charlie looked at the large clock on the wall. If the schedule was still the same, the first homeroom bell would ring soon, and the kids who had been dropped off early and warehoused in the cafeteria would flood the building. Charlie had been one of those kids. For a long time, whenever she thought of her father, her mind conjured up the scene of his arm leaning out of the Chevette's window, freshly lit cigarette between his fingers, as he pulled out of the school parking lot. She stopped walking. The room numbers finally caught her attention, and she knew immediately where she was. Charlie touched her fingers to a closed wooden door. Room 3, her safe haven. Ms. Beavers had retired eons ago, but the old woman's voice echoed in Charlie's ears. "They'll only get your goat if you show them where you keep your hay." Charlie still didn't know what that meant exactly. You could extrapolate that it had something to do with the extended Culpepper clan, who had bullied Charlie relentlessly when she'd finally returned to school. Or you could take it that, as a girls' basketball coach named Etta Beavers, the teacher knew what it felt like to be taunted. There was no one who could give Charlie advice on how to handle the present situation. For the first time since college, she'd had a one-night stand. Or a one-night sit, if it boiled down to the exact position. Charlie wasn't the type of person who did that sort of thing. She didn't go to bars. She didn't drink to excess. She didn't really make hugely regrettable mistakes. At least, not until recently. Her life had started to unspool back in August of last year. Charlie had spent almost every waking hour since then raveling out mistake after mistake. Apparently, the new month of May was not going to see any improvement. The blunders were now starting before she even got out of bed. This morning, she'd been wide awake on her back, staring up at the ceiling, trying to convince herself that what had happened last night had not happened at all, when an unfamiliar ringtone had come from her purse. She had answered because wrapping the phone in aluminum foil, throwing it into the dumpster behind her office, and buying a new phone that would restore from her old phone backup did not occur to her until after she had said hello. The short conversation that followed was of the kind you would expect between two total strangers. "Hello, person whose name I must have asked for but now can't recall. I believe I have your phone." Charlie had offered to meet the man at his work because she didn't want him to know where she lived, or worked, or what kind of car she drove. Between his pickup truck and his admittedly exquisite body, she'd thought he'd tell her he was a mechanic or a farmer. Then he'd said that he was a teacher, and she'd instantly flashed up a Dead Poet Society kind of thing. Then he'd said he taught middle school, and she'd jumped to the unfounded conclusion that he was a pedophile. Here. He stood outside an open door at the far end of the hall. As if on cue, the overhead fluorescents popped on, bathing Charlie in the most unflattering light possible. She instantly regretted her choice of ratty jeans and a faded, long-sleeved Duke Blue Devils basketball t-shirt. "Good Lord God," Charlie muttered. No such problems at the end of the hall. Mr. I can't remember your name was even more attractive than she remembered. The standard button-down with khakis uniform of a middle school teacher couldn't hide the fact that he had muscles in places that men in their 40s had generally replaced with beer and fried meat. His scraggly beard was more of a 5 o'clock shadow. The gray at his temples gave him a wizened air of mystery. He had one of those dimples in his chin that you could use to open a bottle. This was not the type of man Charlie dated. This was the exact type of man that she studiously avoided. He felt too coiled, too strong, too unknowable. It was like playing with a loaded gun. "This is me." He pointed to the bulletin board outside his room. Small handprints were traced onto white butcher paper. Purple cut-out letters read, Mr. Huckleberry.
Huckleberry?
Charlie asked.
It's Huckabee, actually.
He held out his hand.
Huck.
Charlie shook his hand, too late realizing that he was asking for his iPhone. Sorry. She handed him the phone. He gave her a crooked smile that had probably sent many a young girl into puberty.
Yours is in here.
Charlie followed him into the classroom. The walls were adorned with maps, which made sense because he was apparently a history teacher. At least if you believed the sign that said, Mr. Huckleberry loves world history. She said, I may be a little sketchy on last night, but I thought you said you were a Marine?
Not anymore, but it sounds sexier than middle school teacher.
He gave a self-deprecating laugh.
Joined up when I was 17. Took my retirement 6 years ago.
He leaned against his desk.
I was looking for a way to keep serving, so I got my master's on a GI Bill, and here we are.
I bet you get a lot of tear-stained cards on Valentine's Day. Charlie would have failed history every single day of her life if her teacher had looked like Mr. Huckleberry. He asked,
Do you have kids?
Not that I know of. Charlie didn't return the question. She assumed that someone with kids wouldn't use a photo of his dog as his screensaver. You married? He shook his head.
Didn't suit me.
It suited me, she explained. We've been officially separated for 9 months.
Did you cheat on him?
You'd think so, but no. Charlie ran her finger along the books on the shelf by his desk. Homer, Euripides, Voltaire, Bronte. You don't strike me as the Wuthering Heights type. He grinned.
Not much talking in the truck.
Charlie started to return the grin, but regret pulled down the corners of her mouth. In some ways, this easy, flirty banter felt like more of a transgression than the physical act of sex. She bantered with her husband. She asked inane questions of her husband. And last night, for the first time in her married life, she had cheated on her husband. Huck seemed to sense her mood shift.
It's obviously none of my business, but he's nuts for letting you go.
I'm a lot of work. Charlie studied one of the maps. There were blue pins in most of Europe and some of the Middle East. You go to all of these places? He nodded, but didn't elaborate. Marines, she said. Were you a Navy SEAL?
Marines can be SEALs, but not all SEALs are Marines.
Charlie was about to tell him that he hadn't answered the question, but Huck spoke first.
Your phone started ringing at dark 30.
Her heart flipped in her chest. You didn't answer?
Nah. It's much more fun trying to figure you out from your caller ID.
He pushed himself up on the desk.
B2 called around 5 this morning. I'm assuming that's your hookup at the vitamin shop?
Charlie's heart flipped again. That's riboflavin, my spin class instructor. He narrowed his eyes, but he didn't push her.
The next call came at approximately 5:15. Someone who showed up as Daddy, who I deduce by the lack of the word sugar in front of the name is your father.
She nodded, even as her mother's voice silently stressed that it was whom. Any other clues? He pretended to stroke a long beard.
Beginning around 5:30, you got a series of calls from the county jail, at least 6, spaced out about 5 minutes apart.
You got me, Nancy Drew. Charlie held up her hands in surrender. I'm a drug trafficker. Some of my mules got picked up over the weekend. He laughed.
I'm halfway believing you.
I'm a defense lawyer, she admitted. Usually, people are more receptive to drug trafficker. Huck stopped laughing. His eyes narrowed again, but the playfulness had evaporated.
What's your name?
Charlie Quinn. She could have sworn he flinched. She asked, Is there a problem? His jaw was clenched so hard the bone jutted out.
That's not the name on your credit card.
Charlie paused because there was a lot wrong with that statement. That's my married name. Why were you looking at my credit card?
I wasn't looking. I glanced at it when you put it down on the bar.
He stood up from the desk.
I should get ready for school.
Was it something I said? She was trying to make a joke out of it because of course it was something she'd said. Look, everybody hates lawyers until they need one.
I grew up in Pikeville.
You're saying that like it's an explanation. He opened and closed the desk drawers. Homeroom's about to start. I need to do my first period prep. Charlie crossed her arms. This wasn't the first time she'd had this conversation with longtime Pikeville residents. There's 2 reasons for you to be acting like you're acting. He ignored her, opening and closing another drawer. She counted out the possibilities on her fingers. Either you hate my father, which is okay because a lot of people hate him, or she held up her finger for the more likely excuse, the one that had put a target on Charlie's back 28 years ago when she'd returned to school. The one that still got her nasty looks in town from the people who supported the extended, inbred Culpepper clan. You think I'm a spoiled little bitch who helped frame Zachariah Culpepper and his innocent baby brother so my dad could get his hands on some pissant life insurance policy and their shitty little trailer. Which he never did, by the way. He could have sued them for the $20,000 they owed in legal bills, but he didn't. Not to mention, I could pick those fuckers out of a lineup with my eyes closed. He was shaking his head before she even finished. None of those things. Really? She had pegged him for a Culpepper truther when he told her that he'd grown up in Pikeville. On the other hand, Charlie could see a career Marine hating Rusty's kind of lawyering right up until that Marine got caught with a little too much oxy or a lot too much hooker. As her father always said, a Democrat is a Republican who's been through the criminal justice system. She told Huck, "Look, I love my dad, but I don't practice the same kind of law that he does. Half my caseload is in the juvenile court, the other half is in drug court. I work with stupid people who do stupid things, who need a lawyer to keep the prosecutor from overcharging them." She held out her hands in a shrug. "I just level the playing field." Huck glared at her. His initial anger had escalated to furious in the blink of an eye. "I want you to leave my room. Right now." His hard tone made Charlie take a step back. For the first time, it occurred to her that no one knew she was at the school and that Mr. Huckleberry could probably break her neck with one hand. Fine. She snatched her phone off his desk and started toward the door. Even as Charlie was telling herself she should shut up and go, she swung back around. "What did my father ever do to you?" Huck didn't answer. He was sitting at his desk, head bent over a stack of papers, red ink pen in hand. Charlie waited. He tapped the pen on his desk, a drumbeat of a dismissal. She was about to tell him where to stick the pen when she heard a loud crack echo down the hallway. 3 more cracks followed in quick succession. Not a car backfiring. Not fireworks. A person who has been up close when a gun is fired into another human being never mistakes the sound of a gunshot for something else. Charlie was yanked down to the floor. Huck threw her behind a filing cabinet, shielding her body with his own. He said something. She saw his mouth move, but the only sound she could hear was the gunshots echoing inside her head. 4 shots, each a distinctive, terrifying echo to the past. Just like before, her mouth went dry. Just like before, her heart stopped beating. Her throat closed, her vision tunneled, everything looked small, narrowed to a single, tiny point. Huck's voice rushed back in. "Active shooter at the middle school," he whispered calmly into his phone. "Sounds like he's near the principal's." Another crack. Another bullet fired, then another. Then the homeroom bell rang. "Jesus," Huck said. "There's at least 50 kids in the cafeteria. I have to..." A blood-curdling scream broke off the rest of his words. "Help!" a woman yelled. "Please help us!" Charlie blinked. Gamma's chest exploding. She blinked again. Blood misting from Sam's head. "Charlie, run!" She was out the door before Huck could stop her. Her legs pistoned, her heart pounded. Her sneakers gripped the waxy floor, but in her mind she could feel the earth moving against her bare feet, tree limbs slicing into her face, fear cinching a length of barbed wire around her chest. "Help us!" the woman cried. "Please!" Huck caught up with Charlie as she rounded the corner. He was nothing more than a blur as her vision tunneled again, this time to the 3 people at the end of the hallway. A man's feet pointed up at the ceiling. Behind him, to his right, a smaller set of feet splayed out. Pink shoes. White stars on the soles. Lights that would flash when she walked. An older woman knelt beside the little girl, rocking back and forth, wailing. Charlie wanted to wail too. Blood had sprayed the plastic chairs outside the office, splattered onto the walls and ceiling, jetted onto the floors. There was a familiarity to the carnage that spread a numbness through Charlie's body. She slowed to a jog, then a brisk walk. She had seen this before. She knew that you could put it all in a little box and close it up later, that you could go on with your life if you didn't sleep too much, didn't breathe too much, didn't live too much so that death came back and snatched you away for the taking. Somewhere a set of doors banged open. Loud footsteps clumped through the hallways. Voices were raised. Screaming. Crying. Words were being shouted, but they were unintelligible to Charlie. She was underwater. Her body moved slowly, arms and legs floating against an exaggerated gravity. Her brain silently catalogued all of the things that she did not want to see. Mr. Pinkman was on his back. His blue tie was tossed over his shoulder. Blood mushroomed from the center of his white dress shirt. The left side of his head was open, skin hanging like tattered paper around the white of his skull. There was a deep, black hole where his right eye should have been. Mrs. Pinkman was not beside her husband. She was the screaming woman who had suddenly stopped screaming. She was cradling the child's head in her lap. Holding a pastel blue sweater to the girl's neck, the bullet had ripped open something vital. Mrs. Pinkman's hands were bright red. Blood had turned the diamond on her wedding ring the color of a cherry pit. Charlie's knees gave out. She was on the floor beside the girl. She was seeing herself lying on the ground in the forest, 12, 13. Spindly little legs. Short black hair like Gamma. Long eyelashes like Sam. "Help," Mrs. Pinkman whispered, her voice hoarse. "Please." Charlie reached out her hands, not knowing where to put them. The little girl's eyes rolled up, then just as suddenly, she focused on Charlie. "It's okay," Charlie told her. "You'll be okay." "Go before this lamb, O Lord," Mrs. Pinkman prayed. "Be not far from her. Make haste to help her." "You won't die," Charlie's brain begged. "You won't surrender. You will graduate high school. You will go to college. You will get married. You will not leave a gaping hole in your family where your love used to be. Make haste to guide me, O Lord, my salvation." "Look at me," Charlie told the girl. "You're going to be fine." The girl was not going to be fine. Her eyelids began to flutter. Her blue-tinged lips parted. Tiny teeth. White gums. The light pink tip of her tongue. Slowly, the color began to drain from her face. Charlie was reminded of the way winter came down the mountain. The festive red and orange and yellow leaves, turning umber, then brown, then starting to fall, so that by the time the cold reached its icy fingers into the foothills outside of town, everything was dead. "Oh, God," Mrs. Pinkman sobbed. "Little angel. Poor little angel." Charlie couldn't remember taking the child's hand, but there were her little fingers caught between Charlie's bigger ones. So small and cold, like a lost glove on the playground. Charlie watched the fingers slowly release until the girl's hand fell slack to the floor. Gone. "Code Black!" Charlie jerked at the sound. "Code Black!" A cop was running up the hallway. He had his radio in one hand, a shotgun in the other. Panic cracked his voice. "Get to the school! Get to the school!" For a brief second, the man made eye contact with Charlie. There was a spark of recognition, and then he saw the body of the dead child. Horror, then grief, collapsed his features. The toe of his shoe caught a streak of blood. His feet slipped out from underneath him. He fell hard to the ground, his breath oofed out of his open mouth. The shotgun flew from his hand and skittered across the floor. Charlie looked down at her own hand, the one that held the child's. She rubbed together her fingers. The blood was sticky, not like Gamma's, which had felt slick like oil. Bright white bone, pieces of heart and lung, cords of tendon and arteries and veins, and life spilling out of her gaping wounds. She remembered going back to the farmhouse after it was all over. Rusty had hired someone to clean, but they hadn't done a thorough job. Months later, Charlie was looking for a bowl at the back of one of the cabinets, and she'd found a piece of Gamma's tooth. "Don't!" Huck yelled. Charlie looked up, shocked by what she saw, what she had missed, what at first she couldn't comprehend even though it was taking place less than 50 feet in front of her. A teenage girl was sitting on the floor, her back to the lockers. Charlie's brain flashed up an image from before, the girl sneaking into the edge of her tunnel vision as Charlie ran up the hallway toward the carnage. Charlie had instantly recognized the girl's type. Black clothes, black eyeliner. A goth. No blood. Round face showing shock, not pain. She's okay, Charlie had thought, running past her to reach Mrs. Pinkman, to reach the child. But the goth girl wasn't okay. She was the shooter. She had a revolver in her hand. Instead of picking off more victims, she was pointing the gun at her own chest. "Put it down!" The cop was standing a few yards away, his shotgun jammed into his shoulder. Terror informed his every movement, from the way he was bouncing on the balls of his feet to the death grip he had on the weapon. "I said put it the fuck down!" "She will." Huck knelt with his back to the girl, shielding her. His hands were up, his voice was steady. "It's okay, officer, let's stay calm here." "Get out of my way!" The cop wasn't calm. He was amped up, ready to pull the trigger the moment he got a clean shot. "Get the fuck out of my way!" "Her name is Kelly," Huck said. "Kelly Wilson." "Fucking move, asshole!" Charlie didn't watch the men. She watched the weapons. Revolver and shotgun. Shotgun and revolver. She felt a wave pass through her body, the same kind of anesthesia that had numbed her so many times before. "Move!" the cop screamed. He jerked the shotgun one way, then the other, trying to angle around Huck. "Get the fuck out of my way!" "No." Huck stayed on his knees, his back to Kelly, his hands stayed in the air. "Don't do this, man. She's only 16 years old. You don't want to kill a—" "Move out of my way!" The cop's fear was like an electric current crackling the air. "Get on the floor!" "Stop it, man." Huck moved with the shotgun, blocking him at every point. "She's not trying to shoot anybody but herself." The girl's mouth opened. Charlie couldn't hear the words, but the cop obviously did. "Did you hear that fucking bitch?" the cop screamed. "Let her do it or get the fuck out of my way." "Please," Mrs. Pinkman whispered. Charlie had almost forgotten about the woman. The principal's wife had her head in her hands, her eyes covered so she didn't have to see. "Please stop." "Kelly." Huck's voice was calm. He reached his hand over his shoulder, palm up. "Kelly, give me the gun, sweetheart. You don't have to do this." He waited a few seconds, then said, "Kelly, look at me." Slowly, the girl looked up. Her mouth was slack, her eyes were glassy. "Front hallway! Front hallway!" Another cop rushed past Charlie. He went down on one knee, sliding across the floor, two-handing his Glock and screaming, "Put it down!" "Please, God." Mrs. Pinkman sobbed into her hands. "Forgive this sin." "Kelly," Huck said. "Hand me the gun. Nobody else has to get hurt." "Down!" The second cop boomed. Hysteria pitched his voice up too high. Charlie could see his finger tense on the trigger. "Get down on the ground!" "Kelly." Huck made his voice firm like an angry parent. "I'm not asking anymore. Give me the gun right now." He shook his open hand in the air for emphasis. "I mean it." Kelly Wilson began to nod. Charlie watched the teenager's eyes gradually come back into focus as Huck's words started to penetrate. Someone was telling her what to do, showing her a way out of this. Her shoulders relaxed, her mouth closed. She blinked several times. Charlie intrinsically understood what the girl was going through. Time had stopped, and then someone, somehow, had found a key to wind it back up again. Slowly, Kelly moved to put the revolver in Huck's hand. The cop pulled the trigger anyway. Chapter 2. Charlie watched Huck's left shoulder jerk as the bullet ripped through his arm. His nostrils flared, his lips parted for breath. Blood wicked into the fibers of his shirt like a red iris. Still, he held onto the revolver that Kelly had placed in his hand. Someone whispered, "Jesus Christ."
"I'm all right,"
Huck told the cop who had shot him.
"You can holster your weapon, okay?"
The cop's hand shook so hard that he could barely hold on to his gun. Huck said,
"Officer Rogers, holster your weapon and take this revolver."
Charlie felt, rather than saw, a swarm of police officers run past her. The air billowed around them like the cartoon swirls that came out of clouds, nothing more than thin, curved lines that indicated movement. Then a paramedic was holding tightly to Charlie's arm. Then someone was shining a flashlight into her eyes, asking if she was hurt, if she was in shock, if she wanted to go to the hospital. "No," Mrs. Pinkman said. Another paramedic was checking her for injuries. Her red shirt was soaked with blood. "Please, I'm fine." No one was checking on Mr. Pinkman. No one was checking on the little girl. Charlie looked down at her hands. The bones inside the tips of her fingers were vibrating. The sensation slowly spread until she felt like she was standing an inch outside of her body, that every breath was a reverberation of another breath that she had previously taken. Mrs. Pinkman cupped her hand to Charlie's cheek. She used her thumb to wipe away tears. Pain was etched into the deep wrinkles lining the woman's face. With anyone else, Charlie would have pulled away. But she leaned into Mrs. Pinkman's warmth. They had been here before. 28 years ago, Mrs. Pinkman was Miss Heller, living with her parents 2 miles away from the farmhouse. She was the one who'd answered the tentative knock at her door and found 13-year-old Charlie standing on the front porch, covered in sweat, streaked with blood, asking if they had any ice cream. That was what people focused on when they told the story. Not that Gamma had been murdered or that Sam had been buried alive, but that Charlie had eaten 2 bowls of ice cream before she told Miss Heller that something bad had happened. "Charlotte." Huck grabbed her shoulder. She watched his mouth move as he repeated the name that wasn't her name anymore. His tie was undone. She saw the red splotches dotting the white bandage around his arm. "Charlotte." He shook her again. "You need to call your dad. Now." Charlie looked up, looked around. Time had moved on without her. Mrs. Pinkman was gone. The paramedics had disappeared. The only thing that remained the same was the bodies. They were still there, just a few feet away. Mr. Pinkman with his tie over his shoulder, the little girl with her pink jacket that was stained with blood. "Call him," Huck said. Charlie fumbled for the phone in her back pocket. He was right. Rusty would be worried. She needed to let him know that she was okay. Huck said, "Tell him to bring the newspapers, the chief of police, whoever he can get down here." He looked away. "I can't stop them on my own." Charlie felt a tightness in her chest, her body telling her that she was trapped inside something dangerous. She followed Huck's gaze down the hallway. He wasn't worried about Charlie. He was worried about Kelly Wilson. The teenager was face down on the floor, both arms handcuffed tightly behind her back. She was petite, no more than Charlie's size, but she was pinned down the same as if she were a violent con. One cop had his knee pressed into her back, another kneeled on her legs, and yet another was grinding the sole of his boot into the side of the girl's face. These actions alone could be seen through the wide lens of admissible restraint. But that's not why Huck had told her to call Rusty. 5 more cops stood in a circle around the girl. She hadn't heard them before, but she could hear them clearly now. They were screaming, cursing, waving their arms around. Charlie knew some of these men, recognized them from high school or the courtroom, or both. The expressions on their faces were all painted in the same shade of rage. They were furious about the deaths, livid about their own feelings of helplessness. This was their town, their school. They had children who were students here, teachers, friends. One of the cops punched a locker so hard that the hinge broke on the metal door. Others kept clenching and unclenching their hands. A few walked back and forth across the short length of the hall like animals in a cage. Maybe they were animals. One wrong word could spark a kick, then a punch, then batons would be pulled, guns would be drawn, and they would set upon Kelly Wilson like jackals. "My girl's that age," someone hissed between gritted teeth. "They were in the same class." Another fist slammed into another locker.
"Pink coached me up," someone said. "I ain't never gonna coach nobody up never again."
Yet another locker door was kicked off its hinges.
"You..."
Charlie's voice cracked before she could finish. This was dangerous. Too dangerous.
"Stop,"
she said, then begged.
"Please stop."
They either didn't hear her or didn't care.
"Charlotte," Huck said, "don't get into this, just..."
"Fucking bitch." The cop with his knee jammed into Kelly's back yanked a fistful of the girl's hair. "Why'd you do it? Why'd you kill him?"
"Stop,"
Charlie said. Huck's hand went to her arm, but she stood up anyway.
"Stop,"
she repeated. No one was listening. Her voice was too timid because every muscle in her body was telling her not to insert herself into this buzzsaw of masculine fury. It was like trying to stop dogs from fighting, except the dogs had loaded guns.
"Hey,"
Charlie said, fear making her choke on the word. "Take her to the station. Put her in lockup." Jonah Vickery, an asshole jock she knew from high school, snapped out his metal baton.
"Jonah?"
Charlie's knees were so weak that she had to lean against the wall to keep from sliding to the floor. "You need to Mirandize her and..."
"Charlotte."
Huck motioned for her to sit back down on the floor.
"Don't get into this. Call your dad. He can stop this."
He was right. Cops were afraid of her father. They knew about his lawsuits, his public platform. Charlie tried to press the home button on the phone. Her fingers were too thick. Sweat had turned the dried blood into a thick paste.
"Hurry," Huck said. "They're going to end up killing her."
Charlie watched a foot swing into Kelly's side hard enough to make the girl's hips leave the ground. Another metal baton snapped out. Charlie finally managed to press the home button. A photo of Huck's dog filled the screen. She didn't ask Huck for the code. It was too late to call Rusty. He wouldn't make it to the school in time. She tapped the camera icon, knowing it bypassed the lock screen. 2 swipes later, the video was recording. She zoomed in on the girl's face. "Kelly Wilson, look at me. Can you breathe?" Kelly blinked. Her head looked like it was the size of a doll's compared to the black police issue boot that was pressing into the side of her face. Charlie said, "Kelly, look into the camera." "God damn it," Huck cursed. "I said to... You guys need to stop this." Charlie dragged her shoulder against the lockers as she walked closer to the lion's den. "Take her to the station. Photograph her, fingerprint her. Don't let this blow back on..." "She's filming us," one of the cops said. Greg Brenner, another asshole jock. "Put it down, Quinn." "She's a 16-year-old girl," Charlie kept recording. "I'll ride with her in the back of the car. You can arrest her and..." "Make her stop," Jonah said. He was the one with his foot pressed against the face of a teenage girl. "She's worse than her fucking father." "Give her a bowl of ice cream," Al Larissi suggested. Charlie said, "Jonah, get your boot off her head." She trained the camera onto each man's face. "There's a right way to do this. You all know that. Don't be the reason this case gets tossed." Jonah pressed his foot down so hard that Kelly's jaw was forced to open. Blood dribbled out where her braces had cut into her cheek. He said, "You see that dead baby over there?" He pointed up the hallway. "You see where her neck got blowed off?" "What do you think?" Charlie asked because she had the little girl's blood all over her hands. "I think you care more about a fucking murderer than you do about 2 innocent victims." "That's enough." Greg tried to grab the phone. "Turn it off." Charlie turned away so she could keep filming. "Put us both in the car," she said. "Take us to the station and..." "Give me that." Greg reached for the phone again. Charlie tried to feint away, but Greg was too fast. He snatched the phone out of her hand and threw it to the ground. Charlie leaned down to retrieve it. "Leave it," he ordered. Charlie kept reaching for the phone. Without warning, the point of Greg's elbow cracked against the bridge of her nose. Her head snapped back, banging it into the locker. The pain was like a bomb had gone off inside of her face. Charlie's mouth opened. She coughed out blood. No one moved. No one spoke. Charlie cupped her hands to her face. Blood poured from her nose like a faucet. She felt stunned. Greg looked stunned. He held up his hands as if to say he didn't mean it. But the damage had already been done. Charlie staggered sideways. She tripped over her own feet. Greg reached out to catch her. He was too late. The last thing she saw was the ceiling spinning over her head as she hit the ground. Chapter 3. Charlie sat on the floor of the interview room with her back wedged into the corner. She had no idea how much time had passed since she'd been hauled off to the police station. An hour, at least. Her wrists were still handcuffed. Toilet paper was still shoved up her broken nose. Stitches prickled the back of her scalp. Her head was pounding. Her vision was blurry. Her stomach was churning. She had been photographed. She had been fingerprinted. She was still wearing the same clothes. Her jeans were dotted with dark red splotches. The same pattern riddled her Duke Blue Devils t-shirt. Her hands were still caked with dried blood because the cell where they had let her use the toilet only had a trickle of cold brown water coming out of the filthy sink faucet. 28 years ago, she had begged the nurses at the hospital to let her take a bath. Gamma's blood was seared to her skin. Everything was sticky. Charlie had not completely submerged herself in water since the red brick house had burned down. She'd wanted to feel the warmth envelop her, to watch the blood and bone float away like a bad dream, fading from her memory. Nothing ever truly faded. Time only dulled the edges. Charlie let out a slow breath. She rested the side of her head against the wall. She closed her eyes. She saw the dead little girl in the school hallway, the way her color had drained like winter, the way her hand had fallen from Charlie's hand, the same way that Gamma's hand had fallen away. The little girl would still be in the cold hallway at school, her body, at least, along with Mr. Pinkman's. Both still dead. Both still exposed to one more final injustice. They would be left out in the open, uncovered, unprotected, while people traipsed back and forth around them. That was how homicides worked. No one moved anything, not even a child, not even a beloved coach, until every inch of the crime scene was photographed, catalogued, measured, diagrammed, investigated. Charlie opened her eyes. This was all such sad, familiar territory. The images she couldn't get out of her head, the dark places that her brain kept going to over and over again, like car wheels wearing down a gravel road. She breathed through her mouth. Her nose had a painful pulse. The paramedic had said it wasn't broken, but Charlie didn't trust any of them. Even while her head was being sutured, the cops were scrambling to cover for each other, articulating their reports, all of them agreeing that Charlie had been hostile, that she had knocked herself against Greg's elbow, that the phone had been broken when she accidentally stepped on it. Huck's phone. Mr. Huckleberry had repeatedly made the point that the phone and its contents belonged to him. He'd even shown them the screen so that they could watch the video being deleted. While it was happening, it had hurt too much to shake her head. But Charlie did so now. They had shot Huck, unprovoked, and he was taking up for them. She had seen this kind of behavior in almost every police force she had ever dealt with. No matter what, these guys always covered for each other. The door opened. Jonah came in. He carried 2 folding chairs, one in each hand. He winked at Charlie, because he liked her better now that she was in his custody. He'd been the same kind of sadist in high school. The uniform had only codified it. "I want my father," she said, the same thing she said every time someone entered the room. Jonah winked again as he unfolded the chairs on either side of the table. "I have a legal right to counsel. I just talked to him on the phone." This came not from Jonah, but from Ben Bernard, an assistant district attorney for the county. He barely glanced at Charlie as he tossed a folder onto the table and sat down. "Take the cuffs off her." Jonah asked, "You want me to hook her leash to the table?" Ben smoothed down his tie. He looked up at the man. "I said to take those fucking handcuffs off my wife right now." Ben had raised his voice to say this, but he hadn't yelled. He never yelled. At least, not in the 18 years that Charlie had known him. Jonah swung his keys around his fingers, making it clear that he was going to do this in his own time, of his own volition. He roughly unlocked the cuffs and stripped them from Charlie's wrists, but the joke was on him because she was so numb that she didn't feel any of it. Jonah slammed the door when he left the room. Charlie listened to the slam echo off the concrete walls. She stayed seated on the floor. She waited for Ben to say something jokey, like, "Nobody puts baby in a corner." But Ben had 2 homicide victims at the middle school, a suicidal teenage murderer in custody, and his wife was sitting in a corner covered in blood. So instead, she took consolation in the way he lifted his chin to indicate that she should sit in the chair across from him. She asked, "Is Kelly all right?" "She's on suicide watch. 2 female officers around the clock." "She's 16, Charlie said, though they both knew that Kelly Wilson would be direct filed as an adult. The teenager's only saving grace, literally, was that minors were no longer eligible for the death penalty. If she asked for a parent, that can be construed as the equivalent of asking for a lawyer. "Depends on the judge." "You know Dad will get a change of venue." Charlie knew her father was the only lawyer in town who would take the case. The overhead light flashed off Ben's glasses as he nodded toward the chair again. Charlie pushed herself up against the wall. A wave of dizziness made her close her eyes. Ben asked, "Do you need medical treatment?" "Somebody already asked me that." Charlie didn't want to go to a hospital. She probably had a concussion, but she could still walk as long as she kept some part of her body in contact with something solid. "I'm fine." He said nothing, but the silent, "Of course you're fine, you're always fine," reverberated around the room. "See?" She touched the wall with the tips of her fingers, an acrobat on a wire. Ben didn't look up. He adjusted his glasses. He opened the file folder in front of him. There was a single form inside. Charlie's eyes wouldn't focus to read the words, even when he began writing in his big, blocky letters. She asked, "With what offense have I been charged?" "Obstruction of justice." "That's a handy catch-all." He kept writing. He kept not looking at her. She asked, "You already saw what they did to me, didn't you?" The only sound Ben made was his pen scratching across the paper. "That's why you won't look at me now? Because you already looked at me through that?" She nodded toward the 2-way mirror. "Who else is there? Coyne?" District Attorney Ken Coyne was Ben's boss, an insufferable dick-slap of a man who saw everything in black and white, and more recently, brown, because of the housing boom that had brought an influx of Mexican immigrants up from Atlanta. Charlie watched the reflection of her raised hand in the mirror, her middle finger extending in a salute to D.A. Coyne. Ben said, "I've taken 9 witness statements that said you were inconsolable at the scene, and in the course of being comforted by Officer Brenner, your nose met with his elbow." If he was going to talk to her like a lawyer, then she was going to be a lawyer. Is that what the video on the phone showed? Or do I need to get a subpoena for a forensic examination of any deleted files? Ben's shoulder went up in a shrug. "Do what you have to do." "All right." Charlie braced her palms on the table so that she could sit. "Is this the part where you offer to drop the bogus obstruction charge if I don't file an excessive force complaint?" "I already dropped the bogus obstruction charge." His pen moved down to the next line. "You can file as many complaints as you want." "All I want is an apology." She heard a sound behind the mirror, something close to a gasp. In the past 12 years, Charlie had filed 2 very successful lawsuits against the Pikeville police force on behalf of her clients. Ken Coyne had probably assumed she was sitting in here counting all of the money she was going to make off of the city instead of grieving for the child who had died in her arms, or mourning the loss of the principal who had given her detention instead of kicking her out of school when they both knew that Charlie deserved it. Ben kept his head bent down. He tapped his pen against the table. She tried not to think about Huck doing the same thing at his school desk. He asked, "Are you sure?" Charlie waved toward the mirror, hoping Coyne was there. "If you guys could just admit when you did something wrong, then when you said that you did something right, people would believe you." Ben finally looked at her. His eyes tracked across her face, taking in the damage. She saw the fine lines around his mouth when he frowned, the deep furrow in his brow, and wondered if he had ever noticed the same signs of age in her face. They had met in law school. He had moved to Pikeville in order to be with her. They had planned on spending the rest of their lives together. She said, "Kelly Wilson has a right to—" Ben held up his hand to stop her. "You know that I agree with everything you're going to say." Charlie sat back in the chair. She had to remind herself that neither she nor Ben had ever bought into Rusty and Ken Coyne's us-against-them mentality. She said, "I want a written apology from Greg Brenner. A real apology, not some bullshit 'I'm sorry you feel that way' excuse like I'm a hysterical woman and he wasn't acting like a goddamn brown shirt." Ben nodded. Done. Charlie reached for the form. She grabbed the pen. The words were a blur, but she had read enough witness statements to know where you were supposed to sign your name. She scrawled her signature near the bottom, then slid the form back toward Ben. I'll trust you to keep your side of the bargain. Fill in the statement however you want. Ben stared down at the form. His fingers hovered at the edge. He wasn't looking at her signature, but at the bloody brown fingerprint she'd left on the white paper. Charlie blinked to clear her eyes. This was the closest they had come to touching each other in 9 months. Okay. He closed the folder. He made to stand. It was just the two of them? Charlie asked. Mr. Pink and the little... Yes. He hesitated before sitting back down in the chair. One of the janitors locked down the cafeteria. The assistant principal stopped the buses at the street. Charlie did not want to think about the damage that Kelly Wilson could have done if she had started firing the gun a few seconds after the bell instead of before. Ben said, They all have to be interviewed. The kids, teachers, staff. Charlie knew the city wasn't capable of coordinating so many interviews, let alone putting together such a large case on its own. The Pikeville Police Department had 17 full-time officers. Ben was one of 6 lawyers in the district attorney's office. She asked, Is Ken going to ask for help? They're already here, Ben said. Everybody just showed up. Troopers, state police, sheriff's office. We didn't even have to call them. That's good. Yeah. He picked at the corner of the folder with his fingers. His lips twitched the way they always did when he chewed at the tip of his tongue. It was an old habit that wouldn't die. Charlie had once seen his mother reach across the dinner table and slap his hand to make him stop. She asked, You saw the bodies? He didn't answer, but he didn't have to. Charlie knew that Ben had seen the crime scene. She could tell by the somber tone in his voice, the slump in his shoulders. Pikeville had grown over the last 2 decades, but it was still a small town. The kind of place where heroin was a much larger concern than homicide. Ben said, You know it takes time, but I told them to move the bodies as soon as possible. Charlie looked up at the ceiling to keep the tears in her eyes. He had awakened her dozens of times from her worst nightmare. A day in the life. Charlie and Rusty going about their mundane chores inside the old farmhouse, cooking meals and doing laundry and washing dishes while Gamma's body rotted against the cabinets because the police had forgotten to take her away. It was probably the piece of tooth Charlie had found in the back of the cabinet because what else had they missed? Ben said, Your car is parked behind your office. They locked down the school. It'll probably be closed for the rest of the week. There's already a news van up from Atlanta. Is that where Dad is? Combing his hair? They both smiled a little because they both knew that her father loved nothing more than to see himself on television. Ben said, He told you to hang tight. When I called him, that's what Rusty said. Tell that girl to hang tight. Which meant that Rusty wasn't going to ride to her rescue. That he assumed his tough daughter could handle herself in a room full of Keystone cops while he rushed to Kelly Wilson's house and got her parents to sign his fee agreement. When people talked about how much they hated lawyers, it was Rusty who came to mind. Ben said, I can have one of the squad cars take you to your office. I'm not getting in a car with any of those assholes. Ben ran his fingers through his hair. He needed a trim. His shirt was wrinkled. His suit was missing a button. She wanted to think he was falling apart without her. But the truth was that he was always disheveled, and Charlie was more likely to tease him about looking like a hipster hobo than to take out a needle and thread. She said, Kelly Wilson was in their custody. She wasn't resisting. The moment they cuffed her, they were responsible for her safety. Greg's daughter goes to that school. So does Kelly. Charlie leaned closer. We're not living in Abu Ghraib, okay? Kelly Wilson has a constitutional right to due process under the law. It's up to a judge and jury to decide, not a bunch of vigilante cops with hard-ons to beat down a teenage girl. I get it. We all get it. Ben thought she was grandstanding for the great Oz behind the mirror. A just society is a lawful society. You can't be a good guy if you act like a bad guy. He was quoting Rusty. She said, They were going to beat the shit out of her, or worse. So you volunteered yourself instead? Charlie felt a burning sensation in her hands. Without thinking, she was scratching at the dried blood, rolling it into tiny balls. Her fingernails were 10 black crescents. She looked up at her husband. "You said you took 9 witness statements?" Ben gave a single, reluctant nod. He knew why she was asking the question. 8 cops. Mrs. Pinkman wasn't there when Charlie's nose was broken, which meant that the 9th statement had come from Huck, which meant that Ben had already talked to him. She asked, "Do you know?" That was the only thing that mattered between them right now. Whether or not Ben knew why she had been at the school this morning. Because if Ben knew, then everyone else knew. Which meant that Charlie had yet again found another uniquely cruel way to humiliate her husband. "Ben?" she asked. He ran his fingers through his hair. He smoothed down his tie. He had so many tells that they could never play cards together, not even go fish. "Babe, I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry." There was a quick knock before the door opened. Charlie held out hope that it was her father, but an older black woman wearing a navy pantsuit and white blouse walked into the room. Her short, black hair was tufted with white. She had a large, banged-up-looking purse on her arm that was almost as big as the one that Charlie carried to work. A laminated ID hung on the lanyard around her neck, but Charlie couldn't read it. The woman said, "I'm Special Agent in Charge Delia Wolford with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. You're Charlotte Quinn?" She reached out to shake Charlie's hand, but changed her mind when she saw the dried blood. "Have you been photographed?" Charlie nodded. "For God's sakes." She opened her purse and pulled out a packet of wet wipes. "Use as many as you need. I can get more." Jonah was back with another chair. Delia pointed to the head of the table, indicating that's where she wanted to sit. She asked Jonah, "Are you the jerk who wouldn't let this woman clean herself up?" Jonah didn't know what to do with the question. He had probably never had to answer to any woman besides his mother, and that had been a long time ago. "Close the door behind you." Delia waved Jonah off as she sat down. "Ms. Quinn, we'll get through this as quickly as possible. Do you mind if I record this?" Charlie shook her head. "Knock yourself out." She tapped some buttons on her phone to activate the recorder, then unpacked her bag, tossing notepads and books and papers onto the table. The concussion made it impossible for Charlie to read anything in front of her, so she opened up the pack of wet wipes and got to work. She scrubbed between her fingers first, dislodging specks of black that floated like ashes from a roaring fire. The blood had seared itself into the pores. Her hands looked like an old woman's. She was suddenly overcome with exhaustion. She wanted to go home. She wanted a hot bath. She wanted to think about what had happened today, to examine all the pieces, then gather them up, put them in a box, and place it high on a shelf so that she never had to deal with it again. "Miss Quinn?" Delia Wolford was offering her a bottle of water. Charlie almost snatched it out of the woman's hand. She hadn't realized she was thirsty until that moment. Half of the water was gone before the logical part of her brain reminded her that it wasn't a good idea to drink so quickly on a sour stomach. "Sorry." Charlie put her hand to her mouth to cover the noxious belch. The agent had obviously endured worse. "Ready?" "You're recording this?" "Yes." Charlie peeled another wipe out of the packet. "First, I want some information about Kelly Wilson." Delia Wolford had enough years under her belt to not look as annoyed as she must have felt. "She's been examined by a doctor. She's under constant surveillance." That's not what Charlie had meant, and the agent knew it. "There are 9 factors you have to consider before ascertaining whether or not a juvenile statement is—" "Miss Quinn," Delia interrupted, "let's stop worrying about Kelly Wilson and start worrying about you. I'm sure you don't want to spend a second longer here than you absolutely have to." Charlie would have rolled her eyes if not for the fear of making herself dizzy. "She's 16. She's not old enough to—" "18. Charlie stopped cleaning her hands. She stared at Ben, not Delia Wolford, because they had both agreed very early on in their marriage that a lie by omission was still a lie. Ben stared back. His expression told her nothing. Delia said, "According to her birth certificate, Kelly Wilson turned 18 2 days ago." "You've—" Charlie had to look away from Ben because their broken marriage took a back seat to a death warrant. "You've seen her birth certificate?" Delia shuffled through a stack of folders until she found what she was looking for. She put a sheet of paper in front of Charlie. All Charlie could make out was a round, official-looking seal. Delia said, "The school records back it up, but we were faxed this official copy from the Georgia Department of Health an hour ago." Her finger pointed to what must have been Kelly's birth date. "She turned 18 at 6:23 on Saturday morning, but you know that the law gives her until midnight before she's officially an adult."
Charlie felt sick. 2 days. 48 hours meant the difference between life with a possibility of parole and death by lethal injection.
She was held back a grade. That's probably where the confusion lies.
What was she doing at the middle school?
There are still a great many unanswered questions.
Delia dug around in her purse and found a pen.
"Now, Ms. Quinn, for the record, are you willing to give a statement? It's your right to refuse, you know that."
Charlie could barely follow the agent's words. She placed her palm flat against her stomach, forcing it to calm. Even if by some miracle Kelly Wilson managed to avoid the death penalty, Georgia's 7 deadly sins law would make sure she never got out of prison. Would that be so wrong? There was no ambiguity here. Kelly had literally been caught holding the murder weapon in her hands. Charlie looked down at her own hands, still bloody from the little girl who had died in her arms. Died because Kelly Wilson had shot her. Murdered her. Just like she had murdered Mr. Pinkman.
"Ms. Quinn?"
Delia glanced at her watch, but Charlie knew the woman was exactly where she needed to be.
Charlie also knew how the legal system worked. No one would tell the story of what happened this morning without an eye toward nailing Kelly Wilson to a cross. Not the 8 cops who were there, not Huck Huckabee. Maybe not even Mrs. Pinkman, whose husband had been murdered not 10 yards from her classroom door. Charlie said, "I agree to give a statement." Delia had a legal pad in front of her. She twisted open her pen. "Miss Quinn, first I want to tell you how sorry I am that you've been pulled into this. I am aware of your family history. I'm sure it was difficult witnessing."
Charlie rolled her hand, indicating she should move on.
"All right," Delia said. "This next bit I have to say. I want you to know that the door behind me is unlocked. You're not under arrest. You are not being detained. As I told you before, you're free to leave at any time. Though, as one of the few witnesses of today's tragedy, your voluntary statement could be instrumental in helping us put together what happened."
Charlie noted that the woman had not warned her that lying to a GBI agent could land her in prison. "You want me to help you build your case against Kelly Wilson?"
"I just want you to tell me the truth."
"And I can only do that to the best of my knowledge." Charlie didn't realize that she was feeling hostile until she looked down and saw that her arms were crossed.
Delia rested her pen on the table, but the recorder was still going. "Ms. Quinn, let's put this out there that this is a very awkward situation for all of us."
Charlie waited.
Delia asked, "Would it help you speak more freely if your husband left the room?"
Charlie smoothed her lips together. "Ben knows why I was at the school this morning." If Delia was disappointed that her ace had been played, she didn't let on. She picked up the pen.
"Let's start from that point, then. I know your car was parked in the faculty lot to the east of the main entrance. How did you enter the building?"
"The side door. It was propped open."
"Did you notice the door was open when you parked your car?"
"It's always open." Charlie shook her head. "I mean, it was when I was a student there. It's quicker from the parking lot to the cafeteria. I used to go to the—" Her voice trailed off because it didn't matter. "I parked in the side lot and went through the side door, which I assumed from my previous time as a student would be open." Delia's pen moved across the pad. She didn't look up when she asked, "You went directly to Mr. Huckabee's classroom?" "I got turned around. I walked by the front office. It was dark inside, except Mr. Pinkman's light was on in the back."
"Did you see anyone?"
"I didn't see Mr. Pinkman, just that his light was on."
"What about anybody else?"
"Mrs. Jenkins, the school secretary. I think I saw her go into the office, but I was way down the hall by then. The lights came on, I turned around. I was about 30 yards away, standing where Kelly Wilson had stood when she murdered Mr. Pinkman and the little girl. I'm not sure it was Mrs. Jenkins who entered the office, but it was an older woman who looked like her."
"And that's the only person you saw, an older woman entering the office?"
"Yes. The doors were closed to the classrooms. Some teachers were inside, so
I guess I saw them too. Charlie chewed her lip, trying to get her thoughts together. No wonder her clients talked themselves into trouble. Charlie was a witness, not even a suspect, and she was already leaving out details. I didn't recognize any of the teachers behind the doors. I don't know if they saw me, but it's possible they did.
Okay, so you went to Mr. Huckabee's classroom next.
Yes, I was in his room when I heard the gunshot.
A gunshot.
Charlie wadded the wet wipes into a ball on the table. 4 gunshots.
Rapid?
Yes. No. She closed her eyes. She tried to remember. Only a handful of hours had passed. Why did everything feel like it had happened an eternity ago? I heard 2 shots, then 2 more? Or 3 and then 1? Delia held her pen aloft, waiting. I don't remember the sequence, Charlie admitted, and she again reminded herself that this was a sworn statement. To the best of my recollection, there were 4 shots total. I remember counting them, and then Huck pulled me down. Charlie cleared her throat. She resisted the need to look at Ben, to gauge how he was taking this. Mr. Huckabee pulled me down behind the filing cabinet, I assume for cover.
Any more gunshots?
She shook her head because, again, she was unsure. I don't know.
Delia said, "Let's back up a little. It was only you and Mr. Huckabee in the room."
Yes, I didn't see anyone else in the hall.
How long were you in Mr. Huckabee's room before you heard the shots?
Again, Charlie shook her head. Maybe 2 to 3 minutes?
So, you go into his classroom, 2 to 3 minutes pass, you hear these 4 gunshots. Mr. Huckabee pulls you down behind the filing cabinet, and then...
Charlie shrugged. I ran.
Toward the exit.
Charlie's eyes flicked toward Ben. Toward the gunshots. Ben silently scratched his jaw. This was one of their things. The way Charlie always ran toward danger when everyone else was running away.
All right. Delia spoke as she wrote. Was Mr. Huckabee with you when you ran toward the gunshots?
He was behind me. Charlie remembered sprinting past Kelly, leaping over her extended legs. This time her memory showed Huck kneeling beside the girl. That made sense. He would have seen the gun in Kelly's hand. He would have been trying to talk the teenager into giving him the revolver the entire time that Charlie was watching the little girl die. She asked Delia, "Can you tell me her name? The little girl?"
Lucy Alexander. Her mother teaches at the school.
Charlie saw the girl's feature come into focus. Her pink coat, her matching backpack. Was her name monogrammed on the inside of her jacket, or was that a detail that Charlie was making up?
Delia said, "We haven't released her name to the press, but her parents have been notified."
She didn't suffer. At least, I don't think so. She didn't know she was... Once again, Charlie shook her head, aware that she was filling in blanks with things that she wanted to be true.
Delia said, "So you ran toward the gunshots in the direction of the front office."
She turned to a fresh page in her pad.
Mr. Huckabee was behind you. Who else did you see?
I don't remember seeing Kelly Wilson. I mean, I did remember later that I saw her when I heard the cops shouting, but when I was running, well, before that, Huck caught up with me. He passed me at the corner, and then I passed him. Charlie chewed her lip again. This meandering narrative was the kind of thing that drove her crazy when she talked to her clients. I ran past Kelly. I thought she was a kid, a student. Kelly Wilson had been both of those things. Even at 18, she was tiny, the kind of girl who would always look like a kid, even when she was a grown woman with children of her own.
"I'm getting fuzzy on the timeline," Delia admitted.
"I'm sorry," Charlie tried to explain. "It screws with your head when you're in the middle of this kind of thing. Time turns from a straight line into a sphere, and it's not until later that you can hold it in your hand and look at all the different sides and you think, oh, now I remember this happened, then it's only after the fact that you can pull it back into a straight line that makes sense." Ben was studying her. She knew what he was thinking, because she knew the inside of his head better than she did her own. With those few sentences, Charlie had revealed more about her feelings when Gamma and Sam had been shot than she had alluded to in 16 years of marriage. Charlie kept her focus on Delia Wolford. What I'm saying is that I didn't remember seeing Kelly the first time until I saw her the second time. Like déjà vu, but real. I get it. Delia nodded as she resumed writing. Go on. Charlie had to think to find her place. Kelly hadn't moved between the two times I saw her. Her back was to the wall, her legs were straight out in front of her. The first time when I was running up the hall, I remember glancing at her to make sure she was okay, to make sure she wasn't a victim. I didn't see the gun that time. She was dressed in black like a goth girl, but I didn't look at her hands. Charlie stopped to take a deep breath. The violence seemed to be confined to the end of the hall, outside the front office. Mr. Pinkman was on the floor. He looked dead. I should have checked his pulse, but I went to the little girl, to Lucy. Miss Heller was there. Delia's pen stopped. Heller? What? They stared at each other, both clearly confused. Ben broke the silence. Heller is Judith Pinkman's maiden name. Charlie shook her aching head. Maybe she should have gone to the hospital after all. All right. Delia turned to another fresh page. What was Mrs. Pinkman doing when you saw her at the end of the hallway? Again, Charlie had to think back to find her place. She screamed, Charlie remembered. Not then, but before. I'm sorry I left that out. Before, when I was in Huck's room, after he pulled me behind the filing cabinet, we heard a woman screaming. I don't know if it was before or after the bell rang, but she screamed, "Help us." Help us, Delia confirmed. Yes, Charlie said. That was why she had started running, because she knew the excruciating desperation of waiting for someone, anyone who could help make the world right again. And so, Delia said, Mrs. Pinkman was where in the hallway? She was kneeling beside Lucy, holding her hand. She was praying. I held Lucy's other hand. I looked into her eyes. She was still alive then. Her eyes were moving, her mouth opened. Charlie tried to swallow down the grief. She had spent the last few hours reliving the girl's death, but saying it out loud was too much. Miss Heller said another prayer. Lucy's hand let go of mine and... She passed. Delia provided. Charlie squeezed her hand shut. All these years later, she could still recall what it felt like to hold Sam's trembling fingers inside her own. She wasn't sure which was harder to witness, a sudden, shocking death or the slow, deliberate way that Lucy Alexander had faded into nothing. Each existed in its own realm of the unbearable. Delia asked, Do you need a moment? Charlie let her silence answer the question. She stared past Ben's shoulder into the mirror. For the first time since they'd locked her in the room, she studied her reflection. She dressed down on purpose to go to the school, not wanting to send the wrong message. Jeans, sneakers, a too-big, long-sleeved t-shirt. The faded Duke Devil logo was spattered with blood. Charlie's face wasn't any better. The red discoloration around her right eye was turning into a proper bruise. She pulled the wads of tissue out of her nose. The skin tore like a scab. Tears welled into her eyes. Delia said, Take your time. Charlie didn't want to take her time. I heard Huck telling the cop to put down his gun. He had a shotgun. She remembered. He tripped before, the cop with the shotgun. He stepped in some blood and... She shook her head. She could still see the panic on the man's face, the breathless sense of duty. He had been terrified. But like Charlie, he had run toward the danger instead of away. I want you to look at these photographs. Delia rifled through her bag again. She spread 3 photos on the table. Headshots. 3 white men. 3 crew cuts. 3 thick necks. If they hadn't been cops, they would have been mobsters. Charlie pointed to the one in the middle. That's who had the shotgun. Delia said, Officer Carlson. Ed Carlson. He'd been a year ahead of Charlie at school. Carlson was pointing the shotgun at Huck. Huck told him to take it easy or something like that. She pointed to another photo. The name below said Rogers, but Charlie had never met him. She said, Rogers was there too. He had a pistol.
A pistol?
A Glock 19, Charlie said.
You know your weapons?
Yes. Charlie had spent the last 28 years learning everything she could about every gun ever made. Delia asked, Officers Carlson and Rogers were pointing their weapons at whom? At Kelly Wilson, but Mr. Huckabee was on his knees in front of her, shielding her, so I guess that technically they were pointing their weapons at him.
And what was Kelly Wilson doing at this time?
Charlie realized she hadn't mentioned the gun. She had a revolver. 5-shot? 6? I would only be guessing. It looked older, not snub-nosed, but Charlie stopped. Was there another gun? Another shooter?
Why would you ask that?
Because you asked how many shots were fired and you asked how many bullets were in the revolver.
I wouldn't extrapolate from my questions, Miss Quinn. At this point in the investigation, we can say with a high degree of certainty that there was not another gun and there was not another shooter.
Charlie pressed together her lips. Had she heard more than 4 gunshots in the beginning? Had she heard more than 6? Suddenly, she wasn't certain of anything.
Delia said, You said that Kelly Wilson had the revolver. What was she doing with it?
Charlie closed her eyes to give her brain a moment to reset back to the hallway. Kelly was sitting on the floor, like I said. Her back was to the wall. She had the revolver pointed at her chest, like this. Charlie clasped her hands together, miming the way the girl had held the gun with both hands, her thumb looped inside the trigger guard. She looked like she was going to kill herself.
Her left thumb was inside the trigger guard?
Charlie looked at her hands. Sorry, I'm only guessing. I'm left-handed. I don't know which thumb was inside the trigger guard, but one of them was.
Delia continued writing. And?
Charlie said, Carlson and Rogers were screaming for Kelly to put down the gun. They were freaked out. We were all freaked out, except for Huck. I guess he's seen combat, or... She didn't speculate. Huck had his hand out. He told Kelly to give him the revolver.
Did Kelly Wilson make a statement at any time?
Charlie wasn't going to validate that Kelly Wilson had spoken, because she didn't trust the 2 men who had heard her words to relay them truthfully. She said, Huck was negotiating Kelly's surrender. She was complying. Charlie's gaze went back to the mirror, where she hoped Ken Coyne was about to piss himself. Kelly placed the revolver in Huck's hand. She had completely relinquished it. That's when Officer Rogers shot Mr. Huckabee. Ben opened his mouth to speak, but Delia held up her hand to stop him.
Where was he shot?
The agent asked. Here. Charlie indicated her bicep.
What was Kelly Wilson's affect during this time?
She looked dazed. Charlie silently berated herself for answering the question. That's just a guess. I don't know her. I'm not an expert. I can't speak to her state of mind.
Understood,
Delia said.
Was Mr. Huckabee unarmed when he was shot?
Well, he had the revolver in his hand, but sideways, the way Kelly had put it there.
Show me.
She took a Glock 45 out of her purse. She dropped the clip, pulled on the slide to eject the cartridge, and placed the gun on the table. Charlie didn't want to take the Glock. She hated guns. Even though she practiced twice a month at the range, she was never, ever going to find herself in another situation where she didn't know how to use a gun.
Delia said, Ms. Quinn, you don't have to, but it would be helpful if you could show me the position of the revolver when it was placed in Mr. Huckabee's hand.
Oh. Charlie felt like a giant light bulb turned on over her head. She had been so overwhelmed by the murders that she hadn't processed the fact that there was a second investigation into the officer-involved shooting. If Rogers had moved his gun an inch in the wrong direction, Huck could have been a third body lying in the front office hallway. It was like this. Charlie picked up the Glock. The black metal felt cold against her skin. She hefted it into her left hand, but that was wrong. Huck had reached back with his right. She put the gun in her open right palm, turned sideways. muzzle facing backward, the same way Kelly had with the revolver. Delia already had her cell phone in her hands. She took several pictures, saying, "You don't mind," when she knew full well it was too late if Charlie minded. "What happened to the revolver?" Charlie placed the Glock on the table so that the muzzle pointed toward the back wall. "I don't know. Huck didn't really move. I mean, he flinched, I guess from the pain of a bullet shredding his arm, but he didn't fall down or anything. He told Rogers to take the revolver, but I don't remember whether or not Rogers took it, or if someone else did." Delia's pen had stopped writing. "After Mr. Huckabee was shot, he told Rogers to take the revolver?" "Yes. He was very calm about it, but, it was tense because nobody knew whether or not Rogers was going to shoot him again. He still had his Glock pointed at Huck. Carlson still had his shotgun." "But there wasn't another shot fired?" "No." "Could you see if anyone had their finger on a trigger?" "No." "And you didn't see Mr. Huckabee hand the revolver to anyone?" "No." "Did you see him put it anywhere on his person? On the ground?" "I don't—" Charlie shook her head. "I was more concerned that he had been shot." "Okay." She made a few more notes before looking up. "What do you remember next?" Charlie didn't know what she remembered next. Had she looked down at her hands the same way she was looking down at them now? She could remember the sound of heavy breathing from Carlson and Rogers. Both men had looked as terrified as Charlie had felt, sweating profusely, their chests heaving up and down under the weight of their bulletproof vests. My girl's that age. Pink coached me up. Carlson hadn't buckled his bulletproof vest. The sides had flapped open as he ran into the school with his shotgun. He'd had no idea what he would find when he turned that corner. Bodies, carnage, a bullet to the head. If you've never seen anything like that before, it could break you. Delia asked, "Ms. Quinn, do you need a moment?" Charlie thought about the terrified look on Carlson's face when he slipped in that patch of blood. Had there been tears in his eyes? Was he wondering if the dead girl a few feet away from his face was his own child? "I'd like to go now." Charlie didn't know that she was going to say the words until she heard them come out of her mouth. "I'm leaving." "You should finish your statement," Delia smiled. "I'll only need a few more minutes." "I'd like to finish it at a later date." Charlie gripped the table so she could stand. "You said that I'm free to go." "Absolutely." Delia Wolford again proved unflappable. She handed Charlie one of her business cards. "I look forward to speaking with you again soon." Charlie took the card. Her vision was still out of focus. Her stomach sloshed acid up into her throat. Ben said, "I'll take you out the back way. Are you okay to walk to your office?" Charlie wasn't sure about anything except that she had to get out of here. The walls were closing in. She couldn't breathe through her nose. She was going to suffocate if she didn't get out of this room. Ben tucked her water bottle into his jacket pocket. He opened the door. Charlie practically fell into the hallway. She braced her hands against the wall opposite the door. 40 years of paint had turned the cinder blocks smooth. She pressed her cheek against the cold surface. She took a few deep breaths and waited for the nausea to pass. "Charlie," Ben said. She turned back around. There was suddenly a river of people between them. The building was teeming with law enforcement. Muscle-bound men and women with big rifles strapped to their wide chests rushed back and forth. State troopers, sheriff's deputies, highway patrol. Ben was right. They had all shown up. She saw letters on the backs of their shirts: GBI, FBI, ATF, SWAT, ICE, Bomb Squad. When the hall finally cleared, Ben had his phone in his hands. He was silent as his thumbs moved across the screen. She leaned against the wall and waited for him to finish texting whoever he was texting. Maybe the 26-year-old from his office. Kaylee Collins. The girl was Ben's type. Charlie knew this because, at that age, she had been her husband's type too. Shit. Ben's thumb swiped across the screen. "Give me another second." Charlie could have walked herself out of the police station. She could have walked the 6 blocks to her office. But she didn't. She studied the top of Ben's head. the way his hair grew from the crown like a spiral ham. She wanted to fold herself into his body, to lose herself in him. Instead, Charlie silently repeated the phrases she had practiced in her car, in the kitchen, sometimes in front of the bathroom mirror. I can't live without you. The last 9 months have been the loneliest of my life. Please come home because I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Plea deal on another case went south. Ben dropped the phone into his jacket pocket. It clinked against Charlie's half-empty water bottle. Ready? She had no choice but to walk. She kept her fingertips to the wall, turning sideways as more cops in black tactical gear passed by. Their expressions were cold, unreadable. They were either going somewhere or coming back from something, their collective jaws set against the world. This was a school shooting. Charlie had been so focused on the what that she had forgotten the where. She wasn't an expert, but she knew enough about these investigations to understand that every school shooting informed the next one. Columbine, Virginia Tech, Sandy Hook. Law enforcement agencies studied these tragedies in an effort to prevent, or at the very least, understand the next one. The ATF would comb the middle school for bombs because others had used bombs before. The GBI would look for accomplices because sometimes, rarely, there were accomplices. Canine officers would hunt for suspicious backpacks in the halls. They would check every locker, every teacher's desk, every closet for explosives. Investigators would look for Kelly's diary or a hit list, diagrams of the school, stashes of weaponry, a plan of assault. Tech people would look at computers, phones, Facebook pages, Snapchat accounts. Everyone would search for a motive. But what motive could they find? What answer could an 18-year-old offer to explain why she had decided to commit cold-blooded murder? That was Rusty's problem now. Exactly the kind of thorny, moral, and legal issue that got him out of bed in the morning. Exactly the kind of law that Charlie had never wanted to practice. Come on. Ben walked ahead of her. He had a long, loping stride because he always put too much weight on the balls of his feet. Was Kelly Wilson being abused? That would be Rusty's first line of inquiry. Was there some sort of mitigating circumstance that would keep her off death row? She had been held back at least 1 year in school. Did that indicate a low IQ? Diminished capacity? Was Kelly Wilson capable of telling right from wrong? Could she participate in her own defense as required by law? Ben pushed open the exit door. Was Kelly Wilson a bad seed? Was the explanation here the only explanation that would never make sense? Would Delia Wolford tell Lucy Alexander's parents and Mrs. Pinkman that the reason they lost their loved ones was because Kelly Wilson was bad? Charlie, Ben said. He was holding open the door. His iPhone was back in his hand. Charlie shielded her eyes as she walked outside. The sunlight was as sharp as a blade. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Here. Ben handed her a pair of sunglasses. They belonged to her. He must have gotten them out of her car. Charlie took the glasses, but couldn't put them on her tender nose. She opened her mouth for air. The sudden heat was too much. She leaned down, hand braced on her knee. Are you going to be sick? No, she said. Then, maybe. Then she threw up just enough to make a splatter. Ben didn't step back. He managed to gather her hair away from her face without touching her skin. Charlie retched 2 more times before he asked, All right? Maybe. Charlie opened her mouth. She waited for more. A line of spit came out, but nothing else. Okay. He let her hair drop back around her shoulders. The paramedics told me you have a concussion. Charlie couldn't lift her head, but she told him, There's nothing they can do about it. They can monitor you for symptoms like nausea and blurred vision, and headaches and forgetting names and not tracking when you're asked a simple question. They wouldn't know the names I was forgetting, she said. I don't want to spend the night in a hospital. Stay at the HP. The higgledy-piggledy. Sam's name for the meandering farmhouse had stuck. Ben said,
Rusty can watch you. So I die from secondhand smoke instead of a brain aneurysm?
That's not funny.
Head still down, Charlie reached back for the wall. The feel of the solid concrete block gave her enough steadiness to risk standing up straight. She cupped her hand to her eyes. She remembered cupping her hand to the window of the front office this morning. Ben handed her the water bottle. He had already taken the top off for her. She took a few slow sips and tried not to read too much into his thoughtfulness. Her husband was thoughtful with everybody. She asked, "Where was Mrs. Jenkins when the shooting started?"
In the file room.
Did she see anything?
Rusty will find out everything during discovery.
Everything, Charlie repeated. In the coming months, Ken Coyne would be required by law to turn over any material in the investigation that could be reasonably interpreted as evidence. Coyne's idea of reasonable was as fixed as a spider's web. She asked Ben, "Is Mrs. Pinkman okay?" He didn't bring up her Heller slip because that wasn't his way.
She's at the hospital. They had to sedate her.
Charlie should visit her, but she knew that she would find an excuse not to. "You let me think Kelly Wilson was 16 years old."
I thought you could figure it out by holding a sphere in your hand and pulling apart time.
Charlie laughed.
That was some next-level bullshit I laid down in there. And there's some out here, too.
Charlie wiped her mouth with the back of her sleeve. She smelled dried blood again. Like everything else, she remembered the smell from before. She remembered the dark flecks falling like ash from her hair. She remembered that even after she'd bathed, even after she'd scrubbed herself raw, the odor of death had lingered. She said, "You called me this morning." Ben shrugged like it didn't matter. Charlie poured the rest of the water onto her hands to clean them. "Have you talked to your mom and your sisters? They'll be worried."
We talked.
He did that shrug again.
I should go back in.
Charlie waited, but he didn't go back in. She grappled for a reason to make him stay. "How's Barkzilla?"
Barky.
He took the empty bottle. He screwed on the cap. He dropped it back into his jacket pocket.
How's Eleanor Roosevelt?
Quiet. He tucked his chin into his chest, returning to silence. This was nothing new. Her normally articulate husband had not articulated much to her in the past 9 months. But he wasn't leaving. He wasn't nodding her along, urging her to go. He wasn't telling her that the only reason he wasn't asking her if she was okay was because she would say that she was okay even if she wasn't. Especially if she wasn't. She asked, "Why did you call me this morning?" Ben groaned. He leaned his head back against the wall. Charlie leaned her head back against the wall, too. She studied the sharp line of his jaw. This was her type. A lanky, laid-back nerd who could quote Monty Python as easily as the United States Constitution. He read graphic novels. He drank a glass of milk every night before he went to bed. He loved potato salad, and Lord of the Rings, and model trains. He preferred fantasy football to the real kind. He could not put on weight if you force-fed him butter. He was 6 feet tall when he stood up straight, which didn't happen often. She loved him so much that her heart literally hurt at the thought of never holding him again. Ben said, "Peggy had this friend when she was 14. Her name was Violet." Peggy was the bossiest of his 3 older sisters. "She was killed in a car crash. She was on her bicycle. We went to the funeral. I don't know what my mom was thinking. Taking me. I was too young to see that kind of thing. It was open casket. Carla held me up so I could see her." His throat worked. "I lost my shit. Mom had to take me out into the parking lot. It gave me nightmares. I thought that was the worst thing that I would ever see. A dead kid. Dead little girl. But she was cleaned up. You couldn't see what had happened. That the car had hit her in the back. That she had bled to death, but inside, not like the girl today. Not like what I saw at the school." There were tears in his eyes.
Each word out of his mouth broke another piece of Charlie's heart. She had to clench her fists to keep from reaching out to him. Ben said, "Murder is murder. I can deal with that. Dealers, gangbangers, even domestic violence, but a kid? A little girl?" He kept shaking his head. "She didn't look like she was sleeping, did she?" No. She looked like she had been murdered. Like someone had fired a gun at her throat and the bullet ripped it open, and she died a horrible, violent death. Charlie looked up into the sun because she didn't want to see Lucy Alexander dying all over again. Ben said, "The guy's a war hero. Did you know that?" He was talking about Huck. "He saved a platoon or something, but he won't talk about it because he's like fucking Batman or something." Ben pushed himself away from the wall, away from Charlie. "And this morning he took a bullet in his arm to save a murderer, whom he kept from getting murdered. And then he stood up for the guy who almost killed him. He lied in a sworn statement to keep another guy out of trouble. He's so fucking handsome, right?" Ben was angry now, but his voice was low, shrunken by the humiliation that came courtesy of his bitch wife. "A guy like that. You see him walking down the street, you don't know whether you want to fuck him or have a beer with him." Charlie looked down at the ground. They knew she had done both. "Lenore's here." Rusty's secretary had pulled up to the gate in her red Mazda. Charlie said, "Ben, I'm sorry. It was a mistake. An awful, awful mistake." "Did you let him on top?" "Of course not. Don't be ridiculous." Lenore tapped the horn. She rolled down her window and waved. Charlie waved back, her hand splayed, trying to let Lenore know that she needed a minute. Ben. It was too late. Ben was already pulling the door closed behind him. Chapter 4. Charlie sniffed her sunglasses as she walked toward Lenore's car. She knew she was acting like a foolish girl in a teen romance, but she wanted to smell Ben. What she got instead was a whiff of her own sweat tinged with vomit. Lenore leaned across the car to push open the door. "You put those on your nose, sweetheart, not in front of it." Charlie couldn't put anything on her nose. She tossed the cheap glasses onto the dashboard as she got in. "Did Daddy send you?" "Ben texted me, but listen, your dad wants us to fetch the Wilsons and bring them back to the office. Coyne's trying to execute a search warrant. I brought your court clothes to change into." Charlie had started shaking her head as soon as she heard the words, "your dad wants." She asked, "Where's Rusty?" "At the hospital with the Wilson girl." Charlie huffed a laugh. Ben had really honed his deception skills. How long before Dad figured out she wasn't being held at the station? "Over an hour." Charlie put on her seatbelt. "I was thinking how much Coyne loves to play his games." She had no doubt the district attorney had put Kelly Wilson in the back of an ambulance for the trip to the hospital. By maintaining the illusion that she wasn't in police custody, he could argue that any statement she made absent counsel was voluntary. She's 18 years old. "Rusty told me. The girl was practically catatonic at the hospital. He barely got her mama's phone number out of her." "That's how she was when I saw her, almost in a fugue state." Charlie hoped Kelly Wilson snapped out of it soon. At the moment, she was Rusty's most vital source of information. Until he received the discovery materials from Ken Coyne, witness lists, police statements, investigators' notes, forensics, her father would be flying blind. Lenore put her hand on the gear. "Where am I taking you?" Charlie pictured herself at home standing under a hot shower, surrounding herself with pillows and bed. And then she remembered that Ben wouldn't be there, and said, "I guess to the Wilsons." "They live on the back side of the holler." Lenore put the car in gear. She made a wide U-turn and drove up the street. "There's no street address. Your dad sent me country directions. Take a left at the old white dog, take a right at the crooked oak tree." "That's good news for Kelly, I guess." Rusty could break a search warrant that didn't have the right address or at least a proper description of the house. The odds were against Ken Coyne to come up with either. There were hundreds of rental houses and trailers up and down the holler. No one knew exactly how many people lived there, what their names were, or whether or not their children were attending school. The slumlords didn't bother with leases or background checks, so long as the right amount of cash showed up every week. Charlie asked, "How long do you think we have before Ken locates the house?" "No idea. They brought in a helicopter from Atlanta an hour ago, but from what I can tell, it's on the other side of the mountain." Charlie knew that she could find the Wilson house. She was in the holler at least twice a month chasing down past-due legal bills. Ben had been horrified when she'd casually mentioned her nighttime excursions. 60% of the crime in Pikeville was committed in or near Sadie's holler. Lenore said, "I packed a sandwich for you." "I'm not hungry." Charlie looked at the clock on the dash. 11:52 a.m. Less than 5 hours ago, she'd been looking inside the darkened front office at the middle school. Less than 10 minutes after that, 2 people were dead. Another was shot, and Charlie was about to get her nose broken. Lenore said, "You should eat." "I will." Charlie stared out the window. Sunlight strobed through the tall trees behind the buildings. The flickering light flashed images into her mind like an old-timey slideshow. Charlie allowed herself the rare indulgence of lingering on the ones of Gamma and Sam, running down the long driveway to the farmhouse, giggling over a thrown plastic fork. She knew what came later, so she fast-forwarded until Sam and Gamma were firmly back in the past, and all that remained was the aftermath of this morning. Lucy Alexander. Mr. Pinkman. A little girl. A middle school principal. The victims didn't seem to have much in common except that they had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. If Charlie had to guess, she would assume that Kelly Wilson's plan was to stand in the middle of the hall, revolver out in front of her, and wait for the bell to ring. Then little Lucy Alexander rounded the corner. Pop. Then Mr. Pinkman rushed out of his office. Pop, pop, pop. Then the bell had rung, and, but for some quick-thinking staff, a sea of fresh victims would have rushed down that same hallway. Goth, loner, held back a grade. Kelly Wilson was the exact type of girl who got bullied. Alone at the lunch table, last to get picked during gym. Attending the school dance with a boy who only wanted one thing. Why had Kelly picked up a gun when Charlie hadn't? Lenore said, "At least drink that Coke in the cooler. It'll help with the shock." "I'm not in shock." "I bet you think your nose isn't broken either." "Actually, I do think it's broken." Lenore's persistent mentions of Charlie's health finally made Charlie aware that her health wasn't that great. Her head was in a vice. Her nose had its own heartbeat. Her eyelids felt like they were weighed down with honey. She gave in for a few seconds, letting them close, welcoming the blankness. Over the hum of the engine, she could hear Lenore's feet working the pedals as she shifted gears. She always drove barefooted with her high heels on the floor beside her. She tended towards short skirts and colored stockings. The look was too young for a 70-year-old woman, but considering that Charlie currently had more hair on her legs than Lenore, she couldn't sit in judgment. "You need to drink some of that Coke," Lenore said. Charlie opened her eyes. The world was still there. "Now." Charlie was too exhausted to argue. She found the cooler wedged against the seat. She took out the Coke, but left the sandwich. Instead of opening the bottle, she held it to the back of her neck. "Can I have some aspirin?" "Nope. Raises the risk of bleeding." Charlie would have welcomed a coma over the pain. There was something about the bright sun that had turned her head into a giant, ringing bell. "What's that thing you get in your ears?" "Tinnitus," Lenore said. "I'll stop the car if you don't start drinking that Coke right now." "And let the police get to the Wilson house before we do?" "They'd have to leave out on this road for one, and for two, even if they find the location of the house, and even if they have a judge standing by, it'll take at least half an hour to put the warrant together, and 3, shut the hell up and do what I tell you before I pop you on the leg." Charlie used her t-shirt to twist off the cap. She sipped the Coke and watched downtown slip into the side mirror. Lenore asked, "Did you throw up?" "Pass." Charlie felt her stomach clench again. The world outside was too disorienting. She had to close her eyes to regain her equilibrium. The slideshow popped into her head again. Lucy Alexander, Mr. Pinkman, Gamma, Sam. Charlie clicked through the images quickly like she was searching for a file on her computer. What had she said to Special Agent Delia Wolford that might hurt Kelly Wilson's defense? Rusty would want to know. He would also want to know about the number and sequence of gunshots, the capacity of the revolver, what Kelly had whispered when Huck was begging her to give him the gun. That last part would be crucial to Kelly Wilson's defense. If she had made an admission, if she had offered a glib comment or stated a grim motive for her crimes, then no amount of oratory flourish on Rusty's part would save her from the needle. Ken Coyne would never turn such a high-profile prosecution over to the state. He had argued 2 capital cases before. No jury in Pikeville would refuse his request for death by lethal injection. Coyne spoke with a particular authority. Back when he was a police officer, he'd executed a man with his own hands. 28 years ago, Daniel Culpepper, Zachariah Culpepper's brother, had been sitting in his trailer watching television when Officer Ken Coyne had rolled up in his squad car. It was 8:30 in the evening. Gamma's body had already been found at the farmhouse. Sam was bleeding her life away in the shallow stream that ran under the weather tower. 13-year-old Charlie was sitting in the back of an ambulance, begging the paramedics to let her go home. Officer Coyne had kicked down the front door to Daniel Culpepper's trailer. The suspect had grabbed his gun. Coyne had shot the 19-year-old 7 times in the chest. To this day, the majority of the Culpepper clan insisted on Daniel's innocence. But the evidence against the kid was incontrovertible. The revolver found in Daniel's hand was later identified as the same weapon that had been used to shoot Sam in the head. Daniel's blood-covered jeans and distinctive blue high tops were found smoldering in a burn barrel behind the trailer. Even his own brother said they both went to the HP to kill Rusty. They were worried they would lose their home over some stupid legal bill they assumed would come due after the Quinns lost everything in the fire. Charlie was left to survive the ordeal with the knowledge that her family's life had been reduced to the price of a used trailer. Lenore said, "We're going past the school." Charlie opened her eyes. Pikeville Middle School had been Pikeville Junior High when Charlie was a student. The building had sprawled over the years, hastily overbuilt to accommodate the 1,200 students pulled in from the neighboring communities. The high school beside it was even larger, meant to house almost 2,000 kids. She saw the empty space where her car had been parked. Police tape cordoned off the lot. There were other cars that belonged to teachers scattered among the police cruisers, government sedans, ambulances, fire trucks, crime scene buses, the coroner's van. A news helicopter was flying low over the gymnasium. The scene felt surreal, like a director would yell cut and everyone would take lunch. Charlie said, "Mrs. Pinkman had to be sedated." "She's a good woman. She doesn't deserve this. Nobody does." Charlie nodded because she couldn't talk past the glass in her throat. Judith Heller Pinkman had been a weird touchstone to Charlie over the years. They would see each other in the hall when Charlie finally went back to school. Miss Heller always smiled, but she didn't push Charlie, didn't force her to talk about the tragedy behind their connection. She kept her distance, which, in retrospect, took a kind of discipline that most people didn't possess. Lenore asked, "I wonder how long the media attention will last." She was looking up at the helicopter. 2 victims. That's quaint compared to most mass shootings. Girls don't kill. At least, not like this. I don't like Mondays. In general, or do you mean the Boomtown Rats song? The song, Lenore said. It's based on a shooting. 1979, a 16-year-old girl took a sniper rifle to a playground. I forget how many she killed. When the cops asked her why she did it, she said, "I don't like Mondays." Jesus, Charlie whispered, hoping like hell that Kelly Wilson hadn't been that callous when she had whispered whatever she'd said in the hallway. And then Charlie wondered why she cared about Kelly Wilson, because the girl was a murderer. Charlie was jarred by the sudden clarity of thought. take away all that had happened this morning, the fear, the deaths, the memories, the heartache, and Charlie was left with one simple truth. Kelly Wilson had murdered 2 people in cold blood. Unbidden, Rusty's voice intruded. So what? Kelly still had a right to a trial. She still had a right to the best defense she could find. Charlie had said as much to the angry group of cops who had wanted to beat the girl to death. But now, sitting in the car with Lenore, Charlie wondered if she had come to the girl's defense simply because no one else would. Another personality flaw that had become a sore point in her marriage. She reached into the back seat, this time for her court clothes. She found what Ben called her Amish shirt and what Charlie considered one step up from a burqa. The Pikeville judges, all of them cranky old men, were an aggressively conservative lot. Female lawyers had to choose between wearing long skirts and chaste blouses or having every objection, every motion, every word out of their mouth overruled. Lenore asked, "Are you okay?" No, not really. Letting out the truth took some of the pressure off of her chest. Charlie had always told Lenore things that she would never admit to anyone else. Lenore had known Rusty for over 50 years. She was a black hole into which all of the Quinn family secrets disappeared. My head is killing me. My nose is broken. I feel like I threw up a lung. I can't even see to read. And none of that matters because I cheated on Ben last night. Lenore silently shifted gears as she pulled onto the 2-lane highway. Charlie said, "It was okay while it lasted. I mean, he got the job done." She carefully peeled off her Duke t-shirt, trying not to bump her nose. I woke up crying this morning. I couldn't stop. I just lay in bed for half an hour staring up at the ceiling and wanting to kill myself. And then the phone rang. Lenore shifted again. They were leaving the Pikeville city limits. The wind off the mountains buffeted the compact sedan. I shouldn't have picked up that stupid phone. I couldn't even remember his name. He couldn't remember mine. At least, he pretended not to. It was embarrassing and sordid. And now Ben knows. The GBI knows. Everyone in his office knows. Charlie said, "That's why I was at the school this morning. To meet the guy because he took my phone by mistake and he called and..." She put on her court shirt, a starched button-up with ruffles down the front to assure the judges that she was taking this woman thing seriously. I don't know what I was thinking. Lenore shifted into 6th. "That you were lonely?" Charlie laughed, though there was nothing funny about the truth. She watched her fingers as she buttoned the shirt. The buttons were suddenly too small, or maybe it was that her hands were sweating, or maybe it was that the tremble was back in her fingers, the vibration of bone that felt like a tuning fork had been struck against her chest. "Baby," Lenore said, "let it out." Charlie shook her head. She didn't want to let it out. She wanted to hold it back, to put all the horrible images in their box, shove it onto a shelf, and never open it ever again. But then a teardrop fell. Then another. Then Charlie was crying. Then she was sobbing, so hard that she doubled over, her head in her hands, because the grief was too much to carry. Lucy Alexander, Mr. Pinkman, Miss Heller, Gamma, Sam, Ben. The car slowed. The tires bumped against gravel as Lenore pulled to the side of the road. She rubbed Charlie's back. "It's okay, baby." It wasn't okay. She wanted her husband. She wanted her useless asshole of a father. Where was Rusty? Why was he never there when she needed him? "It's okay." Lenore kept rubbing Charlie's back, and Charlie kept crying because it was never going to be all right. From the moment Charlie had heard those first gunshots in Huck's room, the entirety of the most violent hour of her life had snapped back into her waking memory. She kept hearing the same words over and over again. Keep running. Don't look back. Into the woods, to Miss Heller's house, up the school hallway, toward the gunshots, but she was too late. Charlie was always too fucking late. Lenore stroked back Charlie's hair.
Deep breath, sweetheart.
Charlie realized she was starting to hyperventilate. Her vision blurred, sweat broke out on her forehead. She made herself breathe until her lungs could take in more than a teaspoonful of air at a time.
Take your time, Lenore said.
Charlie took a few more deep breaths. Her vision cleared, at least as much as it was going to. She took another series of breaths, holding them for a second, maybe two, to prove to herself that she could.
Better?
Charlie whispered. Was that a panic attack?
Might still be one.
Help me up. Charlie reached for Lenore's hand. The blood rushed from her head. Instinctively, she touched her aching nose, and the pain intensified. Lenore said,
You really got whacked, sweetheart.
You should see the other guy. Not a scratch on him. Lenore didn't laugh. Charlie said, I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me.
Don't be stupid. You know what came over you.
Yeah, well, Charlie said, the two words she always said when she didn't want to talk about something. Instead of putting the car in gear, Lenore's long fingers laced through Charlie's smaller ones. For all her miniskirts, she still had man hands, wide with knobby knuckles and, lately, age spots. In many ways, Charlie had gotten more of her mothering from Lenore than Gamma. It was Lenore who showed her how to wear makeup, who took Charlie to the store to buy her first box of tampons, who warned her to never, ever trust a man to take care of birth control. Charlie said, Ben texted you to pick me up. That's something, right?
It is.
Charlie opened the glove box and found some tissue. She couldn't blow her nose. She patted underneath. She squinted her eyes out the window, relieved that she could see things rather than shapes. Unfortunately, the view was the worst one possible. They were 300 yards away from where Daniel Culpepper had been shot in his trailer. Charlie said, The really shitty thing is that I can't even say that today was the worst day of my life. Lenore laughed this time. A husky, deep-throated acknowledgement that Charlie was right. She worked the gears and pulled back onto the highway. The going was smooth until she slowed for the turn onto Culpepper Road. Deep potholes gave way to gravel, which eventually turned into packed red clay. There was a subtle change in the temperature, maybe a few degrees, as they drove down the mountain. Charlie resisted the urge to shiver. Her trepidation felt like a thing she could hold in her hand. The hairs on the back of her neck rose up. She always felt this way when she came into the holler. It wasn't only the sense of not belonging, but the knowledge that the wrong turn, the wrong Culpepper, and physical danger would no longer be an abstract concept. Shit! Lenore startled when a pack of dogs rushed a chain-link fence. Their frenzied barking sounded like 1,000 hammers pounding against the car. Redneck alarm, Charlie told her. You couldn't step foot in the holler without 100 dogs howling your arrival. The deeper in you went, the more young white men you'd see standing on their front porches, one hand holding their cell phone and the other under their shirt rubbing their belly. These young men were capable of work, but they eschewed the labor-intensive jobs for which they were qualified. They smoked dope all day, played video games, stole when they needed money, beat their girlfriends when they wanted oxy, sent their kids to pick up their disability checks at the post office, and let their glorious life choices form the backbone of Charlie's legal practice. She felt a flash of guilt for painting the entire holler with the Culpepper brush. She knew that some good people lived here. They were hard-working, striving men and women whose only sin was to be poor. But Charlie could not help the knee-jerk reaction to the taint of proximity. There had been 6 Culpepper girls of various ages who had made Charlie's life a living hell when she went back to school. They were flea-bitten, nasty bitches, with long, painted fingernails and filthy mouths. They bullied Charlie. They stole her lunch money, they ripped up her textbooks. One of them had even left a pile of shit in her gym bag. To this day, the family insisted that Charlie had lied about seeing Zachariah with the shotgun. They figured she was guided by some glorious scheme on Rusty's part to lay claim to the meager life insurance policy and two-bedroom trailer that was up for grabs after Daniel had died and Zachariah was sent to prison. As if a man who had made it his life's work to see justice done would trade his morality for a few pieces of silver. The fact that Rusty had never sued the family for a penny did nothing to temper their wild conspiracy theories. They continued to firmly believe that Ken Coyne planted the abundance of evidence found at the trailer and on Daniel's person. That Coyne murdered Daniel to kickstart his political career, that Coyne's brother Keith helped alter evidence at the state lab. Still, it was Charlie who was on the receiving end of the majority of their rage. She had identified the brothers. The lies had not only started at her lips, but she continued to insist they were true. Thus the murder of one Culpepper brother and the death row confinement of another rested squarely on her shoulders. They weren't entirely off the mark. At least, not where Zachariah was concerned. Despite Rusty's scathing disapproval, 13-year-old Charlie had stood in front of a packed courtroom and asked the judge to sentence Zachariah Culpepper to death. She would have done the same at Daniel's trial if Ken Coyne hadn't robbed her of the pleasure. "What is that racket?" Lenore asked. Charlie heard the chopping sound of a helicopter overhead. She recognized the logo from one of the Atlanta news stations. Lenore handed Charlie her phone. "Read me the directions." Charlie dialed in the passcode, which was her own birthday, and pulled up Rusty's text. Her father had graduated from the University of Georgia Law School and was one of the best-known trial lawyers in the state, but he couldn't spell for shit. "Left up here," she told Lenore, pointing to a track marked by a white flagpole with a large Confederate flag. "Then right at this trailer." Charlie skimmed ahead, recognizing the route as one she had taken before. She had a client with a meth problem he financed by selling to other junkies with meth problems. He had tried to pay her in crystal once. Apparently, he lived 2 doors down from the Wilsons. She said, "Take a right up here, then another right at the bottom of the hill." "I stuck your fee agreement in your purse." Charlie felt her lips purse to ask why, but then she answered her own question. "Dad wants me to represent the Wilsons, so it burns me as a witness against Kelly." Lenore looked at her, then looked at her again. "How did you miss that 20 minutes ago?" "I don't know," Charlie said, but she did know. Because she was traumatized. Because she ached for her husband. Because she was such an idiot that again and again she expected her father to be the kind of person who worried about his daughter the way he worried about pimps and gangbangers and murderers. "I can't do it. Any judge worth his salt would slap me so hard with a bar complaint I'd be in China before my license to practice was revoked." "You won't have to chase chicken bones up and down the holler once you settle your lawsuit." She nodded to her phone. "You need to take some pictures of your face while the bruises are fresh." "I told Ben I'm not filing a lawsuit." Lenore's foot slipped off the gas. "All I want is a sincere apology. In writing." "An apology isn't going to change anything." They had reached the bottom of the hill. Lenore took a sharp right. Charlie didn't have to wait long for the lecture that was brewing. "Assholes like Ken Coyne preach about small government, but they end up spending twice as much on lawsuits as they would on training cops the right way in the first place." "I know. The only way to make them change is to hit them in the pocketbook." Charlie wanted to stick her fingers into her ears. "I'm going to get this from Dad. I don't need it from you. It's here." Lenore hit the brakes. The car lurched. She backed up a few feet, then turned onto another dirt track. Weeds sprung up between the wheel grooves. They passed a yellow school bus parked under a weeping willow. The Mazda bumped over a ridge, then a cluster of small houses came into view. There were 4 in all, scattered around a wide oval. Charlie checked Rusty's text again and matched the number to the house on the far right. There was no driveway, only the edge of the track. The house was made of painted chipboard. A large bay window blistered out in the front like a ripe pimple. Cinder blocks served as front steps. Lenore said, "Ava Wilson drives a bus. She was at the school this morning when they locked down the building." "Did someone tell her that Kelly was the shooter?" "She didn't find out until Rusty called her cell." Charlie was glad Rusty hadn't stuck her with making that phone call. "Is the father in the picture?" "Eli Wilson.
He works day labor down in Ellijay, one of those guys who waits outside the lumberyard every morning for somebody to put him to work.
Have the police located him?
Not that we know of. The family only has one cell phone, and the wife has it.
Charlie stared at the sad-looking house. So she's in there alone.
Not for long.
Lenore looked up as another helicopter hovered into view. This one was painted in the distinctive blue and silver stripes of the Georgia State Patrol.
They'll pop a Google map on the warrant and be here in half an hour.
I'll be quick. Charlie went to get out of the car, but Lenore stopped her.
Here. Lenore pulled Charlie's purse from the back seat. Ben gave me this when he brought back your car.
Charlie wrapped her hand around the strap, wondering if she was holding the bag the same way Ben had. That's something, right?
It is.
Charlie got out of the car and walked toward the house. She rummaged around in her purse for some breath mints. She had to settle for a handful of furry tic-tacs stuck like lice into the seams of the front pocket. She had learned the hard way that holler people generally answer the door with some kind of weapon in their hands, so instead of traversing the cinder block front steps, she walked to the bay window. There were no curtains. 3 pots of geraniums were underneath. There was a glass ashtray resting on the soil, but it was empty. Inside, Charlie could see a petite, dark-haired woman sitting on the couch, transfixed by the image on the television. Everyone in the holler had a giant flat-screen TV that had apparently fallen off the same truck. Ava Wilson had the news on. The sound was up so high that the reporter's voice was audible from outside. New details coming in from our Atlanta affiliate. Charlie went to the front door and knocked 3 sharp raps. She waited. She listened. She knocked a second time, then a third. "Hello?" she called. Finally, the television was muted. She heard the shuffling of feet, a lock clicking back, a chain sliding, another lock opening. The extra security was a joke, considering a thief could punch his hand through the flimsy wall. Ava Wilson blinked at the stranger outside her door. She was as small as her daughter, with the same almost childlike quality. She was wearing light blue pajamas with cartoon elephants on the pants. Her eyes were bloodshot. She was younger than Charlie, but shoots of gray ran through her dark brown hair. "I'm Charlie Quinn," she told the woman. "My father, Rusty Quinn, is your daughter's attorney. He asked me to pick you up and take you to his office." The woman did not move. She did not speak. This was what shock looked like. Charlie asked, "Have the police spoken to you?"
"No, ma'am,"
she said, her holler accent blending together the words.
"Your daddy told me not to answer the phone unless I recognized the number."
"He's right." Charlie shifted on her feet. She could hear dogs barking in the distance. The sun was burning the top of her head. "Look, I know you're devastated about your daughter, but I need to prepare you for what's coming next. The police are on their way here right now."
"Are they bringing Kelly home?"
Charlie was thrown off by the hopefulness in Ava Wilson's voice. "No. They're going to search your house. They'll probably start in Kelly's room, then—"
"Will they take her some clean clothes?"
Again, Charlie was thrown. "No. They're going to search the house for weapons, any notes, computers."
"We don't got a computer."
"Okay, that's good. Did Kelly do her schoolwork at the library?"
"She didn't do anything,"
Ava said.
"She didn't kill."
Her voice trailed off. Her eyes glistened.
"Ma'am, you gotta hear me. My baby didn't do what they're saying."
Charlie had dealt with her share of mothers who were convinced that their children were being framed, but there was no time to give Ava Wilson the speech about how sometimes good people did bad things. "Listen to me, Ava. The police are going to come in whether you let them or not. They'll remove you from the house. They'll do a thorough search. They might break things or find things you don't want them to find. I doubt they'll hold you in custody, but they might if they think you're going to alter evidence, so please don't do that. You cannot, please, hear me on this. You cannot say anything to them about Kelly or why she might have done this or what might have happened. They are not trying to help her, and they are not her friends, understand?" Ava did not acknowledge the information. She just stood there. The helicopter swooped lower. Charlie could see the pilot's face behind the bubbled glass. He was talking into the mic, probably giving the coordinates for the search warrant. She asked Ava, "Can we go inside?" The woman didn't move, so Charlie took her by the arm and led her into the house. "Have you heard from your husband?"
"Eli don't call until he's done working, from the payphone outside the lumberyard,"
which meant that Kelly's father would probably learn about his daughter's crimes from his car radio. "Do you have a suitcase or a small bag you can put some clothes in?" Ava did not answer. Her eyes were fixed on the muted television. The middle school was on the news. An aerial shot showed the top of the gymnasium, which was likely being used as a staging ground. The scroll at the bottom of the screen read, "Bomb squad swept building for suspicious devices. 2 dead. 8-year-old student, hero principal who tried to save her." Lucy Alexander was only 8 years old.
"She didn't do this,"
Ava said.
"She wouldn't."
Lucy's cold hand. Sam's trembling fingers. The sudden white waxiness of Gamma's skin. Charlie wiped her eyes. She glanced around the room, fighting against the slideshow of horror that had returned to her head. The Wilson house was shabby but tidy. A Jesus hung on a cross by the front door. The galley kitchen was right off the cramped living room. Dishes were drying in the rack. Yellow gloves were folded limply over the edge of the sink. The counter was cluttered, but there was order to it. Charlie told Ava, "You're not going to be allowed back in the house for a while. You need a change of clothes, some toiletries."
"The toilet's right behind you."
Charlie tried again. "You need to pack some things." She waited to see if Ava understood. "Clothes, toothbrushes, nothing else." Ava nodded, but she either could not or would not look away from the television. Outside, the helicopter lifted away. Charlie was burning through time. Coyne had probably gotten his warrant signed by now. The search team would be en route from town, full lights and sirens. She asked Ava, "Do you want me to pack some things for you?" Charlie waited for another nod. And waited. "Ava, I'm going to get some clothes for you. Then we're going to wait outside for the police." Ava clutched the remote in her hand as she sat on the edge of the couch. Charlie opened kitchen cabinets until she found a plastic grocery bag. She slipped on one of the yellow dishwashing gloves from the sink, then walked past the bathroom down the short, paneled hallway. There were 2 bedrooms, both of them taking up one end of the house. Instead of a door, Kelly had a purple curtain for privacy. The sheet of notebook paper pinned to the material said, "No adults allowed." Charlie knew better than to go into a murder suspect's room, but she used Lenore's phone to take a picture of the sign. The Wilsons' bedroom was on the right, facing a steep hill behind the house. They slept in a large waterbed that took up most of the space. A tall chest of drawers kept the door from opening all the way. Charlie was glad she'd thought to put on the yellow glove as she opened the drawers, though, to be honest, the Wilsons were neater than she was. She found some women's underwear, a few pair of boxers, and a pair of jeans that looked like they came from the children's department. She grabbed 2 more t-shirts and shoved all of the clothes into the plastic grocery bag. Ken Coyne was notorious for needlessly drawing out his searches. The Wilsons would be lucky if they were allowed back into their home by the weekend. Charlie turned around, planning to go to the bathroom next, but something stopped her. Allout. A-L-O-W-T. How could Kelly Wilson reach the age of 18 without knowing how to spell such a simple word? Charlie hesitated once, then pulled back the curtain. She wouldn't enter the room. She would take pictures from the hall. Not as easy as it sounded. The bedroom was the size of a generous walk-in closet. Or a prison cell. Light slanted in from the narrow horizontal window mounted high over the twin bed. The paneling on the walls had been painted a light lilac. The carpet was orange shag. The bedspread had Hello Kitty listening to a Walkman with large headphones over her ears. This was not a goth girl's room. There were no black walls and heavy metal posters. The closet door was open. Stacks of shirts were neatly folded on the floor. A few longer pieces hung from a sagging rod. Kelly's clothes were all lightly colored with ponies and rabbits, and the sort of appliques you would expect a 10-year-old girl to wear, not an 18-year-old almost woman. Charlie photographed everything she could, the bedspread, the posters of kittens, the candy-pink lip gloss on top of the dresser. All the while, her focus was on the things that weren't there. 18-year-olds had all kinds of makeup. They had pictures with their friends and notes from possible future boyfriends and secrets they kept all to themselves. Her heart jumped when she heard wheels spinning down the dirt track. She stood on the bed and looked out the window. A black van with SWAT on the side slowed to a stop in front of the yellow school bus. 2 guys with rifles drawn jumped out of the van and entered the bus. "How?" Charlie started to say, but then she realized it didn't matter how they'd managed to get here so quickly, because as soon as they cleared the bus, they would tear apart the house that she was standing in. But Charlie wasn't exactly standing in the house. She was standing on Kelly Wilson's bed, inside Kelly Wilson's bedroom. "Fuck me," she whispered, because there was no other way to put it. She jumped off the bed. She used her rubber-gloved hand to swipe away the dirt from her tennis shoes. The deep purple fabric hid the grooves, but a forensic tech with a sharp eye would know the size, brand, and model number before the sun went down. Charlie needed to leave. She needed to take Ava outside, hands raised in the air. She needed to make it clear to the heavily armed SWAT team that they were cooperating. "Fuck," Charlie repeated. How much time did she have? She stood on tiptoe and looked out the window. The 2 cops were searching the bus, the rest stayed inside the van. They either believed that they had the element of surprise, or they were looking for explosive devices. Charlie saw movement closer by the house. Lenore was standing by her car. Her eyes were wide as she stared at Charlie because any fool could tell that the slit of a window she was looking through was in one of the bedrooms. Lenore jerked her head toward the front door. Her mouth mimed the words, "Get out." Charlie jammed the plastic bag of clothes into her purse and made to leave. The purple walls, the Hello Kitty, the kitten posters. 30, maybe 40 seconds. That's how long it would take them to clear the bus, get back in the van, and reach the front door. She used her gloved hand to open the dresser drawers. Clothes, underwear, pens, no diary, no notebooks. She got on her knees and ran her hand between the mattress and box spring, then looked underneath the bed. Nothing. She was checking between the stacked clothes on the closet floor when she heard the SWAT van doors thunk closed, the tires crunch against dirt as they drew closer to the house. Teenagers' rooms were never this neat. Charlie rifled the contents of the tiny closet with one hand, dumping out 2 shoeboxes of toys, pulling clothes off hangers and tossing them onto the bed. She patted pockets, turned hats inside out. She stood on tiptoe and reached blindly onto the shelf. The rubber gloves skipped across something flat and hard. A picture frame? "Officers," Lenore's deep voice reached her ears through the thin walls. "There are 2 women in the house, both unarmed." The cop wasn't interested. "Go back to your car, now!" Charlie's heart was going to blow up in her chest. She grabbed at the thing on the closet shelf. It was heavier than she thought. The sharp edge jabbed the top of her head. A yearbook. Pikeville Middle School class of 2012. A deafening knock came at the front door. The walls rattled. "State police!" a man's voice boomed. "I am executing a search warrant. Open the door." "I'm coming!" Charlie jammed the yearbook into her purse. She had made it as far as the kitchen when the front door splintered open. Ava screamed like she was on fire. "Get down! Get down!" Lasers swept around the room. The house shook on its foundation. Windows were broken. Doors were kicked in. Men yelled orders. Ava kept screaming. Charlie was on her knees, hands in the air, eyes wide open so that she could see which man ended up shooting her. No one shot her. No one moved. Ava's screaming stopped on a dime. 6 massive cops in full tactical gear took up every available inch of the room. Their arms were so tensed as they gripped their AR-15s that Charlie could make out the strands of muscle working to keep their fingers from moving to the triggers. Slowly, Charlie looked down at her chest. There was a red dot over her heart. She looked at Ava. 5 more dots on her chest. The woman was standing on the couch, knees bent. Her mouth was open, but fear had paralyzed her vocal cords. Inexplicably, she held a toothbrush in each of her raised hands. The man closest to Ava lowered his rifle. "Toothbrushes." Another rifle was lowered. "Look like a goddamn trigger switch." "I know, right?" More rifles were lowered. Someone chuckled. The tension lightened incrementally. From outside the house, a woman yelled, "Gentlemen!" "Clear," the first guy called back. He grabbed Ava by the arm and pushed her out the door. He turned around to do the same to Charlie, but she escorted herself out, hands in the air. She didn't lower her arms until she was out in the yard. She took a deep breath of fresh air and tried not to think about how she could have died if any one of those men hadn't taken the time to differentiate between a toothbrush and a detonator for a suicide vest. In Pikeville. Jesus Christ, Charlie said, hoping it would pass for a prayer. Lenore had stayed by the car. She looked furious to Charlie, which she had every right to be, but she only lifted her chin, asking the obvious question, "You okay?" Charlie nodded back, but she didn't feel okay. She felt angry. That Rusty had sent her here, that she had taken such a stupid risk, that she had violated the law for reasons that were completely unknown to her, that she had risked getting shot in the heart with what was likely a fast-expanding hollow-point bullet. All for a fucking yearbook. Ava whispered, "What's happening?" Charlie looked back at the house, which was still shaking from all the heavy men traipsing back and forth. "They're searching for things they can use in court against Kelly." "Like what?" Charlie listed off the things that she had been looking for. A confession, an explanation, a diagram of the school, a list of people Kelly was mad at. "She's never been mad at nobody." Ava Wilson, a tall woman in bulky tactical gear, walked toward them. She had her rifle slung to her side. A rolled-up piece of paper was in her fist. That was how they'd gotten here so quickly. The warrant had been faxed to the van. "Are you Ava Wilson, mother to Kelly Renee Wilson?" Ava stiffened at the sound of authority. "Yes, sir, ma'am." "This is your house?" "We rent it, yes, ma'am, sir." "Mrs. Wilson." The cop didn't seem concerned with pronouns. "I'm Captain Isaac with the state police. I have a warrant to search your house." Charlie pointed out, "You're already searching it." "We had reason to believe evidence might be tampered with." Isaac studied Charlie's bruised eye. "Were you accidentally injured during the breach, ma'am?" "No, a different police officer hit me today." Isaac glanced at Lenore, who was still apparently livid, then looked back at Charlie. "Are you two ladies together?" "Yes," Charlie said. "Mrs. Wilson would like to see a copy of the warrant." Isaac made a point of noticing the yellow glove on Charlie's hand. "Dishwashing glove," Charlie said, which was technically true. "Mrs. Wilson would like to see a copy of the warrant." "Are you Mrs. Wilson's lawyer?" "I'm a lawyer," Charlie clarified. "I'm only here as a friend of the family." Isaac told Ava, "Mrs. Wilson, per your friend's request, I am giving you a copy of the warrant." Charlie had to lift Ava's arm so that the warrant could be placed in the woman's hand. Isaac asked, "Mrs. Wilson, are there any weapons in the house?" Ava shook her head. "No, sir." "Any needles we should be worried about, anything that's going to cut us?" Again, Ava shook her head, though she seemed troubled by the question. "Explosives?" Ava's hand flew to her mouth. "Is there a gas leak?" Isaac looked to Charlie for an explanation. Charlie shrugged. The mother's life was upside down. Logic was the last thing they should expect from her. Isaac asked Ava, "Ma'am, do I have your consent to search your person?" No," Charlie interrupted. "You don't have consent to search anything or anyone beyond the scope of the warrant." Isaac glanced down at Charlie's purse, which had conformed roughly to the shape of a rectangular yearbook. "Do I need to search your bag?" Charlie felt her heart flip. "Do you have cause?" "If you've concealed evidence or removed something from the house with a purpose of concealment, then—" "That would be illegal," Charlie said. "Like searching a school bus when it's not specifically listed in your warrant and it's not part of the curtilage." Isaac nodded once. "You would be correct unless there was cause." Charlie snapped off the yellow glove. "I did remove this from the house, but not intentionally." "Thank you for being forthcoming." Isaac turned to Ava. She had a script to follow. "Ma'am, you can stay outside or you can leave, but you cannot go back into the house until we've released it. Do you understand?" Ava shook her head. Charlie said, "She understands." Isaac walked across the yard and joined the men inside the house. Plastic containers were stacked by the door, evidence logs, zip ties, plastic bags. Ava stared through the bay window. The television was still on. The screen was so large that Charlie could read the scroll along the bottom. "Pikeville PD source. School security footage will not be released." Security cameras. Charlie had not noticed them this morning, but now she recalled a camera at the end of every hallway. The murder spree had been captured on video. Ava asked, "What are we going to do?" Charlie suppressed her first answer. "Watch your daughter get strapped to a gurney and executed." She told Ava, My father will explain everything back at his office. She took the rolled-up warrant from the woman's sweaty hand. There has to be an arraignment within 48 hours. Kelly will likely be held at the county jail, but then they'll transfer her somewhere else. There will be a lot of court appearances and plenty of opportunities to see her. None of this will happen quickly. Everything takes a long time. Charlie scanned the search warrant, which was basically a love letter from the judge allowing the cops to do whatever the hell they wanted. She asked Ava, "Is this your address?" Ava looked at the warrant. "Yes, ma'am. That's the street number." Through the open front door, Charlie saw Isaac start yanking out drawers in the kitchen. Silverware clattered. Carpet was being stripped from the floor. None of them were being gentle. They lifted their feet high as they stomped around, checking for hollow sounds under the floorboards, poking at the stained tile in the ceiling. Ava grabbed Charlie's arm. "When will Kelly come home?" "You'll need to talk about that with my father." "I don't see how we can afford any of this," Ava said. "We ain't got no money if that's why you're here." Rusty had never been interested in money. "The state will pay for her defense. It won't be much, but I can promise you my father will work his heart out for your daughter." Ava blinked. She didn't seem to follow. "She's got chores to do." Charlie looked into the woman's eyes. Her pupils were small, but that could be explained by the intense sunlight. "Are you on something?" She looked down at her feet. "No, ma'am. There was a pebble, but I kicked it away." Charlie waited for an inappropriate smile, but the woman was being serious. "Did you take some medication? Or maybe you smoked a joint to take the edge off?" "Oh, no, ma'am. I'm a bus driver. I can't take drugs. Children depend on me." Charlie looked into her eyes again, this time for any sign of reason. "Did my father explain what's happening to Kelly?" "He said he was working for her, but I don't know," she whispered. "My cousin says Rusty Quinn is a bad man, that he represents lowlifes and rapists and killers." Charlie's mouth went dry. The woman did not seem to understand that Rusty Quinn was exactly the kind of man that her daughter needed. "There's Kelly." Ava was looking at the television again. Kelly Wilson's face filled the screen. Someone had obviously leaked a school photo. Instead of the heavy goth makeup and black clothes, Kelly was wearing one of her rainbow pony t-shirts from the closet. The photo disappeared and was replaced with live footage of Rusty leaving the Derrick County Hospital. He scowled at the reporter who shoved a microphone in his face, but he had left by the front doors for a reason. Rusty made a visible show of reluctantly stopping for the interview. Charlie could tell by the way his mouth was moving that he was offering a cavalcade of southerny sound bites that would be played on a virtual loop by the national stations. This was how these high-profile cases worked. Rusty had to get out in front of the talking heads to paint Kelly Wilson as a troubled teenager facing the ultimate punishment, rather than as a monster who had murdered a child and her school principal. Ava whispered, "Is a revolver a weapon?" Charlie felt her stomach drop. She led Ava away from the house and stood with her in the middle of the track. "Do you have a revolver?" Ava nodded. "Eli keeps it in the glove box of the car." "The car he drove to work today?" She nodded again. "Does he own the gun legally?" "We don't steal things, ma'am. We work for them." "I'm sorry. What I mean is your husband a convicted felon?" "No, ma'am. He's an honest man." "Do you know how many bullets the gun holds?" 6. Ava sounded certain enough, but she added, "I think 6. I seen it 1,000,000 times, but I never paid attention to it. I'm sorry I can't remember." "It's all right." Charlie had felt the same way when Delia Wolford was questioning her. "How many shots did you hear? What was the sequence? Was Mr. Huckabee with you? What happened to the revolver?" Charlie had been right in the middle of it, but fear had dampened her recall. She asked Ava, "When was the last time you saw the revolver?" "I don't... Oh." Ava's phone was ringing from the front pocket of her pajamas. She pulled out a cheap flip phone, the kind that let you prepay for minutes. "I don't know that number." Charlie knew the number. It belonged to her iPhone, which Huck apparently still had. "Get in the car," she told Ava, motioning for Lenore to help. "Let me answer this." Ava gave Lenore a wary look. "I don't know if..." "Get in the car." Charlie practically pushed the woman away. She answered the phone on the 5th ring. "Hello?"
Mrs. Wilson, this is Mr. Huckabee, Kelly's teacher from middle school. How did you unlock my phone? Huck hesitated a good long while. You need a better password than 1234. Charlie had heard the same thing from Ben on numerous occasions. She walked up the track for more privacy. Why are you calling Ava Wilson? He hesitated a second time. I taught Kelly for 2 years. I tutored her a few months when she moved up to the high school. That doesn't answer the question. I spent 4 hours answering questions from 2 assholes with a GBI and another hour answering questions at the hospital. What assholes? Atkins, Avery, some 10-year-old with a cowlick, and an older black chick kept tag-teaming me. Shit, Charlie mumbled. He probably meant Lewis Avery, the FBI's North Georgia field agent. Did he give you his card? I threw it away, Huck said. My arm's fine, by the way. Bullet went straight through. My nose is broken and I have a concussion, Charlie told him. Why were you calling Ava? His sigh said he was humoring her. Because I care about my students. I wanted to help, to make sure she had a lawyer, that she was being looked after by someone who wasn't going to exploit her or get her into more trouble. Huck abruptly dropped the bravado. Kelly's not smart, Charlotte. She's not a murderer. You don't have to be smart to kill somebody. Actually, the opposite is usually true. She turned back to look at the Wilson house. Captain Isaac was carrying out a plastic box full of Kelly's clothes. Charlie told Huck, if you really want to help Kelly, stay away from any and all reporters. Don't go on camera. Don't let them get a good photo of you. Don't even talk to your friends about what happened, because they'll go on camera or they'll talk to reporters, and you won't be able to control what comes out of their mouths. That's good advice. He let out a short breath and said, Hey, I need to tell you that I'm sorry. For? B2, Ben Bernard. Your husband called you this morning. I almost answered. Charlie felt her cheeks flush. He said, I didn't know until one of the cops told me. This was after I had talked to him, told him what we'd been up to, why you were at the school. Charlie put her head in her hand. She knew how certain types of men talked about women, especially the ones they screwed in their trucks outside of bars. Huck said, You could have warned me. It put us all in an even worse situation. You apologize, but really it's my fault? She couldn't believe this guy. When would I have told you? Before Greg Brenner knocked me out, or after you deleted the video? Or how about when you lied in your witness statement about how my nose got broken, which is a felony, by the way. The lying to cover a cop's ass, not the standing around with your thumb up your ass while a woman gets punched in the face. That's perfectly legal. Huck pushed out another sigh. You don't know what it's like running into something like that. People make mistakes. I don't know what it's like? Charlie felt shaken by a sudden fury. I think I was there, Huck. I think I got there before you did, so I know exactly what it's like to run into something like that. And not for nothing, but if you really grew up in Pikeville, then you know I've done it twice now, so fuck you with your you don't know what it's like. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. Charlie wasn't finished. You lied about Kelly's age. 16, 17. She could picture Huck shaking his head. She's in the 11th grade. What difference does it make? She's 18, and the difference is the death penalty. He gasped. There was no other word for it, the sudden, quick inhalation that came from absolute shock. Charlie waited for him to speak. She checked the bars on the phone. Hello? He cleared his throat. I need a minute. Charlie needed a minute, too. She was missing something big. Why had Huck been interviewed for 4 hours? The average interrogation lasted somewhere between half an hour and 2 hours. Charlie's had topped out at around 45 minutes. The entirety of her and Huck's involvement with the crime had been less than 10 minutes. Why had Delia Wolford brought in the FBI to play good cop, bad cop with Huck? He was hardly a hostile witness. He had been shot in the arm, but he'd said he was interrogated before he went to the hospital. Delia Wolford wasn't the kind of cop who didn't follow procedure. The FBI sure as shit didn't mess around. So why had they kept their star witness at the police station for 4 hours? That wasn't how you treated a witness. That was how you treated a suspect who wasn't playing ball. Okay, I'm back, Huck said. Kelly's, what are they calling it now?
remedial, intellectually handicapped. She's in basic classes. She can't retain concepts. The law would call it diminished capacity, as in she's too incapable to form the mental state required for a crime, but that's a very hard argument to make, Charlie told him. There are very different priorities between a government-run school system and a government-run murder prosecution. One is trying to help her, the other is trying to kill her. He was so quiet that all she could hear was his breathing. Charlie asked, "Did the two agents, Wolford and Avery, talk with you for 4 hours straight, or was there time in between?" "What?" He seemed thrown by the question. "Yeah, one of them was always in the room. And your husband, sometimes. And that guy, what's his name? He wears those shiny suits?" "Ken Coyne, he's the district attorney." Charlie shifted tactics. "Was Kelly bullied?" "Not in my classroom," he added. "Off campus, social media, we can't regulate that." "So you're saying she was bullied?" "I'm saying she was different, and that's never a good thing when you're a kid." "You were Kelly's teacher. Why didn't you know that she was held back a grade?" "I've got over 120 kids a year, every year. I don't look back at their files unless they give me a reason." "Being slow isn't a reason?" "A lot of my kids are slow. She was a solid C student. She never got in trouble." Charlie could hear a tapping noise, a pen hitting the edge of a table. Huck said, "Look, Kelly's a good kid, not smart, but sweet. She follows whatever is in front of her. She doesn't do things like today. That's not her." "Were you intimate with her?" "What the hell does screwing, fucking, you know what I mean?" "Of course not." He sounded disgusted. "She was one of my kids, Christ." "Was anyone else having sex with her?" "No, I would have reported it." "Mr. Pinkman?" "Don't even. Another student at school. How should I? What happened to the revolver?" If she hadn't been listening for it, she would have missed the slight catch in his breath. And then he said, "What revolver?" Charlie shook her head, silently berating herself for missing the obvious. During her own interview with Delia Wolford, she had been too disoriented to put it together. But now Charlie could see that the woman had practically drawn her a picture. "You didn't see Mr. Huckabee hand the revolver to anyone. You didn't see him put it anywhere on his person? On the ground?" Charlie asked Huck, "What did you do with it?" He paused again because that's what he did when he was lying. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Is that how you answered the two agents?" "I told them what I told you. I don't know. A lot was going on." Charlie could only shake her head at his stupidity. "Did Kelly say something to you in the hall?" "Not that I heard." He paused for the billionth time. "Like I said, a lot was happening." The guy had been shot and barely grimaced. Fear had not dampened his recall. She asked, "Whose side are you on?" "There's no such thing as sides. There's just doing the right thing." "I hate to blow apart your philosophy, Horatio, but if there's a right thing, then there's a wrong thing. And as someone with a law degree, I can tell you that stealing the murder weapon from a double homicide, then lying about it to an FBI agent, can land you on the wrong side of a prison cell for a hell of a long time." He kept up the silent act for 2 seconds, then said, "I don't know if we were in it, but there's a blind spot in the security cameras." "Stop talking, but if—" "Shut up," Charlie warned him. "I'm a witness. I can't be your lawyer. What you tell me isn't privileged. Charlotte, She ended the call before he could dig the hole he was standing in any deeper. Chapter 5. Predictably, Rusty's old Mercedes was not parked in the lot when Lenore pulled into her space behind the building. Charlie had watched her father leave the hospital live on television. He had been half an hour from the office, roughly the same distance away as the Wilson house, so he must have taken a detour. Lenore told Ava, "Rusty's on his way," a lie she told multiple clients multiple times a day. Ava didn't seem interested in Rusty's whereabouts. Her mouth gaped open as the security gate rolled closed behind them. The enclosed space, with its array of security lights and cameras, metal bars on the windows, and 12-foot-high razor-wired perimeter fence, looked like the staging area inside a supermax prison. Over the years, Rusty had continued to receive death threats because he continued to represent outlaw bikers, drug gangs, and child killers. Add to the list the union organizations, undocumented workers, and abortion clinics, and he had managed to piss off almost everyone in the state. Charlie's private theory was that most of the death threats came courtesy of the Culpeppers. Only a fraction came from the fine, upstanding citizens who believed Rusty Quinn served at the right hand of Satan. There was no telling what they would do when word spread that Rusty was representing a school shooter. Lenore parked her Mazda beside Charlie's Subaru. She turned around and looked at Ava Wilson. "I'll show you a place where you can freshen yourself."
"Do you got a TV?"
Ava asked. Charlie said, "Maybe it's best not to. I want to watch." Charlie couldn't deny a grown woman TV privileges. She got out of the car and opened the door for Ava. The mother didn't move at first. She stared at the back of the seat in front of her, hands resting on her knees. Ava said,
"This is real, isn't it?"
"I'm sorry," Charlie said. "It is." The woman turned slowly. Her legs looked like two twigs underneath the pajama pants. Her skin was so pale as to be almost transparent in the harsh daylight. Lenore shut the driver's side door quietly, but the look on her face said she wanted to slam it off the car. She had been pissed off at Charlie from the moment she'd spotted her in the front bedroom of the Wilson house. But for Ava Wilson, she would have taken off Charlie's head and thrown it out the window on the drive back. Lenore mumbled, "This isn't finished." "Super!" Charlie smiled brightly because why not pour more fuel onto the fire? There was nothing Lenore could say about Charlie's foolish actions that Charlie had not already said to herself. If there was one thing she excelled at, it was being her own inner mean girl. She handed Ava Wilson the plastic bag of clothes so she could look for her keys. "I've got it." Lenore unlocked the steel security screen and accordioned it back. The heavy metal door required a code and another key to engage the bar lock that went straight across the inside of the door and bolted it into either side of the steel jamb. Lenore had put some muscle into turning the latch. There was a deep ka-chunk before she could open the door. Ava asked, "Y'all keep money in here or something?" Charlie shivered at the question. She let Lenore and Ava enter first. The familiar odor of cigarettes managed to make its way into Charlie's broken nose. She had banned Rusty from smoking in the building, but the order had come 30 years too late. He brought the stink in with him like Pigpen from the Peanuts comics. No matter how many times she cleaned or painted the walls, or even replaced the carpet, the odor lingered. "This way." Lenore gave Charlie another sharp look before escorting Ava to the reception area, a depressingly dark room with a metal roller shade that blocked the view to the street. Charlie headed toward her office. Her first priority was to call her father and tell him to get his ass down here. Ava Wilson shouldn't be relegated to sitting on their lumpy couch, getting all her information about her daughter from cable news. Just in case, Charlie took the long way by Rusty's office to make sure he hadn't parked in the front. The white paint on his door had bled yellow from nicotine. Stains radiated into the sheetrock and clouded the ceiling. Even the knob had a film around it. She pulled down the sleeve of her shirt to cover her hand and made sure the door was locked. He wasn't there. Charlie let out a long breath as she walked toward her office. She had purposely staked her claim on the opposite side of the building, which in its previous life had housed the back offices of a chain of stationery supply stores. The architecture of the one-story structure was similar in higgledy-pigglediness to the farmhouse. She shared the reception area with her father, but her practice was completely separate from his. Other lawyers came and went, renting space by the month. UGA, Georgia State, Morehouse, and Emory sporadically sent interns who needed desks and phones. Rusty's investigator, Jimmy Jack Little, had set up shop in a former supply closet. As far as Charlie could tell, Jimmy Jack used it to store his files, possibly hoping that the police would think twice before raiding an office inside a building filled with lawyers. The carpet was thicker, the decor nicer on Charlie's side. Rusty had hung a sign over her door that read, "Dewey, Pleadum, and How," a joke on the fact that she kept most of her clients out of the courtroom. Charlie didn't mind arguing a case, but the majority of her clients were too poor to afford a trial and too familiar with the Pikefield judges to waste their time fighting the system. Rusty, on the other hand, would argue a parking ticket in front of the United States Supreme Court if they'd let him get that far. Charlie searched her purse for her office keys. The bag slipped off her shoulder, the mouth gaped open. Kelly Wilson's yearbook had a cartoon General Lee on the front because the school mascot was the rebel. Defense counsel who possesses a physical item under circumstances implicating a client in criminal conduct should disclose the location of or should deliver that item to law enforcement authorities. It wasn't lost on Charlie that she had lectured Huck about concealing evidence while she had Kelly Wilson's yearbook tucked under her arm. Though, arguably, Charlie was caught in the legal equivalent of Schrodinger's cat. She wouldn't know if there was evidence inside the yearbook until she opened the yearbook. She looked for her keys again. The easiest thing to do was to dump the book onto Rusty's desk and let him deal with it. "Let's go." Lenore was back and clearly ready to say her piece. Charlie indicated the bathroom across the hall. She couldn't do this on a full bladder. Lenore followed her inside and shut the door. "Half of me wonders if it's even worth laying into you because you're too dumb to know how stupid you are." "Please listen to that half." Lenore jabbed her finger at Charlie. "Don't give me your smart mouth." A cornucopia of smartass responses filled her head, but Charlie held back. She unbuttoned her jeans and sat on the toilet. Lenore had bathed Charlie when she was too grief-stricken to take care of herself. She could watch her pee. "You never think, Charlotte, you just do." Lenore paced the tight room. "You're right," Charlie said. "And I know you're right, just like I know you can't make me feel any worse than I already do." "You're not getting out of it that easy." "Does this look easy?" Charlie held her arms out wide to show off the damage. "I got caught up in a war zone this morning. I antagonized a cop into making this happen." She indicated her face. "I humiliated my husband. Again. I fucked a guy who was either a martyr, a pedophile, or a psychopath. I broke down in front of you, and you don't even want to know what I was doing when the SWAT team came in. I mean, seriously, you do not want to know because you need plausible deniability." Lenore's nostrils flared. "I saw their guns pointed at your chest, Charlotte. 6 men, all with their rifles up, all a trigger's width from murdering you while I stood outside wringing my hands like a helpless old woman." Charlie realized that Lenore wasn't angry. She was frightened. "What on earth were you thinking?" Lenore demanded. "Why would you risk your life like that? What was so important?" Nothing was that important. Charlie's shame was amplified by the sight of the tears rolling down Lenore's face. "I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't have done that. Any of it. I'm an idiot and a fool." "You sure as hell are." Lenore grabbed the toilet paper and rolled out enough to blow her nose. "Please yell at me," Charlie begged. "I can't take it when you're upset." Lenore looked away, and Charlie wanted to disappear into a pool of self-hate. How many times had she had this same discussion with Ben? The time at the grocery store that Charlie had shoved a man who'd slapped his wife. The time she'd almost got clipped by a car trying to help a stranded motorist. Antagonizing the Culpeppers when she saw them downtown. Going to the holler during the middle of the night. Spending her days defending sleazy meth heads and violent felons. Ben claimed that Charlie would sprint headfirst into a buzzsaw if given the right set of circumstances. Lenore said, "We can't both cry." "I'm not crying," Charlie lied. Lenore handed her the toilet paper roll. "Why do you think the guy's a psychopath?" "I can't tell you." Charlie buttoned her jeans, then went to the sink to wash her hands. "Do I need to worry about you going back to before?" Charlie didn't want to think about before. "There's a blind spot in the security cameras." "Did Ben tell you that?" "You know Ben and I don't talk about cases." Charlie cleaned under her arms with a wet paper towel. "The psychopath has my phone. I need to get it turned off and replaced with a new one. I missed 2 hearings today. The courthouse locked down the minute the news broke about the shooting." Charlie remembered this was procedure. There had been a false alarm once before. Like Ava Wilson, she was having a hard time believing that any of this was real. Lenore said, "There's 2 sandwiches in a Tupperware bowl on your desk. I'll go to the phone store for you if you eat them." Deal, Charlie agreed. Listen, I'm sorry about today. I'll try to be better. Lenore rolled her eyes. Whatever. Charlie waited until the door was closed to finish her whore's bath. She studied her face in the mirror as she cleaned herself. She was looking worse by the hour. There were 2 bruises, one under each eye, that made her look like a domestic violence victim. The bridge of her nose was dark red and had a bump on top of the other bump from the last time her nose had been broken. She told her reflection, "You're going to stop being an idiot." Her reflection looked as dubious as Lenore. Charlie went back to her office. She dumped her purse on the floor to find her keys. Then she had to figure out how to shove everything back in. Then she realized that Lenore had already unlocked the door because Lenore was always 2 steps ahead of her. Charlie dropped her purse on the couch beside the door. She turned on the lights. Her desk, her computer, her chair. It felt good to be among familiar things. The office wasn't her home, but she spent more time here, especially since Ben had moved out, so it was the next best thing. She crammed down one of the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches Lenore had left on the desk. She skimmed her inbox on the computer and answered the emails asking if she was okay. Charlie should have listened to her voicemail, called her clients, and checked with the court to see when her hearings would be rescheduled, but she was too jittery to concentrate. Huck had all but admitted to taking the murder weapon from the scene. Why? Actually, the better question was how. A revolver was not a small thing, and considering it was the murder weapon, the police would have been searching for it almost immediately. How did Huck sneak it out of the building? In his pants? Did he slip it into an unwitting paramedic's bag? Charlie supposed the Pikeville police had given Huck a wide berth. You didn't frisk an innocent civilian you'd accidentally shot. Huck had also erased the video that Charlie had taken, proving he was firmly on their side, inasmuch as Mr. Huckleberry believed in sides. But agents Delia Wolford and Louis Avery had no such loyalty to Mr. Huckabee. No wonder they had drilled him for 4 hours while the bullet wound in his arm slowly seeped. They probably suspected he'd taken the weapon, just like they suspected the local cops were idiots for letting him walk out the door without doing a thorough search. Lying to an FBI agent carried up to 5 years in federal prison and a $250,000 fine. Add on top of that the destruction of evidence, lying to hinder an investigation, and the possibility of Huck being charged as an accomplice after the fact to double homicide, and he would never work in a school, or probably anywhere else, ever again. All of which made things tricky for Charlie. Unless she wanted to destroy the man's life, she would need to find a way to tell her father about the gun without implicating Huck. She knew what Rusty would do if he smelled blood. Huck was the kind of handsome, clean-cut do-gooder that juries ate up with a spoon. His war record, his benevolent choice of profession, wouldn't matter if he testified from the stand in an orange prison jumpsuit. She looked at the clock over the couch. 2:16 p.m. This day was like a fucking never-ending sphere. Charlie opened a new Word document on her computer. She should type out everything she remembered and give it to Rusty. He had likely heard Kelly Wilson's story by now. Charlie could at least tell him what the prosecution had heard. Her hands hovered over the keyboard, but she didn't type. She watched the blinking cursor. She didn't know where to start. Obviously from the beginning, but the beginning was the hard part. Charlie's daily routine was normally set in granite. She got up at 5. She fed the various animals. She went for a run. She showered. She ate breakfast. She went to work. She went home. With Ben gone, her nights were filled with reading case files, watching mindless TV, and clock watching for a non-demeaning time to go to bed. Today hadn't been like that, and Rusty would need to know the reason why. The least Charlie could do was find out Huck's first name. She opened the browser on her computer. She searched for Pikeville Middle School faculty. The little rainbow wheel started spinning. Eventually, the screen showed the message, "Website not responding." She tried to get around the landing page, typing in different departments, teachers' names, even the school newspaper. They all brought back the same message. The Pikeville Department of Education servers didn't have the capacity to handle hundreds of thousands of curiosity seekers trying to access their website. She clicked open a fresh search page. She typed Huckabee, Pikeville. Crap, Charlie mumbled. Google had asked, "Do you mean huckleberry?" The first site listed was a wiki entry saying that the huckleberry was the state fruit of Idaho. Then there were several stories about school boards trying to ban Huckleberry Finn. At the bottom of the page was an Urban Dictionary entry that claimed "I'm your huckleberry" was 19th century slang for "I'm your man." Charlie tapped her finger on the mouse. She should look at CNN or MSNBC or even Fox, but she couldn't bring herself to type in the news sites. An entire hour had passed without the slideshow coming back into her head. She didn't want to invite the flood of bad memories. Besides, this was Rusty's case. Charlie was likely going to be called as a witness for the prosecution. She would corroborate Huck's story, but that would only give the jury a small piece of the puzzle. If anyone knew more, it was Mrs. Pinkman. Her room was directly across from where Kelly had most likely stood when she began shooting. Judith Pinkman would have been first on the scene. She would have found her husband dead, Lucy dying. "Please, help us." Charlie could still hear the woman's screams echoing in her ears. The 4 shots had already been fired. Huck had dragged Charlie behind the filing cabinet. He was calling the police when she heard 2 more shots. Charlie was astonished by the sudden vividness of the memory. 6 gunshots. 6 bullets in the revolver. Otherwise, Judith Pinkman would have been shot in the face when she opened the door to her classroom. Charlie looked up at the ceiling. The thought had teased out an old image that she did not want to see. She had to get out of this office. She picked up the plastic bowl with a second PB&J and went to find Ava Wilson. Charlie knew that Lenore had already offered Ava food. She had that typically Southern impulse to feed everyone she met, just as Charlie was sure Ava was too stressed out to eat, but she didn't want the woman to be alone for too long. In the reception area, Charlie found a familiar scene. Ava Wilson on the couch in front of the television, the sound up too loud. She asked Ava, "Would you like my other sandwich?" Ava did not answer. Charlie was about to repeat the question when she realized that Ava's eyes were closed. Her lips were slightly parted, a soft whistle passing between a gap where one of her teeth was missing. Charlie didn't wake her. Stress had a way of shutting down your body when it couldn't take any more. If Ava Wilson had a moment's peace today, this would be it. The remote control was on the coffee table. Charlie never asked why it was always sticky. Most of the buttons didn't work. The others got stuck. The power button was unresponsive. The mute had evaporated. There was an open rectangle where the button had been. She went to the set to see if there was another way to turn it off. On screen, the news was in that lull period where there was no real information to report, so they'd brought on a panel of pundits and psychiatrists to speculate what might have happened, what Kelly possibly had been thinking, why she could have done the things that she did. "And there is precedent," a pretty blonde said. "If you remember the Boomtown Rats song from—" Charlie was about to yank the cord out of the wall when the main anchor interrupted the shrink. "We've got breaking news. I'll send you live to a press conference going on now in Pikeville, Georgia." The image changed again, this time to a podium set up in a familiar-looking space. The lunchroom at the police station. They had cleared the tables away and stuck a blue flag with the City of Pikeville logo on the wall. A chubby man wearing pleated tan dockers and a white button-down shirt stood beside the podium. He looked to his left, and the camera panned to Ken Coyne, who seemed irritated when he waved for the man to go ahead. Coyne had clearly wanted to take the stage first. The man moved the microphone down, then up, then down again. He leaned over, his lips too close, and said, "I'm Rick Fahey. I'm Lucy Alex—" His voice caught. "Lucy Alexander's uncle." He used the back of his hand to wipe away tears. His face was red. His lips were too pink. "The family has asked me—" "Oh." Fahey took a folded piece of notebook paper out of his back pocket. His hands were shaking so hard that the paper fluttered as if from a sudden wind. Finally, Fahey flattened the page down on the podium and said, "The family asked me to read this statement." Charlie looked back at Ava. She continued to sleep. Fahey read, "Lucy was a beautiful child. She was creative. She loved to sing and play with her dog, Shaggy. She was in Miss Dillard's Bible class at Mountain Baptist, where she loved reading the Gospels.
She spent summers at her grandparents' farm down in Ellijay where she helped them pick apples.
He took a handkerchief out of his back pocket and patted the sweat and tears from his round face.
The family has put its trust in God to help us through this trying time. We ask for the thoughts and prayers of the community. Also, we would like to express our support for the Pikeville Police Department and the Dickerson County District Attorney's Office, Mr. Ken Coyne, to do everything they can to quickly bring justice to Lucy's
His voice caught again.
Murderer.
He looked up at the reporters.
That's what Kelly Wilson is. A cold-blooded murderer.
Fahey turned to Ken Coyne. The two exchanged a solemn nod of a promise that had likely been made. Fahey continued.
The family would like to ask in the meantime that the media and others respect our privacy. No funeral arrangements have been made yet.
His focus moved off into the distance, past the throng of microphones, past the cameras. Was he thinking about Lucy's funeral? How her parents would have to choose a child-sized casket to bury their daughter in? She had been so small. Charlie could remember how delicate the girl's hand had felt when she gripped it inside her own.
Mr. Fahey,
one of the reporters asked,
could you tell us—
Thank you. Fahey left the podium. Ken Coyne gave him a firm pat on the arm as they passed each other. Charlie watched her husband's boss grip the sides of the podium like he was about to sodomize it.
I'm Ken Coyne, the district attorney for the county, he told the crowd. I'm here to answer your questions about the prosecution of this vile murder. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, we will claim an eye for an eye in this egregious—
Charlie unplugged the television. She turned to make sure that Ava hadn't woken up. The woman was in the same position, still wearing her pajamas. The bag of clothes was on the floor at her feet. Charlie was trying to remember if they had a blanket somewhere when the back door banged open and slammed closed. Only Rusty entered the building making that much racket. Fortunately, the sounds had not awakened Ava. She only shifted on the couch, her head lolling to the side. Charlie left the sandwich on the coffee table before she went back to find her father.
Charlotte!
Rusty boomed. She heard his office door pop open. The knob had already dug a hole in the wall. He never passed up an opportunity to make noise.
Charlotte!
I'm here, Daddy. She stopped outside the doorway. His office was so cluttered there was nowhere inside to stand. Ava Wilson's in reception.
Good girl.
He didn't look up from the papers in his hands. Rusty was a jittery half-tasker, never fully concentrating on one thing at a time. Even now, he was tapping his foot, reading, spontaneously humming, and carrying on something like a conversation.
How's she doing?
Not great. She dozed off a little while ago. Charlie talked to the top of his head. He was 74 years old and his hair was still a thick salt and pepper that he kept too long on the sides. You need to go slow with her. I'm not sure how much she's following.
Noted.
He made a note on the papers. Rusty's bony fingers held a pen the same way he held a cigarette. Anyone who talked to him on the phone expected him to look like a cross between Colonel Sanders and Foghorn Leghorn. He was not. Rusty Quinn was a tall, rangy beanpole of a man, but not in the same way as Ben, because Charlie would have thrown herself off the mountain before she married someone like her father. Other than their height and an inability to throw out old underwear, the two men in her life were nothing alike. Ben was a dependable but sporty minivan. Rusty was an industrial-sized bulldozer. Despite 2 heart attacks and a double bypass, he gladly continued to indulge his vices. Bourbon, fried chicken, unfiltered Camels, screaming arguments. Ben was drawn to thoughtful discussions, IPA, and artisanal cheeses. Actually, Charlie realized that there was a new similarity between the two. Today, both men were having a hard time looking at Charlie. She asked, "What's she like?"
The girl?
Rusty dashed off another note, humming as if the pen had some sort of rhythm.
Slip of a thing. Coyne must be shitting his pants. Jury's gonna fall in love with her.
Lucy Alexander's family might have something to say about that.
I am girded for battle.
Charlie stubbed her toe on the carpet. There was nothing he couldn't turn into a contest. You could try to do a deal with Ken, take the death penalty off the table.
Bah,
he answered, because they both knew Ken wouldn't deal.
I think we got a unicorn here.
Charlie's head snapped up. A unicorn was their word for an innocent client, a rare, mythical creature few had ever seen. She said, "You can't be serious."
"Course I'm serious. Why wouldn't I be serious?"
"I was there, Daddy." She wanted to shake him. "I was right in the middle of it."
Ben caught me up to speed on what happened.
He coughed into the crook of his arm.
"Sounds like you had a real rough time of it."
"That is a magnificent understatement."
"I am renowned for my subtlety."
Charlie watched him shuffle the papers. The humming resumed. She counted to 30 before he finally looked at her over his reading glasses. He was blissfully silent for almost another 10 seconds. Then a smile cracked open his mouth.
"Those are some real shiners, tough girl. You look like a bandito."
I was elbowed in the face.
"I already told Coin to get his checkbook at the ready."
"I didn't file a complaint." He kept smiling.
"Good idea, baby. Hold your fire till this settles down. Never kick a fresh turd on a hot day."
Charlie put her hand to her eyes. She was too tired for the merry-go-round. "Dad, I need to tell you something." Her words went unanswered. She dropped her hand.
Rusty said, "This about why you were at the school this morning?"
He had no problem looking at Charlie now. Their eyes locked for a very brief but uncomfortable moment before she looked away.
He said, "So now you know I know."
"Did Ben tell you?" He shook his head.
"Old Kenny Coin had the pleasure."
Charlie wasn't going to apologize to her father. "I'll write down everything I can remember from today, what I told the GBI agent who took my statement. She's an SAC, Delia Wolford. I've got her card. She interviewed the other witness along with an agent named Avery or Atkins. Ben was in the room with me. I think Coin was behind the mirror, or in the other room most of the time." Rusty made sure she was finished before saying,
"Charlotte, I am assuming if you were not okay, you would tell me."
"Russell, I am assuming that you are smart enough to extrapolate that information from the raw data."
Hello, familiar impasse.
He dropped the papers on his desk.
"The last time I tried to guess your mood, a first-class stamp was 29 cents and you stopped talking to me for 16 3/4 days.
Charlie had long lost the will to negotiate his sympathy. "I heard there's a hole in the school security footage."
"Where'd you get that?"
"The Gettin' place."
"Pick up anything else while you were there?"
"They're worried about the murder weapon. Like, maybe they don't know exactly where it ended up." His eyebrows jumped.
"Well, that's a pickle."
"That's a guess," Charlie said, not wanting to throw scent onto Huck. "The GBI agent was asking me a lot of questions about where it was. When did I see it last? Who had it? When? What? Where? Revolver. I'm not 100%, but I think it was a 6-shot. Rusty's eyes narrowed.
"There's something else, right? If I am allowed the extrapolation?"
Charlie turned around, knowing he would follow. She was halfway across the building when she heard his heavy footsteps behind her. He had a long, quick stride because he thought walking fast passed for cardio. She heard his fingers tap the wall. He hummed what sounded like Happy Birthday. The only time Charlie ever saw her father completely still was inside a courtroom. Charlie found her bag on the couch in her office. She pulled out the yearbook. Rusty came to a breathless standstill.
"What's that?"
"It's a yearbook. Sometimes it's called an annual." He crossed his arms over his chest.
"You need to be more specific with your old pappy."
"You buy it at school at the end of the year. It has class pictures and club photos, and people write things in the pages like, 'I'll never forget you,' or 'Thanks for helping me in biology.'" She shrugged. "It's a stupid thing. The more signatures you get, the more popular you are."
"That explains why you never brought one home."
"Ha ha." He asked,
"So, was our gal popular, not popular?"
"I didn't open it." Charlie waved the book in Rusty's face, indicating he should take it. He kept his arms crossed, but she saw that switch flick inside him, the same one that came on inside the courtroom. He asked,
"Where was this found?"
"In Kelly Wilson's closet in her home."
"Before the execution of the search warrant?"
"Yes."
Did anyone from law enforcement tell you there was going to be a search warrant filed?
No.
Did the mother, Ava Wilson, did Ava Wilson give this to you to hold on to?
No.
Is she your client?
No, and thanks for trying to help me lose my license.
You'd have the best attorney in the country making sure you kept it.
Rusty nodded toward the yearbook.
Open it for me.
Take it or I'll drop it on the floor.
God damn, you make me miss your mama.
Rusty's voice had a funny quiver. He rarely mentioned Gamma, and if he did, it was only to make a not always favorable comparison to Charlie. He took the yearbook and gave her a salute.
Many thanks.
She watched his exaggerated march up the hallway. Charlie called, "Hey, asshole!" Rusty turned around, grinning as he marched back the same way he'd left. He opened the yearbook with a flourish. The inside flap was filled with written messages, some in black ink, some in blue, a few in pink. Different handwriting, different signatures. Rusty turned the page. More ink colors. More hastily scratched missives. If Kelly Wilson was a loner, she was the most popular loner at school.
Rusty said, "Excuse me, miss. I'm not stepping on your scruples here if I ask you to read me some of this." He tapped his temple. "Don't have my spectacles."
Charlie indicated that he should turn the book around. She read the first line that jumped out at her, a blocky print that looked like it belonged to a boy. "Hey, girl, thanks for the awesome head. You suck." She looked up at her father.
Whoa. Whoa, indeed.
Rusty was unshockable. Charlie had given up trying years ago.
Continue.
"Gonna rape you, bitch." No signature. She skimmed around. Another rape threat. "Gonna do some sodomy on your ass, bitch." Sodomy spelled with an I.
"At the end or in the middle?"
End. She searched for some pink cursive, hoping the girls proved to be a lesser evil. "You are a fucking whore and I hate you and I want you to die." 6 exclamation points, KIT, Mindy Zawada.
KIT?
Rusty asked. "Keep in touch."
Heartfelt.
Charlie scanned the other notes, which were equally as lewd as the first. "They're all like that, Dad. Either calling her a whore or referring to sex or asking for sex or saying they're going to rape her." He turned to the next page, which had been left blank so that classmates could write more notes. There were no notes. A giant cock and balls took up most of the space. At the top was a drawing of a girl with stringy hair and wide eyes. Her mouth was open. There was an arrow pointed at her head with the word Kelly. Rusty said,
"A picture slowly starts to emerge."
"Keep going." He turned more pages, more drawings, more lewd messages, some rape threats. Kelly's class picture had been defiled. This time the cock and balls pointing at her mouth was ejaculating. Charlie said, "They must have passed this around the school. Hundreds of kids were in on it."
"She was how old, do you think, when this was done?"
12 or 13.
"And she kept it all this time."
He drew out the word as if he was testing how it would sound in front of a jury. Charlie couldn't fault him the performance. He was holding in his hands a textbook example of a mitigating factor. Kelly Wilson had not only been bullied at school. The sexual aggression in the messages from her classmates pointed to something even darker.
Rusty asked, "Did the mother say the girl was sexually assaulted?"
"The mother thinks the girl is a snowflake."
"All right," Rusty said. "So if something happened, then it might be in her school records, or there might be somebody you could ask at the DA's office who—"
"No," Charlie knew to shut him down quickly. "You can ask Ava to request a copy of her school records, and you can do a juvenile court query on a possible file."
"I will do exactly that,"
Charlie said. "You need a really good computer guy, someone who can do forensic searches into social media accounts. If enough kids were involved in this yearbook project, there might even be a separate Facebook page for it."
"I don't need a guy. I've got CNN."
He was right. The media would already have experts scouring the web. Their reporters would be talking to Kelly's classmates, her teachers, looking for friends or people who claimed to be friends who were willing to go on camera and say anything, true or not, about Kelly Wilson. Charlie asked, "Did you get a chance to check on Mrs. Pinkman?"
"I tried to pay a social visit, but she was heavily sedated."
He exhaled a raspy breath. Bad enough to lose a partner, but to lose him like that is the very definition of anguish. Charlie studied him, trying to figure out his tone. Twice now he had mentioned Gamma. She supposed that was her fault, considering her involvement this morning at the school. Another arrow she had slung her father's way. Where did you go today after the hospital? Took a little side trip down to Kennesaw to do a satellite interview. You'll be treated to your daddy's handsome visage all over your TV tonight. Charlie wasn't going to be near a TV if she could help it. You're going to have to be careful with Ava, Daddy. She doesn't understand a lot. I don't think it's just shock. She doesn't track. Daughter has the same problem. I'd put her IQ in the low 70s. He tapped the yearbook. Thanks for the help, my dear. Did Ben get in touch with you this morning? Her heart flipped the same way it had when she'd first heard that Ben had called. No. Do you know why he was calling me? I do. Her desk phone rang. Rusty started to leave. Dad? You will need your umbrella tomorrow. 63% chance of rain in the AM. He hummed a passable happy birthday, giving her a salute as he backed down the hall, knees high like a marching band leader. She said, You're going to give yourself another heart attack. You wish. Charlie rolled her eyes. He always had to make a fucking exit. She picked up the phone. Charlie Quinn. I'm not supposed to be talking to you, Terry, the youngest of Ben's older sisters, said. But I wanted to make sure you were all right. I'm good. Charlie could hear Terry's twins screaming in the background. Ben called them Denise and DeNephew. She told Terry, Ben said he called you guys this morning. He was pretty upset. Upset at me or about me? Well, that's been a damn 9-month-long mystery. It wasn't, actually, but Charlie knew anything she told Terry would be passed on to Carla and Peggy, who would tell Ben's mother, so she kept her mouth firmly shut. Terry asked, You there? Sorry, I'm at work. Terry didn't take the hint. I was thinking when Ben called about how funny he is about talking about things. You have to poke and poke and poke, and then maybe, eventually, he'll tell you back in 1998 you stole a French fry off his plate and it really hurt his feelings. She said more, but Charlie tuned her out, listening instead to Terry's children try to kill each other. Charlie had been sucked in by Ben's bitchy sisters once before, taking them at face value when she should have realized there was a reason Ben only saw them at Thanksgiving. They were bossy, unthinking women who tried to rule Ben with an iron fist. He was in college before he realized that men were allowed to be standing up. Terry said, And then I was talking to Carla about this thing going on with you two. Doesn't make any sense at all. You know he loves you, but he's got something up his butt and he won't say anything. She stopped a moment to yell at her children, then picked up the conversation where she'd left off. Has Benny said anything to you yet? Given you any kind of reason? No, Charlie lied, thinking if they knew Ben at all, they would know that he would never walk out without a reason. Keep poking at him. I bet it's nothing. It wasn't nothing. He's too sensitive for his own good. Did I ever tell you about the time at Disneyland when all we can do is work on it? Y'all need to work harder, she said. 9 months is too long, Charlie. Peggy was saying the other day how she grew a whole baby in 9 months, so why can't y'all figure out... Shit. Charlie felt her hand tighten around the phone. Shit, Terry repeated. You know, I don't think before I speak. That's just how I am. It's fine, really. Don't worry about it. But look, I've got a client calling on the other line. Charlie spoke too fast to let her get a word in. Thanks so much for calling. Please send my best to the others, and I'll talk to you later. Charlie slammed down the phone. She put her head in her hands. The worst part about that phone call was that she wasn't going to be able to climb into bed with Ben tonight, put her head on his chest, and tell him what an awful fucking bitch his sister was. Charlie slumped back in her chair. She saw that Lenore had kept her part of the bargain. A brand new iPhone was plugged into the back of her computer. Charlie pressed the home button. She tried 1234 for the password, but it didn't take. She put in her birthday, and the phone unlocked. The first thing she pulled up was her list of voicemails. One message from Rusty this morning, several messages from friends after the shooting. Nothing from Ben. The distinct rumble of Rusty's voice echoed through the building. He was leading Ava Wilson back to his office. Charlie could guess what he was saying by the cadence of his voice. He was giving his usual speech. "You don't have to tell me the whole truth, but you do have to tell me the truth." Charlie wondered if Ava was capable of grasping the subtlety. And she prayed that Rusty wouldn't float his unicorn theory past the woman. Ava was already drowning in her own version of false hope. She didn't need Rusty to weigh her down with more. Charlie tapped her computer awake. The browser was still open on Huckleberries. She did a new search. Mindy Zawada, Pikeville. The girl who had called Kelly Wilson a fucking whore in her yearbook had a Facebook page. Mindy's setting was private, but Charlie could see her banner, which was heavy on the Justin Bieber. The account photo of Mindy showed her dressed as a rebel cheerleader. She looked exactly the way Charlie thought she'd look. Pretty and nasty and smug. Charlie skimmed Mindy's list of likes and dislikes, annoyed that she was too old to understand half of what the teenager was into. She tapped her finger on the mouse again. Charlie had 2 Facebook accounts, one in her own name and another in a fake name. She had created the second account as a joke, or at least she'd initially let herself believe it was a joke. After creating an email address for the account and a profile picture of a pig wearing a bow tie, she had finally accepted that she was going to use it to spy on the Culpeper girls who had tormented her in high school. That they had all accepted a friend request from I own a trailer proved correct a lot of stereotypes that Charlie had about their intelligence. Weirdly, she had also been friended by an extended family of trailers who sent her greetings on her made-up birthday and were always asking her to pray for ailing aunts and distant cousins. Charlie logged into the trailer account and sent out a friend request to Mindy Zawada. It was a shot in the dark, but she wanted to know what the girl who'd been so vile to Kelly Wilson was saying about her now. That Charlie had extended her catfishing from the Culpepers to another girl's tormentors would be a neurosis to analyze at a later date. Charlie collapsed the browser. The blank Word document was on her desktop. There was nothing else she could do to procrastinate, so she started typing up her statement for Rusty. She relayed the events in as dry a manner as possible, thinking about the morning the way she might think about a story she had read in the newspaper. This happened, then this happened, then this happened. Horrible things were a hell of a lot easier to digest when you took away the emotion. The school part of the story did not deviate from what she'd told Delia Wolford. The Word document could be subpoenaed, and there was nothing to Charlie's recollection that was much different than what she had told the agent. What had changed was her certainty. 4 shots before Mrs. Pinkman screamed, 2 shots after. Charlie stopped typing. She stared at the screen until the words blurred. Had Mrs. Pinkman opened the door when she heard the 4 initial gunshots? Had she screamed when she saw her husband and a child on the ground? Had Kelly Wilson emptied the remaining bullets in the revolver in an attempt to shut her up? Unless Kelly opened up to Rusty, they might not know the truth about the sequence for weeks, possibly months, until Rusty held the forensic reports and witness statements in his hands. Charlie blinked her eyes to clear them. She hit the return key for a new paragraph. Skipping over her conversation with Ben at the police station and jumping right into the interview she had granted Delia Wolford. For all of Charlie's fear bullshit, she was right about the passage of time sharpening perspective. Again, it was the certainty that had changed. She would have to amend parts of the statement she had made to the GBI before signing off on it. An alert chirped on her computer. trailerlover483@gmail.com. Mindy Zawada has accepted your friend request. Charlie expanded the girl's Facebook page. Mindy's banner had been changed to a single burning candle fluttering in the wind. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Charlie mumbled, scrolling down to the posts. 6 minutes ago, Mindy Zawada had written, IDK, what to do? I am so sad about this. Thought Kelly was a good person. I guess all we can do is pray? Funny, considering what the girl thought about Kelly Wilson 5 years ago. Charlie scrolled through the replies. The first 3 concurred with Mindy's assessment that they were all shocked that the girl they bullied on a school-wide scale had snapped. The 4th reply was the asshole in the bunch, because the point of Facebook was that there was always an asshole who would shit on everything, from an innocent photo of a cat to a video of your kid's birthday party. Nate Marcus wrote, I know what was wrong with her. She was a fucking slut that fucked the whole football team, so maybe that's why she did it, because she has AIDS. Chase Lovett responded, "Oh, man, they gon' hang that bitch. She sucked my cock clean off. Maybe my wicked cum made her do it." Then Alicia Todd supplied, "Bitch gonna burn in hell. Kelly Wilson's so sorry, you." Charlie had to read the sentence aloud before she guessed that the 4 U's meant for you. She wrote down all the names, thinking Rusty would want to have a word with them. If they had been in Kelly's class in middle school, at least some of the posters would now be over the age of 18, which meant that Rusty would not need their parents' permission to speak with them. "Lenore took Ava Wilson to meet her husband." The sound of Rusty's voice made her jump. The noisiest man alive had managed to sneak up on her. "They want to be alone for a while, talk this through." Rusty plopped down on the couch across from her desk. He tapped his hands against his legs. "Don't know that they can afford a hotel. Guess they'll sleep in their car. Revolver's not in the glove box, by the by." Charlie looked at the time. 6:38 p.m. Time had crawled, and then it had sprinted. She asked, "You didn't talk to her about innocence?" "Nope." He leaned back on the couch, one hand on the cushions, the other still tapping his leg. "Didn't talk to her about much, to be honest. I wrote down some things for her to show her husband, what to expect in the coming weeks. She thinks the girl's gonna come home." "Like a good little unicorn?" "Well, Charlie Bear, there's innocent and there's not guilty, and there's not a lot of rhyme or reason in between." He gave her a wink. "Why don't you drive your old daddy home?" Charlie hated going to the farmhouse, even to drop him off. She hadn't been inside the HP in years. "Where's your car?" "Had to drop it off for service." He tapped his knee harder. There was a rhythm to the beats now. "Did you figure out why Ben called you this morning?" Charlie shook her head. "Do you know?" He opened his mouth to answer, but then grinned instead. She said, "I can't deal with your motherfuckery right now, Rusty. Just tell me the truth." He groaned as he got up from the couch. "Seldom does complete truth belong to any human disclosure." He left before Charlie could find something to throw at him. She didn't hurry to meet him at the car because, despite his harried rushing around, Rusty was always late. She printed out a copy of her statement. She emailed a copy to herself in case she wanted to look at it at home. She grabbed a stack of files she needed to work on. She checked the Facebook page again for new posts. Finally, she gathered up her things, locked up her office, and found her father standing outside the back door smoking a cigarette. "Such a scowl on your pretty face," he said, grinding the cigarette on the heel of his shoe and dropping the butt into his coat pocket. "You're gonna get those same lines around your mouth that your grandmama had." Charlie tossed her bag into the back seat of her car and got in. She waited for Rusty to lock up the building. He brought the trace of cigarette smoke with him. By the time she pulled onto the road, she might as well have been inside a camel factory. She rolled down the window, already annoyed that she had to go to the farmhouse. "I'm not saying anything about how stupid it is to smoke after having 2 heart attacks and open-heart surgery." "That is called paralypsis, or from the Greek, apophasis," Rusty informed her. "A rhetorical device by which you add emphasis to a subject by professing to say little or nothing about it." He was tapping his foot with glee. "Also, a rhetorical relative of irony, whom I believe you went to school with." Charlie reached into the back seat and found the printout of her statement. "Read this. Silent car until the HP." "Yes, ma'am." Rusty found his reading glasses in his pocket. He turned on the dome light. His foot tapped as he read the first paragraph. And then his foot stopped tapping. She could tell from the heat on the side of her face that he was staring at her. Charlie said, "All right, I'll own it. I don't know the guy's first name." The pages fluttered as Rusty's hand dropped to his lap. She looked at him. He had taken off his reading glasses. Nothing was tapping or clapping or jumping. He was staring out the window, silent, his gaze fixed on the distance. She asked, "What's wrong?" "Headache." Her father never complained about real ailments. "Is it about the guy?" Rusty said nothing, so she asked, "Are you mad at me about the guy?" "Of course not." Charlie felt anxious. For all of her bluster, she could not abide disappointing her father. "I'll get his name tomorrow."
"Not your job."
Rusty tucked his glasses into his shirt pocket.
"Unless you plan to keep seeing him."
Charlie sensed an odd weight behind his question. Would it matter? Rusty didn't answer. He was staring out the window again. She said, "You need to start humming or making stupid jokes, or I'm going to take you to the hospital so they can make sure nothing's wrong with your heart."
"It's not my heart I'm worried about."
The statement came across as hokey, absent his usual flourishes. He asked,
"What happened between you and Ben?"
Charlie's foot almost slipped off the gas. In 9 months, Rusty had not asked her this question. She had waited 5 days to tell him that Ben had left. Charlie was standing in his office doorway. She had planned to relay to her father the fact of Ben leaving, nothing more, which was exactly what she'd done. But then Rusty had nodded curtly, like she was reminding him to get a haircut, and his ensuing silence had brought out a sort of verbal diarrhea that Charlie hadn't experienced since the 9th grade. Her mouth would not stop moving. She'd told Rusty that she hoped Ben would be home by the weekend, that she hoped he would return her calls, her texts, her voicemails, the note she had left on the windshield of his car. Finally, probably to shut her up, Rusty had quoted the first stanza from Emily Dickinson's "Hope is the Thing with Feathers." "Dad," Charlie said, but she couldn't think of anything more to say. An oncoming car's headlights flashed into her eyes. Charlotte looked in her rearview mirror, watching the red taillights recede. She didn't want to, but she told Rusty, "It wasn't one thing. It was a lot of things." He said, "Maybe the question is, how are you going to fix it?" She could see now that talking about this was a mistake. "Why do you assume I'm the only one who can fix it?"
"Because Ben would never cheat on you or do anything to purposely hurt you. So it must be something that you did or are not doing."
Charlie bit her lip too hard.
"This man you're seeing."
"There's no seeing," she snapped. "It happened once, and it was the first and only time, and I don't appreciate—"
"Is it because of the miscarriage?"
Charlie's breath caught in her chest. "That was 3 years ago. And 6. And 13. Besides, Ben would never be that cruel."
"That's true. Ben would not be cruel."
She wondered at his comment. Was he implying that Charlie would be? Rusty sighed. He curled the stack of papers in his hand. His foot tapped the floorboard twice. He said,
"You know, I've had a long, long time to think about this. And I think what I loved most about your mother was that she was a hard woman to love."
Charlie felt the sting of the implied comparison.
Her only problem, if you ask the man who worshipped her, was that she was too damn smart."
He tapped his foot along with the last 3 words to add emphasis.
"Gamma knew everything, and she could tell you without having to give it a moment's worth of thinking, like the square root of 3. Just off the top of her head, she'd say, well, hell, I don't know the answer, but she'd say,
1.73.
Right, he said. Or someone would ask, say, what's the most common bird on Earth?
Charlie sighed. The chicken.
The deadliest thing on Earth?
Mosquito.
Australia's #1 export?
Iron ore? She furrowed her brow. Dad, where is this going?
Let me ask you this. What were my contributions to that little exchange we just had?
Charlie couldn't follow. Dad, I'm too tired for riddles.
A visual aid.
He played at the window button, rolling it down a fraction, then up a fraction, then down, then up. She said, Okay, your contributions are to annoy me and break my car.
Charlotte, let me give you the answer.
Okay.
No, darling. Listen to what I'm saying. Sometimes, even if you know the answer, you've got to let the other person take a shot. If they feel wrong all the time, they never get the chance to feel right.
She chewed her lip again.
We return to our visual aid.
Rusty pressed the window button again, but held it this time. The glass slid all the way down. Then he pressed in the other direction, and the window rolled back up.
Nice and easy. Back and forth, like you'd volley a ball on the tennis court. Except this way I don't have to run around a tennis court to show you."
Charlie heard him tap his foot along with the car blinker as she took a right onto the farmhouse driveway. "You really should have been a marriage counselor."
"I tried, but for some reason none of the women would get into the car with me."
He nudged her with his elbow until she reluctantly smiled.
He said, "I remember one time your mama said to me, she said, 'Russell, I've got to figure out before I die whether I want to be happy or I want to be right.'"
Charlie felt a weird pang in her heart, because that sounded exactly like the kind of announcement Gamma would make. Was she happy?
"I think she was getting there."
He blew out a wheezy breath.
"She was inscrutable. She was beautiful. She was—"
Goat fucker. The Subaru's light showed the broadside of the farmhouse. Someone had spray-painted "Goat fucker" across the white clapboard in giant letters.
"Funny thing about that," Rusty said. "Now, the goat, that's been there a week or two. The fucker just showed up today."
He slapped his knee.
"Damn efficient of him, don't you think? I mean, the goat's already there. No need to pull out the Shakespeare."
"You need to call the police."
"Hell, honey, the police probably did it."
Charlie pulled the car close to the kitchen door. The floodlights came on. They were so bright that she could see the individual weeds in the overgrown yard. She didn't want to, but she offered, "I should go in with you to make sure there's no one inside."
"Nope."
He threw open the door and jumped out.
"Be sure to bring your umbrella tomorrow. I am extremely certain about the rain."
She watched his jaunty walk to the house. He stood on the porch where all those years ago Charlie and Sam had left their socks and sneakers. Rusty unlocked the 2 locks and threw open the door. Instead of going inside, he turned to salute her, well aware that he was standing between the goat and the fucker. He shouted, "What's done cannot be undone. And now to bed, to bed, to—" Charlie threw the car into reverse. There was no need to pull out the Shakespeare. Chapter 6. Charlie sat in the garage, hands wrapped around the steering wheel. She hated everything about going into her empty house. Their empty house. She hated hanging her keys on the hook by the door because Ben's hook was always empty. She hated sitting on the couch because Ben wasn't on the other side with his spidery toes hooked onto the coffee table. She couldn't even sit at the kitchen counter because Ben's empty bar stool made her too sad. Most nights, she ended up eating a bowl of cereal over the sink while she stared into the darkness outside the window. This was no way for a woman to feel about her husband after almost 2 decades of marriage, but absent her actual husband, Charlie had been rocked by a kind of lovesickness that she hadn't experienced since high school. She hadn't washed Ben's pillowcase. His favorite beer still took up door space in the refrigerator. She had left his dirty socks by the bed because she knew if she picked them up, he would not be back to leave another pair. During the first year of their marriage, one of their biggest arguments had been over Ben's habit of taking off his socks every night and dropping them on the floor of the bedroom. Charlie had started kicking them under the bed when he wasn't looking, and one day Ben had realized that he didn't have any socks left, and Charlie had laughed, and he had yelled at her, and she had yelled back at him because they were both 25. They had ended up fucking each other on the floor. Magically, the fury she'd once felt every time she saw the socks had been dialed back to a mild irritation, like the tail end of a yeast infection. The first month without Ben, when it had finally dawned on Charlie that his leaving wasn't a blip, that he might not ever come back, she had sat on the floor by the socks and sobbed like a baby. That had been the last and only time she had allowed herself to give in to her sorrow. After that long night of tears, Charlie had forced herself to stop sleeping late and to brush her teeth at least twice a day and bathe regularly and to do all those other things that showed the world that she was a functioning human being. She knew this from before. The moment she let her guard down, the world would spiral into a distant but familiar abyss. Her first 4 years of college had been a headlong plunge into a bacchanalia she had only glimpsed in high school. With Lenore not there to slap some sense into her, Charlie had let loose. Too much alcohol, too many boys. A blurring of the lines that only mattered the next morning when she didn't recognize the boy in her bed, or whose bed she was in, and couldn't recall if she had said yes or no or blacked out from the copious amounts of beer she had poured down her throat. By some miracle, she had managed to clean up her act long enough to ace the LSAT. Duke was the only law school she applied to. Charlie had wanted to start over. New university, new city. The gamble had worked out after a long stretch of nothing working out. She had met Ben in Intro to Writing or Elements of the Law. On their third date, they had both agreed they were going to get married eventually, so they might as well go ahead and get married now. A loud scraping noise pulled her out of her thoughts. Their neighbor was dragging his garbage can to the curb. Ben used to be in charge of that chore. Since he left, Charlie had accumulated so little garbage that most weeks she left a single bag at the end of the driveway. She looked at herself in the rearview mirror. The bruises underneath her eyes were solidly black now, like a football player's. She felt achy. Her nose throbbed. She wanted soup and crackers and some hot tea, but there was no one to make it for her. She shook her head. "You are so fucking sad," she told herself, hoping the verbal humiliation would snap her out of it. It did not. Charlie dragged herself out of the car before she was tempted to close the garage door and turn on the engine. She ignored the empty space where Ben's truck was not parked, the storage shelves that held neatly labeled boxes and sporting goods that he hadn't yet claimed. She found a bag of cat food in the metal cabinet Ben had put together last summer. They used to secretly laugh at other people whose garages were so filled with clutter that they couldn't park inside. Tidiness was one of the things they were both really good at. They cleaned the house together every Saturday. Charlie washed clothes, Ben folded. Charlie did the kitchen, Ben vacuumed the rugs and dusted the furniture. They read the same books at the same time so that they could talk about them. They binge-watched Netflix and Hulu together. They snuggled on the couch and talked about their workdays and their families and what they were going to do over the weekend. She blushed when she recalled how smug they had been about their fantastic marriage. There were so many things that they agreed on. Which way the toilet paper roll should go, the number of cats a person should keep, the appropriate number of years to mourn if a spouse was lost at sea. When their friends would argue loudly in public or make cutting remarks about each other at a dinner party, Charlie would always look at Ben, or Ben would look at Charlie, and they would smile because their relationship was so fucking solid. She had belittled him. That's what Ben's leaving was about. Charlie's shift from supportive spouse to raging harpy had not been gradual. Seemingly overnight, she was no longer capable of compromise. She was no longer able to let things go. Everything Ben did irritated her. This wasn't like the socks. There was no chance of fucking their way past it. Charlie was aware of her nagging behavior, but she couldn't stop it. Didn't want to stop it. She felt the most angry when she mordantly feigned interest in things that had genuinely interested her before. The politics at Ben's job, or the personality quirks of their various pets, or that weird bump one of Ben's co-workers had on the back of his neck. She had gone to a doctor. There was nothing wrong with her hormones. Her thyroid was fine. The problem was not medical. Charlie was just a bitchy, domineering wife. Ben's sisters had been ecstatic. She could remember them blinking their eyes that first time Charlie had laid into Ben at Thanksgiving, like they had just come out of the wilderness. Now she's one of us. Invariably, one or two of them had started calling her almost every day, and Charlie had vented like a steam engine. The slouching, the loping walk, the chewing on the tip of his tongue, the humming when he brushed his teeth. Why did he bring home skim milk instead of 2%? Why did he leave the trash bag by the back door instead of taking it to the garbage can when he knew that the raccoons would get it? Then she had started telling the sisters about personal things. That time Ben had tried to contact his long-absent father. Why he had stopped talking to Peggy for 6 months when she went to college. What had happened with that girl they all liked, but not better than Charlie, whom he insisted he'd broken up with, but they all suspected had broken his heart? She argued with him in public. She cut him down at dinner parties. This wasn't just belittling. After almost 2 full years of constant abrasion, Charlie had worn Ben down to a nub. The resentment in his eyes, the persistent request that she let something, anything go, fell on deaf ears. The 2 times that he had managed to drag her into couples therapy, Charlie had been so nasty to him that the therapist had suggested that she see them separately. It was a wonder Ben had the strength left to pack his bags and walk out the door. Fuck. Charlie drew out the word. She had spilled cat food all over the back deck. Ben had been right about the appropriate number of cats. Charlie had started feeding strays, and the strays had multiplied, and now there were squirrels and chipmunks and, to her horror, a possum the size of a small dog that shuffled onto the back deck every night, staring at her through the glass door, his beady red eyes flashing in the light from the television. Charlie used her hands to scrape up the food. She cursed Ben for having the dog this week because Barkzilla, their greedy Jack Russell Terrier, would have hoovered all of the kibble in seconds. Since she had skipped her chores this morning, there was more to do tonight. She added food and water to the appropriate bowls, used the pitchfork to shift the hay they'd laid down for bedding. She topped off the bird feeders, she washed down the deck. She used the outside broom to knock down some spider webs. She did everything she could to keep from going inside until, finally, it was too dark and too cold not to. Ben's empty key hook greeted her by the door, the empty bar stool, the empty couch. The emptiness followed her upstairs into the bedroom, into the shower. Ben's hair was not stuck to the soap. His toothbrush wasn't by the sink. His razor wasn't on her side of the counter. Charlie's toxic level of patheticness was so pronounced that by the time she slouched downstairs in her pajamas, even pouring a bowl of cereal felt like too much work. She fell onto the couch. She didn't want to read. She didn't want to stare at the ceiling and moan. She did what she had avoided doing all day and turned on the television. The channel was already tuned to CNN. A pretty blonde teenager was standing in front of the Pikeville Middle School. She held a candle in her hand because there was some kind of vigil going on. The banner underneath her face identified her as Candace Belmont, North Georgia. The girl said, "Mrs. Alexander talked about her daughter all the time in class, called her the baby because she was so sweet, like a little baby. You could really tell that she loved her." Charlie muted the sound. The media were milking the tragedy the same way she was milking her self-pity over Ben. As someone who had been on the inside of violence, who had lived with its aftermath, she felt sick whenever she saw these kinds of stories covered. The sharp graphics, the haunting music, the montages of grieving people. The stations were desperate to keep viewers watching, and the easiest way they'd found to achieve that goal was to report everything they heard and sort out the truth later. The camera cut away from the blonde at the vigil to the handsome field reporter, his shirt sleeves rolled up 3/4, the candlelight glowing softly in the background. Charlie studied his pantomimed grief as he tossed the story back to the studio. The news anchor behind the desk had the same solemn expression on his face as he continued reporting what was not the news. Charlie read the chyron crawling at the bottom of the screen. A quote from the Alexander family, Uncle, Kelly Renee Wilson, quote, a cold-blooded murderer. Kelly had been promoted to 3 names now. Charlie supposed some producer in New York had decided that it sounded more menacing. The scroll stopped. The anchor disappeared. Both were replaced by an illustration of a locker-lined hallway. The drawing was 3-dimensional but had an odd flatness. Charlie supposed to make it very clear that this was not real. A lawyer had apparently not been satisfied by the crudeness. The word reenactment flashed red in the upper right corner of the screen. The drawing became animated. A figure entered the hallway, moving stiffly, drawn in a blocky style. The figure's long hair and dark clothing all pointed to Kelly Wilson. Charlie unmuted the sound. Approximately 6:55, the alleged shooter, Kelly Renee Wilson, walked into the hallway. The animated Kelly stopped in the middle of the screen. There was a gun in her hand, more like a 9mm than a revolver. Wilson was said to be standing in this location when Judith Pinkman opened the door to her classroom. Charlie moved to the edge of the couch. A squared-off Mrs. Pinkman opened her door. For some reason, the animator had made her whitish blonde hair silvery gray, styled it in a bun instead of down around her shoulders. Wilson saw Pinkman and fired 2 shots. The anchor continued. The gun in Kelly's hand showed 2 puffs of smoke. The bullets were indicated by straight lines, more like arrows. Both shots missed, but Principal Douglas Pinkman, Judith Pinkman's husband of 25 years, ran from his office when he heard the gunfire. The virtual Mr. Pinkman floated out of his office, his legs not moving at the same pace as his forward movement. Wilson saw her former principal and fired 2 more shots. The gun puffed again. The arrow bullets traced to Mr. Pinkman's chest. Douglas Pinkman was instantly killed. Charlie watched the virtual Mr. Pinkman fall flat to his side, his hand to his chest. 2 squid-like red blotches appeared in the middle of his blue short-sleeved shirt, which was wrong, too, because Mr. Pinkman's shirt had been long-sleeved and white, and he hadn't worn his hair in a buzz cut. It was as if the animator had decided that a middle school principal looked like a 1970s G-man, and an English teacher was an old biddy with a bun on her head. Next, the anchor narrated, Lucy Alexander entered the hallway. Charlie squeezed her eyes shut. The anchor said, Lucy had forgotten to get lunch money from her mother, a biology teacher who was at a department meeting across the street when the shootings occurred. There was a moment of silence, and Charlie saw an image in her head of Lucy Alexander, not the squared-off drawing that the animators would have gotten wrong, but the actual little girl, swinging her arms, smiling as she rounded the corner. 2 more shots were fired at the 8-year-old girl. The first one went into her upper torso. The second bullet went through the office window behind her. There were 3 loud knocks. Charlie opened her eyes. She muted the TV. Another 2 knocks. Panic shot through her heart. She always felt a flicker of fear every time an unknown person knocked at her door. Charlie stood from the couch. She thought about the gun in her bedside table as she looked out the front window. She smiled as she went to open the door. All day, Charlie had been so busy wondering how things could get worse that she had never thought how things could get better. Hey. Ben stood on the porch, hands in his pockets. Sorry I'm bothering you so late. I need to get a file out of the closet. Oh, was all that she could say because the rush of wanting him was too overwhelming to say more. Not that he'd made an effort. Ben had changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt she didn't recognize, which made her wonder if Kaylee Collins, the 26-year-old at his office, had bought him the shirt. What else had the girl changed? Charlie wanted to smell his hair to see if he was using their shampoo, to check his underwear to see if it was the same brand. Ben asked, May I come in? It's still your house. Charlie realized she would have to actually move so he could come in. She stepped back, holding open the door. Ben stopped in front of the television. The animation had come to an end. The anchor was back on screen. Ben said, Someone's leaking details, but they don't have the right details. I know, Charlie said. They weren't just wrong about what had happened when. They were wrong about how the people looked, where they stood, how they moved. Whoever was leaking information to the media was likely not on the inside, but they were close enough to get a payday for whatever specious information they could provide. So, Ben scratched his arm. He looked down at the floor. He looked back up at Charlie. Terry called me. She nodded, because of course his sister had called him. What was the point of saying something awful to Charlie if Ben didn't know about it? Ben said, I'm sorry she brought it up. She lifted up one shoulder. Doesn't matter. 9 months ago, he would have said it mattered, but now he simply shrugged back. So, I'll go upstairs if that's okay. Charlie gestured toward the stairs like a maitre d'. She listened to his light footsteps as he sprinted up the stairs, wondering how she had forgotten what that sounded like. His hands squeaked on the banister as he rounded the landing. The polish was worn from the wood where he did this every time. How was that detail not in her wallowing book? Charlie stood where he had left her. She stared blankly at the flat-screen TV. It was massive, bigger than anything in the holler. Ben had worked all day to get the components tied in. Around midnight, he'd asked, Want to watch the news? When Charlie had agreed, he'd pressed some keys on his computer, and suddenly, Charlie was watching a video of a bunch of news. Upstairs, she heard a door open. Charlie crossed her arms low over her stomach. What was the proper thing for a wife to do when her estranged husband, who hadn't been inside their house in 9 months, was inside the house? She found Ben in the guest room, which was more of a catch-all for extra books, some filing cabinets, and the custom shelves that used to hold Ben's Star Trek collectibles. It was when Charlie had realized the Star Trek stuff was gone that she had known Ben was serious. "Hey," she said. He was inside the walk-in closet, rummaging through file boxes. "Need help?" she asked. "No." Charlie bumped her leg against the bed. Should she leave? She should leave. "My plea bargain from today," Ben said, so she guessed he was looking for old notes relating to the case. Guy lied about his accomplice. "I'm sorry." Charlie sat on the bed. "You should take Barkzilla Squeaky. I found it by the—" "I got him a new one." Charlie looked down at the floor. She tried not to think about Ben at the pet store looking for a toy for their dog without her. Or with someone else. I wonder if the person who leaked the bad timeline to the news did it for the attention or did it to throw off the press. Dickerson County is looking at the security footage from the hospital. Charlie couldn't see the connection. Great. Whoever slashed your dad's tires was probably some idiot acting out, but they're taking it seriously. Asshole. Charlie muttered, because Rusty had lied about why he needed a lift. Ben poked his head out of the closet. "What?" "Nothing," she said. "Someone spray-painted his house, too. They wrote goat fucker, or just fucker because the goat was already there. I saw the goat last weekend." "What were you doing at the HP last weekend?" He stepped out of the closet with a file box in his hands. "I see your dad the last Sunday of every month. You know that." Rusty and Ben had always had a weird kind of friendship. They treated each other like contemporaries, despite the age difference. "I didn't realize you were still doing that." "Yeah, well." He put the box on the bed. The mattress sagged from the weight. "I'll update Keith about the fucker." He meant Keith Coyne, the chief of police, and Ken Coyne's older brother. He said he'd send someone around about the goat, but with what happened today... His voice trailed off as he took the top off the box. "Ben?" Charlie watched him search the files. "Do you feel like I never let you answer questions?" "Aren't you letting me answer one right now?" She smiled. "I mean, because Dad did this convoluted thing with the car window, and that part doesn't matter. He basically said that you have to choose between being right and being happy. He said that was something Gamma told him she needed to decide before she died, whether she wanted to be right or happy." He looked up from the box. "I don't understand why you can't be both." "I guess if you're right too many times, like you know too much or you're too smart and you let people know it." She wasn't sure how to explain. Gamma knew the answer to a lot of things. To everything, actually. "So your dad said she would have been happier if she pretended she wasn't as smart as she was?" Charlie instinctively defended her father. "Gamma said it, not Dad." "That sounds like a problem with their marriage, not ours." He rested his hand on the box. "Charlie, if you're worried that you're like your mom, that's not a bad thing. From everything I've heard, she was an amazing person." He was so fucking decent it took her breath away. "You're an amazing person." He gave a sharp, sarcastic laugh. She had tried this before, overcorrecting her bitchiness, treating him like a toddler in need of a participation trophy. She said, "I'm serious, Ben. You're smart and funny and—" His surprised look cut off her praise. "What?" "Are you crying?" Shit. Charlie tried not to cry in front of anybody but Lenore. "I'm sorry. I've been doing this since I woke up." He was utterly still. "You mean, since the school?" Charlie smoothed together her lips. "Before that." "Do you even know who that guy is?" She was sick of the question. The whole point of being with a stranger is that they're a stranger, and in a perfect world, you never have to see them again. Good to know. He pulled out a file and paged through it. Charlie pushed herself up on her knees so she could look him in the eye. It's never happened before. Not once, not even close. Ben shook his head. I never looked at another man when I was with you. He put the file back into the box and pulled out another one. Did you come with him? No, she said, but that was a lie. Yes, but I had to use my hand and it was nothing, like a sneeze. A sneeze, he repeated. Great. Now, every time I sneeze, I'm going to think of you coming with fucking Batman. I was lonely. Lonely, he echoed. What do you want me to say, Ben? I want you to make me come. I want to be with you. She tried to touch his hand, but he moved it away. I'll do whatever it takes to make this better. Just tell me. You know what I want. The marriage counselor again. We don't need some frumpy, licensed social worker with a bad haircut to tell me I'm the problem. I know I'm the problem. I'm trying to fix it. You asked what I wanted, and I told you. What's the point of picking apart something that happened 30 years ago? Charlie sighed, exasperated. I know I'm angry about it, Ben. I'm fucking furious. I don't try to hide it. I don't pretend it didn't happen. If I was obsessed with it and wouldn't shut up about it, she would say something was wrong with that too. You know that's not what she said. God, Ben, what's the point of this? Do you still even want me? Of course I do. He looked anxious, like he wanted to take back his answer. Why can't you understand that part doesn't matter? It matters. She moved closer to him. I miss you, babe. Don't you miss me? He shook his head again. Charlie, that's not going to fix things. It might fix them a little. She stroked back his hair. I want you, Ben. He kept shaking his head, but he didn't push her away. I'll do whatever you want. Charlie moved closer. Throwing herself at him was the only thing she hadn't tried. Tell me and I'll do it. Stop, he said, but didn't stop her. I want you. She kissed his neck. The way his skin reacted to her mouth made Charlie want to cry. She kissed along his jaw, up to his ear. I want to feel you inside of me. Ben let out a low groan as her hands moved down his chest. She kept kissing him, licking him. Let me go down on you. He inhaled a shaky breath. You can have whatever you want, babe. My mouth, my hands, my ass. Chuck. His voice was hoarse. We can't. She kissed him on the lips and kept kissing him until he finally kissed her back. His mouth was like silk. The feel of his tongue sent a rush between her legs. Every nerve in her body was on fire. His hand went to her breast. He was getting hard, but Charlie reached down to make him harder. Ben covered his hand over hers. At first, she thought he was helping her, but then she realized he was stopping her. Oh, God. She backed away quickly, jumping off the bed, standing with her back to the wall, embarrassed, humiliated, frantic. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Charlie. No. She held up her hands like a traffic cop. If you say something now, then it'll be the end, and it can't be the end of things, Ben. That can't happen. It's too much after... Charlie cut herself off, but her own words rang in her ears like a warning. Ben stared at her. His throat moved as he swallowed. After what? Charlie listened to the blood pounding in her ears. She felt jittery, like her toes were dangling over the edge of a bottomless chasm. Ben's phone played the opening bars of the Cops theme, the ringtone he'd set for the Pikeville Police Department. Bad boys, what you gonna do? She said, It's work. You have to answer. No, I don't. He tilted up his chin, waiting. Bad boys. He said, Tell me what happened today. You were there when I gave my statement. You ran toward the gunshots. Why? What were you thinking? I didn't run toward gunshots. I ran toward Mrs. Pinkman screaming for help. You mean Heller? That's exactly the kind of Oprah bullshit a therapist would say. She had to yell to be heard over his stupid phone. That I put myself in danger because 30 years ago, when someone really needed me, I ran away. And look what happened! Ben's sudden flash of anger reverberated through the quiet. The ringtone had stopped. The silence rumbled like thunder. She said, "What the fuck does that mean?" Ben's jaw was clenched so tight she could practically hear his teeth grinding. He grabbed the box off the bed and threw it back into the closet. "What are you talking about, Ben?" Charlie felt shaky, like something irreparable had torn apart. "Do you mean, look at what happened then, or look at what happened today?" He shoved boxes around on the shelves. She stood in the closet doorway, trapping him. "You don't get to throw shit around and then turn your back on me." He said nothing. Charlie heard the distant ring of her cell phone buried deep in her purse downstairs. She counted 5 long rings, holding her breath through the pauses until voicemail picked up. Ben kept moving boxes around. The silence began to fester. She was going to start crying again because crying was all that she could do today. "Ben," she finally broke, begging. "Please tell me what you meant." He took the lid off one of the boxes. He traced his finger along the labeled files. She thought he was going to keep ignoring her, but he said, "Today is the 3rd. Charlie looked away. That's why Ben had called her this morning. It's why Rusty had hummed Happy Birthday while she had stood by like an imbecile, asking him again and again to tell her what he knew. She said, "I saw last week on the calendar what day it was, but..." Ben's phone started ringing again. Not the police this time, but a normal ring. Once, twice. He answered on the 3rd ring. She heard his curt responses. "When?" Then, "How bad is it?" Then, his tone deeper. "Did the doctor say?" Charlie leaned her shoulder against the door jamb. She had heard variations on this call multiple times before. Someone in the holler had punched his wife too hard, or grabbed a knife to end a fight, and someone else had grabbed a gun, and now the assistant district attorney had to go to the station and offer a deal to the first person who talked. "Will he make it?" Ben asked. He started nodding again. "Yeah. I'll handle it, thanks." Charlie watched him end the call, slip his phone back into his pocket. She said, "Let me guess. A Culpepper got arrested?" He didn't turn around. He gripped the edges of the shelf like he needed something to hold on to. "Ben?" she asked. "What is it?" Ben sniffed. He wasn't a complete stoic, but Charlie could count on one hand the times she had seen her husband cry. Except he wasn't just crying now. His shoulders were shaking. He seemed racked by grief. Charlie started crying too. His sisters? His mother? His selfish father who had run off when Ben was 6? She put her hand on his shoulder. He was still shaking. "Babe, what is it? You're scaring me." He wiped his nose. He turned around. Tears streamed from his eyes. "I'm sorry." "What?" Her voice was almost a whisper. "Ben, what?" "It's your dad." He swallowed back his grief. "They had to life flight him to the hospital. Charlie's knees began to buckle. Ben caught her before she hit the floor. "Will he make it?" "Your neighbor found him," Ben said. "He was at the end of the driveway." Charlie pictured Rusty walking to the mailbox, humming, marching, snapping his fingers, then clutching his heart and falling to the ground. She said, "He's so..." "Stupid, willful, self-destructive." "We were in my office today and I told him he was going to have another heart attack and now..." "It wasn't his heart." "But..." "Your dad didn't have a heart attack. Somebody stabbed him." Charlie's mouth moved soundlessly before she could get out the word. "Stabbed?" She had to repeat it because it didn't make sense. "Stabbed?" "Chuck, you need to call your sister." What happened to Charlotte? Charlotte turned to her sister and shouted, "Last word!" She ran toward the HP before Samantha could think of a good comeback. Red clay swirled up from Charlotte's feet and gummed onto her sweaty legs. She jumped up the porch steps, kicked off her shoes, peeled off her socks, and pushed open the door in time to hear Gamma say, "Fuck!" Her mother was bent to the waist, one hand braced on the counter, the other at her mouth like she had been coughing. Charlotte said, "Mom, that's a bad word." Gamma stood up. She used a tissue from her pocket to wipe her mouth. "I said fudge, Charlie. What did you think I said?" "You said," Charlotte saw the trap, "if I say the bad word, then you'll know that I know the bad word." "Don't show your work, sweetheart." She tucked the tissue back into her pocket and headed toward the hall. "Have the table set before I get back." "Where are you going?" "Undetermined." "How will I know how fast to set the table if I don't know when you're going to get back?" She listened for an answer. Gamma's sharp coughs echoed back. Charlotte grabbed the paper plates. She dumped the box of plastic forks onto the table. Gamma had bought real silverware and plates at the thrift store, but no one could find the box. Charlotte knew it was in Rusty's study. They were supposed to unpack the room tomorrow, which meant that somebody would have to wash dishes at the sink tomorrow night. Samantha slammed the kitchen door closed so hard that the wall shook. Charlotte didn't take the bait. She tossed out the paper plates onto the table. Suddenly, without warning, Samantha threw a fork at her face. Charlotte was opening her mouth to scream for Gamma when she felt the tines of the fork stab her bottom lip. She instinctively closed her mouth. The fork stayed, a quivering arrow in a bullseye. Charlotte said, "Holy crap, that was amazing." Samantha shrugged, like the hard part wasn't catching a somersaulting fork between your lips. Charlotte said, "I'll wash the dishes if you can do that twice in a row." "You toss it into my mouth once and I'll wash the dishes for a week." "Deal." Charlotte took aim, weighing her options. Bean Samantha in the face on purpose, or really try to get it into her mouth? Gamma was back. "Charlie, don't throw utensils at your sister. Sam, help me look for that frying pan I bought the other day." The table was already set, but Charlotte didn't want to be enlisted into the search. The boxes smelled like mothballs and cheesy dog feet. She straightened the plates. She relined up the forks. They were going to have spaghetti tonight, so they would need knives because Gamma always undercooked the noodles and they clumped together like strands of tendons. "Sam," Gamma had started coughing again. She pointed toward the air conditioner. "Turn that thing on so we can get some air moving in here." Samantha looked at the giant box in the window like she'd never seen an air conditioner before. She had been moping since the red brick house had burned down. Charlotte had been moping too, but on the inside, because Rusty already felt bad enough without them rubbing it in. Charlotte picked up an extra paper plate. She tried to fold it into an airplane so that she could give it to her father. Samantha asked, "What time are we supposed to pick up Daddy from work?" Gamma said, "He'll get a ride from somebody at the courthouse." Charlotte hoped Lenore would give him a ride. Rusty's secretary had loaned her a book called Lace, which was about 4 friends, and one of them was raped by a sheik, only you don't know which one, and she got pregnant and no one told the daughter what happened until she was an adult and she got really rich and she asked them, "Which one of you bitches is my mother?" Well, shit. Gamma stood up. "I hope you girls don't mind being vegetarian tonight." "Mom," Charlotte dropped down into the chair. She put her head in her hands, feigning sickness in hope of soliciting a can of soup for dinner instead. "My stomach hurts." Gamma asked, "Don't you have homework?" "Chemistry." Charlotte looked up. "Can you help me?" "It's not rocket science." Charlotte asked, "Do you mean it's not rocket science so I should be able to figure it out on my own? Or do you mean it's not rocket science and that is the only science that you know how to perform and so therefore you cannot help me?" There were too many conjunctions in that sentence, Gamma said. "Go wash your hands." "I believe I had a valid question." "Now." Charlotte ran into the hall. It was so long that you could stand in the kitchen and treat it as a bowling alley. At least, that was what Gamma said. And that was exactly what Charlotte was going to do, as soon as she could get a ball. She opened one of the 5 doors and found the stairs to the yucky basement. She tried another and found the hallway to the bachelor farmer's scary bedroom. "Fudge!" Charlotte bellowed, but only for Gamma's sake. She opened another door, the chifforobe. Charlotte grinned because she was playing a joke on Samantha. Or maybe not a joke. Whatever it was called when you wanted to scare the crap out of somebody. She was trying to convince her sister that the HP was haunted. Yesterday, Charlotte had found a weird black and white photograph in one of the thrift store boxes. At first, she had started to color it, but she only got as far as yellowing the teeth when she had the idea to stick the picture in the bottom drawer of the chifforobe for Samantha to find. Her sister had been appropriately freaked out, probably because the night before, Charlotte creaked the boards outside of her room so that Samantha would follow her down to the scary bedroom where the bachelor farmer had died, where she planted the idea that the old geezer had left the house in body, but not spirit. As in, he was a ghost. Charlotte tried another door. Found it! She yanked the cord for the light. She pulled down her shorts, but froze when she noticed a sprinkling of blood on the toilet seat. This wasn't the blood like Samantha sometimes left when she was having her period. This was a sprinkle, the kind that came out of your mouth when you coughed too hard. Gamma was coughing too hard a lot. Charlotte pulled up her shorts. She turned on the faucet and cupped her hands under the water. She splashed the toilet seat to wash away the red spots. Then she saw that there were more red dots on the floor. She threw some water on those, then on the mirror because there was some there, too. Even the moldy edge of the corner shower had been sprayed. The phone rang in the kitchen. Charlotte waited through 2 more rings, wondering if they were going to answer it. Gamma wouldn't let them pick up sometimes because it might be rusty. She was still upset about the fire, but she wasn't moping like Samantha. She was screaming mostly. And she cried, too, but only Charlotte knew about that. The handle of the ball-peen hammer was soaked by the time Charlotte banged off the faucet. Her butt got wet when she sat down on the toilet seat. Charlotte could see that she had made a mess. Some of the water had turned pink. She pulled up her shorts. She dotted at the water with a wad of toilet paper. The paper began to disintegrate, so she used more. And then she used even more. Paper was supposed to absorb stuff, but all she was doing was creating a giant wad of wet paper that would clog the toilet if she tried to flush it. Charlotte stood up. She looked around the bathroom. The pink was gone, but there was still a lot of water. The room was kind of damp anyway. The shower mold was something out of a movie with a lagoon where a swamp monster comes out. In the hall, a box jangled. Sam let out a strangled noise, like she'd stubbed her toe. Fudge, Charlotte said, for real this time. The wad of toilet paper was pink with blood. She shoved it into the front pocket of her shorts. There wasn't time to pee. She shut the bathroom door behind her. Samantha was 10 feet away. Charlotte punched her sister in her arm to distract her from the wet lump in her shorts. Then she galloped the rest of the way up the hall because horses were faster. Dinner! Gamma called. She was standing by the stove when Charlotte cantered into the kitchen. Charlotte said, I'm right here. Your sister isn't. Charlotte saw the thick noodles Gamma dug out of the pot with a pair of tongs. Mom, please don't make us eat that. I'm not going to let you starve. I could eat a bowl of ice cream. Do you want explosive diarrhea? Charlotte got sick from anything that had milk in it, but she was pretty sure the ropey spaghetti would have the same effect. Mama, what would happen if I ate 2 bowls of ice cream? Really big ones. Your intestines would burst and you would die. Charlotte studied her mother's back. Sometimes she couldn't tell when Gamma was being serious. The phone gave the trill of a ring. Charlotte grabbed the receiver before Gamma could tell her not to. Hello? She said. Hey there, Charlie Bear. Rusty chuckled, like he hadn't said the same words to her 1,000,000 times before. I was hoping to speak with my dear Gamma. Gamma could hear Rusty's question from across the room because he always talked too loud on the phone. She shook her head at Charlotte and mouthed the word no to make it clear. She's brushing her teeth, Charlotte said. Or maybe she's flossing by now? I heard squeaking, but I thought it was a mouse, only... Gamma grabbed the phone. She told Rusty, Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without words and never stops at all. She put the phone back on the hook. She asked Charlotte, Did you know that the chicken is the most common bird on earth? Charlotte shook her head. She did not know that. I'll help you with your chemistry after supper, which will not be ice cream. The chemistry won't be ice cream or the supper? Clever girl. She held Charlotte's face in one hand. You're going to find a man one day who's going to fall head over heels in love with that brain of yours. Charlotte pictured a man tripping and flipping through the air like a plastic fork. What if he breaks his neck when he falls? Gamma kissed the top of Charlotte's head before leaving the kitchen. Charlotte sunk into the chair. She leaned back and saw that her mother was heading toward the pantry, or the basement stairs, or the chifforobe, or the bedroom, or the bathroom. She dropped the chair back to the floor. She leaned her elbows on the table. Charlotte wasn't sure she wanted a man to fall in love with her. There was a boy at school who was in love with Samantha. Peter Alexander. He played jazz guitar and wanted to move to Atlanta and join a band when he got out of high school. At least, that's what he wrote about in the long, boring letters that Samantha used to keep hidden between her mattress and box spring. Peter was the thing that Samantha moped about losing the most. Charlotte had seen Samantha let him touch her under her shirt, which meant that she really liked him, because you weren't supposed to do that otherwise. He had a cool leather jacket that he'd let her borrow, and it had been burned up in the fire. He'd gotten into a lot of trouble with his parents for losing it. He wasn't talking to Samantha anymore. Charlotte had a lot of friends who weren't talking to her, too, but Rusty said that was because their parents were imbeciles who didn't think it was a bad thing for a black man to be executed on death row, even though he was innocent. She whistled between her teeth as she folded down the sides of the paper plate and tried again to turn it into an airplane. Rusty had also told Charlotte that the fire had switched things around for a little while. Gamma and Samantha, who were usually the logical ones, had changed places with Rusty and Charlotte, who were usually the emotional ones. It was like Freaky Friday, except they couldn't get a basset hound because Samantha was allergic. Charlotte licked the creases of the plane, hoping her spit would help it retain the shape. She hadn't told Rusty that her logical switch hadn't really flipped. She was pretending like everything was okay when it wasn't okay. Charlotte had lost stuff too, like all of her Nancy Drews, her goldfish, which was an actual living thing, her brownie badges, and 6 dead insects she had been saving for next year because she knew that in honors biology, the first assignment was that you had to pin insects to a board and identify them for the teacher. Several times, Charlotte had tried to talk about her sadness with Samantha, but all Samantha would do was start listing all the things she had lost, like it was a contest. So then Charlotte had tried to talk about other things like school and TV shows and the books she had checked out from the library. But Samantha would stare at her until Charlotte got the message and went away. The only time her sister treated her like a normal human being was at night, when they washed their shirts and shorts and sports bras out at the bathroom sink. Their track clothes and sneakers were the only things they had left after the fire. But Samantha didn't talk about them. She would walk Charlotte slowly, patiently through the blind pass, like it was the only thing left in their lives that mattered. Bend your front leg. Hold your hand straight behind you. Lean forward, into the track, but don't push off until I'm at my mark. Once you feel the baton snap into your hand, go. Don't look back, Samantha would say. You have to trust me to be there. Just keep your head down and run. Samantha had always loved running. She wanted to get a track scholarship so she could run all the way to college and never come back to Pikeville, which meant she could be gone in a year because Gamma was going to let her skip another grade if she scored a perfect 1600 on the SAT. Charlotte gave up on the airplane, defeated. The plate wouldn't hold its new shape. It wanted to stay a plate. She should get some notebook paper and do it the right way. Charlotte wanted to throw the airplane off the old weather tower. Rusty had promised to take her there because he was working on a surprise for Gamma. The bachelor farmer had been a citizen scientist with the National Weather Service Cooperative Observers Program. Rusty had found boxes full of weather journal data forms in the barn where the farmer had recorded the temperature, barometric pressure, precipitation, wind, and humidity almost every day since 1948. There were thousands of volunteers around the country just like him, who sent their readings to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to help scientists predict when storms and tornadoes were going to form. Basically, you had to do a lot of math, and if there was one thing that could make Gamma happy, it was doing math every day. The weather tower was going to be the biggest surprise of her life. Charlotte heard a car in the driveway. She grabbed the failed airplane and tore it to pieces so that Rusty wouldn't guess what she was up to, because he'd already told her she couldn't climb to the top of the metal tower and throw a paper airplane off it. At the trash can, she dug into her shorts and pulled out the gross clumps of wet toilet paper. She wiped her hands on her shirt. She ran to the door to see her father. "Mama!" Charlotte yelled, but she didn't tell her that Rusty was here. She pulled open the door, smiling, and then she stopped smiling because two men were on the front porch. One of them stepped back onto the stairs. Charlotte saw his eyes go wide, like he wasn't expecting the door to open. And then she saw that he was wearing a black ski mask, and a black shirt, and leather gloves. And then she saw the barrel of a shotgun stuck in her face. "Mom!" Charlotte screamed. "Shut up!" Blackshirt hissed, pushing Charlotte back into the kitchen. His heavy boots tracked in red clay from the yard. Charlotte should have been terrified. She should have been screaming, but all she could think about was how mad Gamma was going to be about having to clean the floor again. "Charlie Quinn!" Gamma called from the bathroom. "Do not shriek at me like a street urchin." Blackshirt said, "Where's your daddy?" "Please," Charlotte stuttered. She was talking to the second guy. He was in a mask and gloves too, but he had on a white Bon Jovi t-shirt which made him feel less threatening, even though he had a gun. "Please don't hurt us." Bon Jovi was looking past Charlotte, down the hallway. She could hear her mother's slow footsteps. Gamma must have seen him when she came out of the bathroom. She knew something was wrong, that Charlotte wasn't in the kitchen on her own. "Hey!" Blackshirt snapped his fingers for Charlotte's attention. "Where's your fucking daddy?" Charlotte shook her head. Why would they want Rusty? Blackshirt asked, "Who else is in the house?" She said, "My sister's in—" Suddenly, Gamma's hand was wrapped around Charlotte's mouth, her fingers dug into her shoulder. She told the men, "There's $50 in my purse and another $200 in a mason jar in the barn." "Fuck that," Blackshirt said. "Call your other daughter in here. Don't try any shit." "No." Bon Jovi seemed nervous. "They were supposed to be at track practice, man. Let's just—" Charlotte was violently jerked out of Gamma's arms. Blackshirt's hand gripped her neck, his fingers like clamps. The back of her head was pinned to his chest. She felt his fingers cinching around her esophagus, pulling it like a handle. He told Gamma, "Call her, bitch." Gamma was so scared that she could hardly raise her voice. "Samantha?" They listened. They waited. Bon Jovi said, "Forget it, man. He's not here. Let's do like she said and take the money and go." "Grow some balls, you fucking pussy." Blackshirt tightened his grip on Charlotte's throat. The pain burned like fire. She couldn't breathe. She went up on her toes, her fingers wrapped around his wrist, but he was too strong. He told Gamma, "Get her in here before I—" "Samantha!" Gamma's tone was sharp. "Please ensure the faucet valve is closed and quickly make your way into the kitchen." Bon Jovi stepped away from the mouth of the hallway so that Samantha couldn't see him. He told Blackshirt, "Come on, man. She did what you said. Let her go." Slowly, Blackshirt loosened his grip on Charlotte's neck. She gagged on the rush of air. She tried to go to her mother, but his hand flattened to her chest. He pinned Charlotte tight against his body. Gamma said, "You don't have to do this." She was talking to Bon Jovi. "We don't know who you are. We don't know your names. You can leave now and we won't tell anyone." "Shut the fuck up." Blackshirt shifted back and forth. "I'm not stupid enough to believe a goddamn thing any of you say." "You can't." Gamma coughed into her hand. "Please, let my daughters go and I'll—" She coughed again. "You can take me to the bank. Keep the car. I'll give you every penny we have." "I'ma take whatever I want." Blackshirt's hand slid down Charlotte's chest. He pressed hard against her sternum, rubbed into her back. His private parts poked her. She felt a sudden sickness. Her bladder wanted to release. Her face turned hot. "Stop it." Bon Jovi grabbed Charlotte's arm. He pulled, then pulled harder, and finally he managed to wrench her away. "Baby." Gamma enveloped Charlotte, throwing her arms tight around her shoulders, kissing her head, then her ear. She whispered, "Run if you—" Without warning, Gamma let go, almost pushing Charlotte away. She took 2 steps back until she was against the kitchen counter. Her hands were in the air. Blackshirt had the shotgun pointed at her chest. "Please." Gamma's lips trembled. "Please. I beg you." Her voice was low, like it was just her and Blackshirt in the room. "You can do anything you want to me.
But don't hurt my baby. Don't worry, Blackshirt whispered too. It only hurts the first couple of dozen times. Charlotte started to shake. She knew what he meant. The dark look in his eyes, his tongue darting out between his wet lips, the way his thing had pressed into her back. Her knees stopped working. She stumbled back into the chair. Sweat covered her face. More sweat poured down her back. She looked at her hands, but they weren't like her normal hands. The bones were vibrating inside as if a tuning fork had been struck against her chest. Gamma said, "It's okay." Blackshirt said, "No, it ain't." They weren't talking to each other anymore. Samantha was standing in the doorway, frozen like a frightened rabbit. Blackshirt asked, "Who else is in the house?" Gamma shook her head. "Nobody." "Don't lie to me." Charlotte's hearing became muffled. She heard her father's name, saw the angry look in Gamma's eyes. Rusty. They were looking for Rusty. Charlotte began to rock, unable to stop the back-and-forth movement as she instinctively tried to calm herself. This wasn't a movie. There were 2 men inside the house. They had guns. They didn't want money. They had come for Rusty, but now that they knew Rusty wasn't here, Blackshirt had decided he wanted something else. Charlotte knew what that something else was. She had read about it in Lenore's book. And Gamma was only here because Charlotte had called her. And Samantha was only here because Charlotte had told the men that her sister was in the house. "I'm sorry," Charlotte whispered. She couldn't hold her bladder anymore. She felt the warm liquid slide down her leg. She closed her eyes. She rocked back and forth. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Samantha squeezed Charlotte's hand so hard she could feel the bones move. Charlotte was going to throw up. Her stomach kept clenching, rolling like she was trapped on a boat in the pitching sea. She squeezed her eyes closed. She thought about running. The soles of her shoes slapping the ground, her legs burning, her chest aching for air. Samantha was beside her, ponytail flapping in the wind, smiling, telling Charlotte what to do. Breathe through it, slow and steady. Wait for the pain to pass.
"I said shut the fuck up!"
Blackshirt screamed. Charlotte lifted her head, but it was like she was moving through a thick oil. There was an explosion. Then a blast of hot liquid slashed at her face and neck so hard that she fell against Samantha at the table. Charlotte started screaming before she knew why. Blood was everywhere, like a hose had been turned on. It was warm and viscous, and it covered her face, her hands, her entire body.
"Shut up!"
Blackshirt slapped Charlotte across the face. Samantha grabbed her. She was sobbing, shaking, screaming. "Gamma," Samantha whispered. Charlie clung to her sister. She turned her head. She made herself look at her mother because she wanted to make sure she never forgot what these fuckers had done. Bright white bone. Pieces of heart and lung. Cords of tendon and arteries and veins and life spilled out of her gaping wounds. Bon Jovi yelled,
"Jesus Christ, Zach!"
Charlie kept herself still, unresponsive. She was never going to give herself away ever again. Zachariah Culpepper. She had read his case files. Rusty had represented him at least 4 times. Gamma had said just last night that if Zach Culpepper paid his bills, the family wouldn't have to live at the farmhouse.
"Fuck."
Zach was staring at Samantha. She had read the files too.
"Fuck."
"Mama," Charlie said, trying to distract them, to convince Zach that she didn't know. "Mama, Mama, Mama." "It's all right," Samantha tried to soothe.
"It ain't all right."
Zach threw his mask on the floor. He had raccoon eyes from Gamma's blood. He looked like his mugshot, but uglier.
"God damn it! What'd you have to use my name for, boy?"
I didn't, Bon Jovi stammered.
"I'm sorry."
"We won't tell." Samantha was looking down at the floor like it wasn't too late. "We won't say anything, I promise." Girl, I just blew your mama to bits. You really think you're walking out of here alive? No, Bon Jovi said. That's not what we came for. I came here to erase some bills, boy, Zach said. Now I'm thinking it's me that Rusty Quinn's got to pay. No, Bon Jovi repeated. I told you. Zach shut him up by jamming the shotgun into his face. You ain't seeing the big picture here. We gotta get out of town, and that takes a hell of a lot of money. Everybody knows Rusty Quinn keeps cash in his house. The house burned down, Samantha said. Everything burned down. Fuck! Zach screamed. Fuck! He pushed Bon Jovi into the hallway. He kept the shotgun pointed at Samantha's head, his finger on the trigger. No! Charlie pulled her sister down to the floor, away from the shotgun. She felt grit on her knees. Shattered bone riddled the floor. She looked at Gamma. She took her waxy white hand. The heat had already left her body. She whispered, Don't be dead. Mama, please, I love you. I love you so much. She heard Zach say, Why are you acting like you don't know how this is gonna end? Sam tugged at Charlie's arm. Charlie, get up. Zach said, We ain't leaving this place without you getting some blood on your hands, too. Sam repeated, Charlie, get up. I can't. She was trying to hear what Bon Jovi was saying. I can't let... Samantha practically picked her up and put her back in the chair. Run when you can, she whispered to Charlie. The same thing Gamma had tried to tell her. Don't look back. Just run. What are you two saying? Zach walked back to the table. His boots crunched something on the floor. He pressed the shotgun to Sam's forehead. Charlie could see pieces of Gamma stuck to the barrel. He asked Sam, What did you tell her to do? Make a run for it? Try to get away? Charlie made a noise in her throat, trying to divert his attention. Zach kept the shotgun on Sam, but he smiled at Charlie, showing a row of crooked, stained teeth. What'd she tell you to do, baby doll? Charlie tried not to think about the way his voice changed when he talked to her. Come on, honey. Zach stared at her chest. He licked his lips again. Ain't we gonna be friends? Stop, Sam said. The shotgun was pressed so hard into her forehead that a trickle of blood seeped out. Leave her alone. Was I talking to you, bitch? Zach leaned into the shotgun. Sam's head tilted back from the pressure. Was I? Sam's jaw tightened, her fists clenched. It was like watching a pot finally come to boil, except it was rage bubbling up inside of her. She shouted, You leave us alone, Zachariah Culpepper! Zach shifted his weight back on his heels, startled by her defiance. Sam said, I know exactly who you are, you fucking pervert. He gripped the shotgun in his hands, his lip curled. I'm gonna peel off your eyelids so you can watch me slice out your sister's cherry with my knife. They glared at each other. Sam wasn't going to back down. Charlie had seen her like this before, that look she got in her eyes when she wasn't going to listen to anybody. Except this wasn't Rusty, or the mean girls at school. This was a man with a shotgun, with a temper, who had almost beaten another man to death last year. Charlie had seen the photos in Rusty's files. She had read the police report. Zachariah had fractured the guy's skull with his bare hands. A whimper came out of Charlie's mouth. Zach, Bon Jovi said. Come on, man. Charlie waited for Sam to look away, but she didn't. Wouldn't. Couldn't. Bon Jovi said, We had a deal, all right? Zach didn't move. None of them moved. We had a deal, Bon Jovi repeated. Sure. Zach tossed the shotgun to Bon Jovi. A man's only as good as his word. He acted like he was going to walk away, but his hand moved fast, like a rattlesnake striking. He grabbed Sam's face and pushed her so hard back into the sink that her head clanged against the cast iron. No! Charlie screamed. You think I'm a pervert now? Zach was so close to Sam that his spit globbed onto her face. You got something else to say about me? Sam's mouth opened, but she couldn't scream. She grabbed at his arm with her hands, scratching, clawing, but Zach's fingernails were digging into her eyeballs.
Blood cried down like tears. Sam's feet kicked out. She gasped for air. "Stop it!" Charlie jumped on Zach's back, punching him with her fists. "Stop!" He threw her across the room. Charlie's head smacked into the wall like a clattering bell. Her vision doubled, but then it sharpened on Sam. Zach had left her on the floor. Blood streamed down her cheeks, pooled into the collar of her shirt. "Sammy!" Charlie cried. She tried to look at Sam's eyes to see the damage he had done. "Sam, look at me. Can you see me? Look at me, please." Carefully, Sam tried to open her eyelids. They were torn like pieces of wet paper. Zach said, "What the fuck is this?" The bathroom faucet hammer. He picked it up off the floor. He winked at Charlie. "Wonder what I can do with this." "Enough!" Bon Jovi snatched away the hammer and threw it down the hallway. Zach shrugged. "Just having a little fun, brother." "Both of you stand up," Bon Jovi said. "Let's get this over with." Charlie didn't move. Sam blinked away blood. "Help her up," Bon Jovi told Zach. "You promised, man. Don't make this worse than it has to be." Zach yanked Sam up so hard that her shoulder made a popping sound. She bumped against the table. Zach pushed her toward the door. She bumped into a chair. Charlie grabbed her hand to keep her from falling. Bon Jovi opened the door. "Go." Charlie went first, shuffling sideways to help Sam down the stairs. Sam had her other hand out in front of her like she was blind. Charlie saw their shoes and socks. If they could put them on, they could run. But only if Sam could see where to go. "Can you see?" Charlie asked her. "Sam, can you see?" "Yes," Sam said, but that had to be a lie. She couldn't even open her eyelids all the way. "This way." Bon Jovi indicated the field behind the HP. The soil was freshly planted. They weren't supposed to walk on it, but Charlie walked where she was told, guiding Sam behind her, helping her navigate the deep furrows. Charlie asked Bon Jovi, "Where are we going?" Zach dug the shotgun into Sam's back. "Keep walking." "I don't understand," Charlie said to Bon Jovi. "Why are you doing this?" He shook his head. Charlie asked, "What did we do to you, mister? We're just kids. We don't deserve this."
"Shut up," Zach warned. "Both of you shut the fuck up."
Sam squeezed Charlie's hand even tighter than before. She had her head up like she was a dog trying to get a scent. Instinctively, Charlie knew what her sister was doing. 2 days ago, Gamma had shown them a topographical map of the area. Sam was trying to remember the landmarks, to get her bearings. Charlie tried to, too. The neighbor's acreage went past the horizon, but the ground was completely flat that way. Even if Charlie managed to zigzag as she ran, Sam would end up tripping and falling. Trees bordered the far right side of the property. If she could lead Sam that way, they might be able to find a place to hide. There was a creek on the other side of the forest that went underneath the weather tower. Beyond that was a paved road, but people didn't use it. There was an abandoned barn half a mile north. A second farm was 2 miles east. That would be the best bet. If she could get Sam to the second farm, they could call Rusty and he would save them. Zach said,
"What's that?"
Charlie looked back at the farmhouse. She saw headlights, 2 floating dots in the distance. Not Lenore's van. "It's a car?"
"Shit, they're gonna make my truck in 2 seconds."
Zach jammed the shotgun into Samantha's back, using it like a rudder to steer her.
"Y'all keep moving or I'll shoot you right here."
Right here. Charlie stiffened at the words. She prayed that Sam hadn't heard them, that she didn't get their meaning. "There's another way out of this." Sam's head was turned toward Bon Jovi, even though she couldn't see him. Zach snorted. Sam said, "I'll do whatever you want." She cleared her throat. "Anything."
"Shit," Zach said. "You don't think I'm gonna take what I want anyways, you stupid bitch?"
Charlie swallowed back the taste of bile. She saw a clearing up ahead. She could run with Sam there, find a place to hide. Sam said, "We won't tell them it was you. We'll say you had your masks on the entire time and—"
"With my truck in the driveway and your mama dead in the house.
Zack snorted again.
Y'all Quinns think you're so fucking smart, can talk your way out of anything?
Charlie didn't know any places to hide in the woods. She'd been stuck unpacking boxes since they moved, no time for exploring. Charlie and Sam's best bet was to run back to the HP, where the policeman was. Charlie could lead Sam across the field. Her sister would have to trust her. The same way she kept saying Charlie should trust her with the blind pass. Sam was a fast runner, faster than Charlie, as long as she didn't stumble.
"Listen to me," Sam said. "You've got to leave town anyway. There's no reason to kill us too." She turned toward Bon Jovi. "Please just think about it. All you have to do is tie us up, leave us somewhere they won't find us. You're going to have to leave town either way. You don't want more blood on your hands."
Bon Jovi was already shaking his head.
I'm sorry.
Charlie felt a finger slide up her back. She shivered, and Zack laughed.
"Let my sister go," Sam said. "She's 13, just a kid."
Don't look like no kid to me.
Zack made pinching motions at Charlie's chest.
Got them nice high titties.
"Shut up," Bon Jovi warned. "I mean it."
"She won't tell anyone," Sam tried. "She'll say it was strangers, won't you, Charlie?"
Black fella? Zack asked. Like the one your daddy got off for murder?
Charlie felt his fingers brush across her breast. She turned on him, screaming.
"You mean like he got you off for showing your wiener to a bunch of little girls?"
"Charlie," Sam begged.
"Please be quiet."
"Let her speak," Zack said. "I like it when they got a little fight in 'em."
Charlie glared at him. She marched through the woods, pulling Sam behind her, trying not to go too fast, anxious to go fast enough so that Zack didn't walk alongside her.
"No,"
Charlie whispered. Why was she going fast? She needed to go slow. The farther they got away from the HP, the more dangerous it would be to break off and run back. Charlie stopped. She turned around. She could barely see the lights in the kitchen. Zack had the shotgun in Sam's back again.
"Move."
Pine needles cut into Charlie's bare feet as she trudged deeper into the woods. The air got cooler. Her shorts were stiff with dried urine. She could feel the inside of her thighs starting to chafe. Every step felt like it was wearing away a fresh layer of skin. She glanced back at Sam. Her eyes were closed, hand out in front of her. Leaves rustled under their feet. Charlie stopped to help Sam over a fallen tree. They walked through the stream, the water like ice on her feet. The clouds shifted, letting in a sliver more of moonlight. In the distance, Charlie could see the outline of the weather tower, the rusted steel structure like a skeleton against the dark sky. Charlie felt her sense of direction click into place. If the tower was on her left, then they were walking east. The second farm was about 2 miles north on her right. 2 miles. Charlie's best mile was 7.01. Sam could do a 5.52 on a flat surface. The forest wasn't flat. The moonlight was unpredictable. Sam could not see. They could do an 8-minute mile, maybe, if Charlie paid attention, if she looked straight in front of her instead of looking back. She scanned ahead, searching for the best path, the clearest route. It was too late.
"Sam?"
Charlie stumbled to a stop. A trickle of urine rolled down her leg again. She gripped her sister around the waist.
"There's a shovel." "A shovel."
Sam's fingers felt along her face, pushed up her eyelids. She sucked in a quick rush of air when she saw what was in front of them. 6 feet away, dark, wet earth opened up like a wound in the ground. Charlie's teeth were chattering again. She could hear the clicking. Zack and Bon Jovi had dug a grave for Rusty, and now they were going to use it for Sam and Charlie. They had to run. Charlie knew that now, felt it to the core of her being. Sam could see at least enough to see the grave, which meant she might be able to see enough to run. There was no choice. They couldn't stand here politely waiting for their own murders. And whatever else Zachariah Culpepper had in mind. Charlie squeezed Sam's hand. Sam squeezed back that she was ready. All they had to do was wait for the right moment.
"All right, big boy, time for you to do your part."
Zack leaned the shotgun butt on his hip. He slapped open a switchblade with his other hand.
The guns will be too loud. Take this. Right across the throat like you do with a pig.
Bon Jovi stood there, unmoving.
Zack said, Come on, like we agreed. You do her. I'll take care of the little one.
Bon Jovi said,
She's right. We don't have to do this. The plan wasn't ever to hurt the women. They weren't even supposed to be here. Say what now?
Sam squeezed Charlie's hand even harder. They both watched, waited.
Bon Jovi said, What's done is done. We don't have to make it worse by killing more people, innocent people. Jesus Christ.
Zack worked the knife closed, then shoved it back into his pocket.
We went over this back in the kitchen, man. Ain't like we got a choice. We can turn ourselves in. Bullshit.
Sam leaned into Charlie, pushing her a few steps to the right, getting her ready to go.
Bon Jovi said, I'll turn myself in. I'll take the blame for everything. The hell you will.
Zack shoved Bon Jovi in the chest.
You think I'm gonna go down on a murder charge because you grew a fucking conscience?
Sam let go of Charlie's hand. Charlie felt her heart drop into her stomach. Sam whispered, Charlie, run.
I won't tell, Bon Jovi said. I'll say it was me.
Charlie tried to grab Sam's hand back. They had to stay close so that she could show Sam the way.
In my goddamn truck?
Sam waved her away, whispering, Go. Charlie shook her head. What did she mean? She couldn't go without Sam. She couldn't leave her sister here.
Motherfucker.
Zack had the shotgun pointed at Bon Jovi's chest.
This is what's gonna happen, son. You're gonna take my knife and you're gonna slice open that bitch's throat, or I will blow a hole in your chest the size of Texas.
He stamped his foot.
Right now.
Bon Jovi pointed his gun at Zack's head.
We're gonna turn ourselves in. Get that fucking gun out of my face, you pansy-ass piece of shit.
Sam nudged Charlie, telling her to move. Go. Charlie didn't move. She wasn't going to leave her sister.
Bon Jovi said, I'll kill you before I kill them. You ain't got the balls to pull that trigger. I'll do it.
Charlie heard her teeth chattering again. Should she go? Would Sam follow her? Is that what she meant? Run, Sam begged. You have to run. Don't look back. You have to trust me to be there.
Piece of shit.
Zack's free hand snaked out. Bon Jovi backhanded the shotgun. Run! Sam shoved her hard. Charlie, go! Charlie fell back onto her ass, slamming into the ground. She saw the bright flash of the gun firing, heard the sudden explosion of the bullet leaving the barrel, and then a mist puffed from the side of Sam's head. Sam spun through the air, almost somersaulting like the fork had, into the gaping mouth of the grave. Thunk. Charlie stared at the open earth, waiting, begging, praying for Sam to sit up, to look around, to say something, anything that indicated that she was alive.
Shit, Bon Jovi said. Christ. Jesus Christ.
He dropped the gun like it was poison. Charlie saw the glint of metal from the weapon as it hit the ground, the flash of shock on Bon Jovi's face, the sudden white of Zack's teeth when he grinned. At Charlie. He was grinning at Charlie. She scrambled away, crab-like on her hands and knees. Zack started toward her, but Bon Jovi grabbed his shirt.
What the fuck are we going to do?
Charlie's back hit a tree. She pushed herself up. Her knees shook. Her hands shook. Her whole body was shaking. She looked at the grave. Her sister was in a grave. Sam had been shot in the head. Charlie couldn't see her. Didn't know if she was alive or dead or needed help or...
It's okay, sweet pea, Zack told Charlie. Stay right there for me.
I just, Bon Jovi stuttered. I just killed. Killed. He couldn't have killed Sam. The bullet from the gun was small, not like the shotgun. Maybe it hadn't really hurt her. Maybe Sam was okay, hiding in the grave, ready to spring up and run. But she wasn't springing up. She wasn't moving, or talking, or shouting, or bossing everybody around. Charlie needed her sister to speak, to tell her what to do. What would Sam say right now? What would she tell Charlie to do? Zach said, "You cover this bitch up. Let me take the little one off for a minute." Christ! Sam wouldn't be talking right now. She would be yelling, furious at Charlie for just standing there, for blowing this chance, for not doing what Sam had coached her to do. Don't look back. Trust me to be there. Keep your head down, and Charlie ran. Her arms flailed. Her feet struggled for purchase. Tree limbs slashed at her face. She couldn't breathe. Her lungs felt like needles were stabbing into her chest. Breathe through it. Slow and steady. Wait for the pain to pass. They used to be best friends. They used to do everything together. And then Sam had gone to high school and Charlie had been left behind. And the only way she could get her sister's attention was to ask Sam to teach her how to run. Don't hold the tension. Breathe in for 2 strides. Breathe out for 1. Charlie hated every part of running because it was stupid and it hurt and it made you sore. But she had wanted to spend time with Sam, to do something that her sister was doing, to maybe be better at it one day than Sam was. So Charlie went to the track with her sister. She joined the team at school, and she timed herself every day because every day she was getting faster. "Get back here!" Zach yelled. 2 miles to the second farmhouse. 12, maybe 13 minutes. Charlie couldn't run faster than a boy, but she could run for longer. She had the stamina, the training. She knew how to ignore the pain in her body, to breathe into the shock in her lungs when the air sliced like a razor. What she had never trained for was the panic from hearing the heavy tread of boots pounding dirt behind her. The way the thud, thud, thud vibrated inside of her chest. Zachariah Culpepper was coming after her. Charlie ran faster. She tucked her arms into her sides. She forced out the tension in her shoulders. She imagined her legs were pistons in a fast-working machine. She tuned out the pine cones and sharp rocks gouging open her bare feet. She thought about the muscles that were helping her move. Calves, quads, hamstrings, tighten your core, protect your back. Zachariah was getting closer. She could hear him like a steam engine bearing down. Charlie vaulted over a fallen tree. She scanned left, then right, knowing she shouldn't run in a straight line. She needed to locate the weather tower to make sure she was heading in the correct direction, but she knew if she looked back, she would see Zachariah Culpepper, and that seeing him would make her panic even more. And if she panicked even more, she would stumble. And if she stumbled, she would fall. And then he would rape her. Charlie veered right, her toes gripping the dirt as she altered direction. At the last minute, she saw another fallen tree. She flung herself over it, landing awkwardly. Her foot twisted. She felt her ankle bone touch earth. Pain sliced up her leg. She kept going, and going, and going. Her feet were sticky with blood. Sweat dripped down her body. Her lungs burned in her chest, but not as much as it would burn if Zachariah pinched her breast again. Her guts cramped. Her bowels had turned to liquid. But that was nothing compared to how she would feel if Zachariah shoved his thing inside of her. Charlie scanned ahead for light. Any indication of civilization. How much time had passed? How much longer could he keep running? Picture the finish line in your head. You have to want it more than the person behind you. Zachariah wanted something. Charlie wanted something more, to get away, to get help for her sister, to find Rusty so he could figure out a way to make it all better. Suddenly, Charlie's head jerked back with such violence that she felt like she was being decapitated. Her feet flew out into the air in front of her, her back slammed against the ground. She saw her breath huff out of her mouth like it was a real thing. Zachariah was on top of her. His hands were everywhere, grabbing her breasts, pulling her shorts. His teeth clashed against her closed mouth. She scratched at his eyes. She tried to bring up her knee into his crotch, but she couldn't bend her leg. Zachariah sat up, straddling her. Charlie kept slapping at him, tried in vain to buck off the tremendous weight of his body. He worked his belt back through the buckle. Her mouth opened. She had no breath left to scream. She was dizzy. Vomit burned up her throat. She closed her eyes and saw Sam twisting through the air. She could hear the thump of her sister's body hitting the grave like it was happening all over again. And then she saw Gamma on the kitchen floor, back to the cabinet. Bright white bone, pieces of heart and lung, cords of tendon and arteries and veins, and life spilling out of her gaping wounds.
No!
Charlie screamed, her hands turning into fists. She pounded into Zachariah's chest, swung so hard at his jaw that his head whipped around. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, big globs of it, not like the tiny dots from Gamma.
Fucking bitch!
He reared back his hand to punch her. Charlie saw a blur out of the corner of her eye.
Get off her!
Bon Jovi flew through the air, tackling Zachariah to the ground. His fists swung back and forth. He straddled Zachariah the same way Zachariah had straddled Charlie. Bon Jovi's arms windmilled as he beat the other man into the ground.
Motherfucker!
He yelled.
I'll fucking kill you!
Charlie backed away from the men. Her hands pressed deep into the earth as she forced herself to stand. She stumbled. She wiped her eyes. Sweat had turned the dried blood on her face and neck back to liquid. She spun around in a circle, blind as Sam. She couldn't get her bearings. She didn't know which way to run, but she knew that she had to keep moving. Her ankle screamed as she ran back into the woods. She didn't look for the weather tower. She didn't listen for the stream or try to find Sam or head toward the HP. She kept running, then walking. Then she felt so exhausted that she wanted to crawl. Finally, she gave in to it, collapsing to her hands and knees. She listened for footsteps behind her, but all she could hear was her own heavy breaths panting out of her mouth. She threw up. Bile hit the ground and splattered back into her face. She wanted to lie down, to close her eyes, to go to sleep and wake up in a week when this was all over. Sam. In the grave. Bullet in her head. Gamma. In the kitchen. Bright white bone. Pieces of heart and lung. Cords of tendon and arteries and veins, and her life gone in the flash of a shotgun because of Zachariah Culpepper. Charlie knew his name. She knew Bon Jovi's build, his voice, the way he'd stood silently by while Gamma was murdered, the way his hand had arced through the air when he'd shot Sam in the head, the way Zachariah had called him brother. Brother. She would see them both dead. She would watch the executioner strap them to the wooden chair and put the metal hat on their heads with the sponge underneath so that they wouldn't catch on fire, and she would look between Zachariah Culpepper's legs to watch the urine come out when he realized that he was going to be electrocuted to death. Charlie got up. She stumbled. Then she walked. Then she jogged. And eventually, finally, she saw the light on the porch outside the second farmhouse. Chapter 7. Sam Quinn alternated her arms, left, then right, then left again, as she cut a narrow channel through the cool waters of the swimming pool. She turned her head every third stroke and drew in a long breath. Her feet fluttered. She waited for the next breath. Left, right, left, breathe. She had always loved the calmness, the simplicity of the freestyle stroke, that she had to concentrate just enough on swimming so that all extraneous thoughts cleared her mind. No telephones rang under the water. No laptops pinged with urgent meetings. There was no reading emails in the pool. She saw the 2-meter line, the indication that the lane was about to end, and coasted until her fingers touched the wall. Sam kneeled on the floor of the pool, breathing heavily, checking her swimmer's watch. 2.4 kilometers at 150 seconds per 100 meters, so 37.5 seconds per 25-meter length. She felt a pang of disappointment when she saw the numbers, which were within seconds of yesterday's, because her competitive streak glowed in white-hot opposition to her physical capabilities. Sam glanced down the length of the pool, wondering if she had another short burst inside of her. No. Today was Sam's birthday. She was not going to tire herself out so much that she had to use her cane to walk to the office. She pushed herself up onto the edge of the pool. She quickly showered off the salt water. The tips of her fingers were furrowed and rough against the Egyptian cotton towel. Somewhere in the back of Sam's mind, her mother's voice told her that the body's response to being submerged so long was to wrinkle the pads of the fingers and toes in order to improve grip. Gamma had been 44 when she'd died, the same age that Sam was now. Or at least, would be in another 3.5 hours. Sam kept on her prescription goggles while she rode the elevator up to her apartment. The chrome on the back of the doors showed her wavy reflection. Slim build, black one-piece suit. Sam ran her fingers through her hair to help it dry. 28 years ago, she had walked into the woods behind the farmhouse with hair the color of a raven's feather. Almost a month later, she'd awakened in the hospital to find a shock of white stubble growing from her shaved head. Sam had gotten used to the double takes, the surprised looks when strangers realized that the gray-haired old woman in the back of the classroom, buying wine at the supermarket, walking through the park, was actually a young girl. Though admittedly, that wasn't happening nearly as much lately. Sam's husband had warned her that one day her face would finally catch up to her hair. The elevator door slid open. The sun was winking through the floor-to-ceiling windows that lined her apartment. Down below, the financial district was wide awake, car horns and cranes and the usual din of activity muffled behind the triple-paned glazing. Sam walked to the kitchen, turning off lights as she went. She exchanged her goggles for her glasses. She put out food for the cat. She filled the kettle. She prepared her tea infuser, mug and spoon, but before boiling the water, she went to the yoga mat in her living room. She took off her glasses. She ran through a series of stretches to keep her muscles limber. She ended up on the mat, legs crossed. She rested the backs of her hands on her knees. She touched her middle fingers to her thumbs in a light pinch. She closed her eyes, breathed deeply, and considered her brain. Several years after she had been shot, a psychiatrist had shown Sam a homunculus of the motor areas of her brain. The man had wanted her to see the path the bullet had traveled so that Sam could understand the structures that had been damaged. He wanted her to think about those structures at least once a day, to spend as much time as she could muster in contemplating the individual folds and crevices, and to visualize her brain and body working in perfect tandem as they had before. Sam had resisted. The exercise seemed some part wishful thinking, most part voodoo. Now, it was the only thing that kept her headaches at bay, her equilibrium in check. Sam had consequently done more in-depth research of the brain, seen MRIs and studied dense neurological tomes, but that first drawing had never been replaced as a guide through her meditation. In her mind's eye, the cross-sections of the left motor and sensory cortices were forever highlighted in bright yellow and green. Each section was labeled with the correspondingly influenced anatomy: toes, ankle, knee, hip, trunk, arm, wrist, fingers. Sam felt an analogous tingle in the different areas of her body as she silently examined the factions that made up the whole. The bullet had entered her skull on the left, just above her ear. The left side of the brain controls the right side, the left. In medical terms, the injury was considered to have taken place in a more superficial portion of the brain. Sam had always found the word superficial misleading. True, the projectile had not crossed the midbrain or lodged deep into the limbic system, but Broca's area, where speech takes place, Wernicke's area, where speech is understood, and the various regions that controlled movement on the right side of her body had been inexorably altered. Superficial. Superficial. Of or relating to the surface, frivolous, cursory. Apparent rather than real. There was a metal plate in her head. The scar over her ear was the size and width of her index finger. Sam's memory of that day remained fragmented. She was certain of only a few things. She remembered the mess that Charlie had made in the bathroom. She remembered the Culpepper brothers, the smell of them, the almost tangible taste of their menace. She did not remember witnessing Gamma's death. She did not remember what steps she took to crawl out of the grave. She remembered Charlie urinating on herself. She remembered yelling at Zachariah Culpepper. She remembered her raw, aching need that Charlie should run, that she should be safe, that she should live no matter the cost to Sam. Physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, cognitive therapy, talk therapy, aqua therapy. Sam had to learn how to talk again, to think again, to make connections again, to converse, to write, to read, to comprehend, to dress herself, to accept what had happened to her, to acknowledge that things were different, to learn how to study again, to return to school again, to articulate her thought processes again, to understand rhetoric and logic and motion, function and form. Sam often compared her first year of recovery to a record on an old turntable. She awoke at the hospital with everything playing at the wrong speed. Her words slurred, her thoughts moved as if through cake batter. Working her way back to 33 1/3 seemed impossible. No one believed she could do it. Her age, they all felt, could be the magic component. As one of her surgeons had told her, if you were going to be shot in the head, it was good to have it happen when you were 15 years old. Sam felt a nudge at her arm. Count Fosco, the cat, was finished with breakfast and wanted attention. She scratched his ears, listening to his soothing purr, and wondered if she was better off foregoing the meditation and simply adopting more cats. She put on her glasses. She went back to the kitchen and turned on the kettle. The sun was tilting across the lower end of Manhattan. She closed her eyes and let the warmth bathe her. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that Fosco was doing the same. He seemed to love the radiant heat under the kitchen floor. Sam couldn't get used to the sudden feeling of warmth on her bare feet when she woke in the morning. The new apartment had modern bells and whistles that her last apartment had not. Which was the reason for the new apartment, that nothing about it reminded her of the old. The kettle whistled. She poured her mug of tea. She set the egg timer to 3.5 minutes in order for the leaves to steep. She got yogurt from the fridge and mixed in granola with a spoon from the drawer. She took off her regular glasses and put on her reading glasses. Her eyes had never been able to adjust to multifocal lenses. Sam turned on her phone. There were several work emails, a few birthday greetings from friends, but Sam scrolled down until she found the expected birthday missive from Ben Bernard, her sister's husband. They had met once, a very long time ago. The two would probably not recognize each other in the street, but Ben had an endearing sense of responsibility toward Charlie, that he would do for his wife what she could not herself. Sam smiled at Ben's message, a photo of Mr. Spock giving a Vulcan salute, with the words, "Logic dictates that I should wish you a happy birthday." Sam had only once returned an email from Ben, on 9/11, to let him know that she was safe. The egg timer buzzed. She poured some milk into her hot tea, then sat back on the counter. Sam pulled a notepad and pen from her briefcase. She tackled the work emails, answering some, forwarding others, making follow-up notes, and worked until her tea was cold and the yogurt and granola were gone. Fosco jumped onto the counter to inspect the bowl. Sam looked at the time. She should take her shower and go into the office. She looked down at her phone. She tapped her fingers on the counter. She swiped over to the screen for voicemails. Another anticipated birthday missive. Sam had not seen her father face-to-face in over 20 years. They had stopped talking when Sam was in law school. There had been no argument or official break between them, but one day Sam was the good daughter who called her father once or twice a month, and the next day she was not. Initially, Rusty had tried to reach out to her, and when Sam did not reach back, he had started calling during her class hours to leave phone messages at her dorm. He wasn't overly intrusive. If Sam happened to be in, he did not ask to speak with her. He never asked her to call him back. The relayed messages said that he was there if she needed him, or that he had been thinking about her, or he had thought to check in. During the ensuing years, he had called reliably on the second Friday of every month and on her birthday. When Sam had moved to Portland to work in the district attorney's office, he had left messages at her office on the second Friday of every month and on her birthday. When she had moved to New York to start her career in patent law, he had left messages at her office on the second Friday of every month and on her birthday. Then there was suddenly such a thing as mobile phones. And on the second Friday of every month, and on her birthday, Rusty had left voicemails on Sam's flip phone. Then her Razor, then her Nokia, then her BlackBerry. And now it was her iPhone that told Sam that her father had called at 5:32 this morning on her birthday. Sam could predict the pattern of his call, if not the exact content. Rusty had developed a peculiar formula over the years. He would start with the usual ebullient greeting, render a weather report because, for unknowable reasons, he felt the weather in Pikeville mattered. Then he would add a strange detail about the occasion of his call, the day of her birth, that particular second Friday on which he was reaching out, and then a non sequitur in lieu of a farewell. There had been a time when Sam scowled at Rusty's name on a pink "while you were away" message, deleted his voicemails without a second thought, or delayed listening to them for so long that they rolled off the system. Now she played the message.
"Good morning, Sammy Sam,"
her father bellowed.
"This is Russell T. Quinn at your service. It is currently 43 degrees with winds coming out of the southwest at 2 miles per hour. Humidity is at 39%. Barometric pressure is holding at 30.
Sam shook her head in bewilderment.
I am calling you today, the very same day that in 1536 Anne Boleyn was arrested and taken to the Tower of London, to remind you, my dear Samantha, to not lose your head on your 44th birthday."
He laughed, because he always laughed at his own cleverness. Sam waited for the sign-off.
"Exit, pursued by a bear."
Sam smiled. She was about to delete the voicemail when, uncharacteristically, Rusty added something new.
"Your sister sends her love."
Sam felt her brow furrow. She scrubbed back the voicemail to listen to the last part again.
"A bear,"
Rusty said, then, after a short pause,
"Your sister sends her love."
Sam doubted very seriously that Charlie had sent any such thing. The last time she'd talked to Charlie, the last time she had even been in the same room with her, there had been a definite and immediate ending to their relationship. An understanding that there was neither the need nor the desire for either of them to talk to each other ever again. Charlie had been in her last year at Duke. She had flown to New York to visit Sam and to interview at several white shoe firms. Sam realized at the time that her sister was not visiting her so much as treating Sam's apartment as a free place to stay in one of the most expensive cities on earth. But almost a decade had passed since she'd seen her little sister, and Sam had been looking forward to the two of them reacquainting as adults. The first shock of the trip was not that Charlie had brought a strange man with her, but that the strange man was her husband. Charlie had dated Ben Bernard for less than a month before legally binding herself to someone about whom she knew absolutely nothing. The decision was irresponsible and dangerous, and but for the fact that Ben was one of the most kind, most decent human beings on the planet, not to mention that he was clearly head over heels in love with Charlie, Sam would have been livid with her sister for such a stupid, impetuous act. The second shock was that Charlie had canceled all of her interviews. She had taken the money Sam had sent to buy proper business attire and instead used it to purchase tickets to see Prince at Madison Square Garden. This brought about the third, most fatal shock. Charlie was planning to work with Rusty. She had insisted that she would only be in the same building with her father, not involved in Rusty's actual practice, but to Sam, the distinction held no difference. Rusty took risks at work that followed him home. The people who were in his office, in the office that Charlie would soon share, were the kinds of people who burned down your house, who went to your home looking for you, and when they found out you weren't there, murdered your mother and shot your sister and chased you through the woods with a shotgun because they wanted to rape you. The final altercation between Sam and Charlie had not taken place immediately. They had argued in fits and starts for 3 long days in Charlie's planned 5-day visit. Then on the 4th day, Sam had finally exploded. She had always had a slow-boiling temper. It's what had made her lash out at Zachariah Culpepper in the kitchen while her mother was lying dead a few feet away. Her sister was covered in urine, and a blood-smeared shotgun was pointed directly at her face. Subsequent to her brain injury, Sam's temper had become almost unmanageable. There were countless studies that showed how certain types of damage to the frontal and temporal lobes could lead to impulsive, even violent anger, but the ferocity of Sam's rage beggared scientific explanation. She had never hit anyone, which was a piteous victory, but she threw things, broke things, attacked even cherished objects as if she were ruled by insanity. The physical acts of destruction paled in comparison to the damage rendered by her sharp tongue. The fury would take hold, Sam's mouth would open, and hate would spew like acid. Now the meditation helped smooth out her emotions. The laps in the pool helped redirect her anxiety into something positive. Back then, nothing had been able to stop Sam's venomous rage. Charlie was spoiled. She was selfish. She was a child. She was a whore. She wanted to please her father too much. She had never loved Gamma. She had never loved Sam. She was the reason they had all been in the kitchen. She was the reason Gamma had been murdered. She had left Sam to die. She had run away then, just like she was going to run away now. That last part, at least, had proven to be true. Charlie and Ben had returned to Durham in the middle of the night. They had not even stopped to pack their few belongings. Sam had apologized. Of course she had apologized. Students didn't have voicemail or email back then, so Sam had sent a certified letter to Charlie's off-campus apartment, along with the carefully packed box of things they had left in New York. Writing the letter was without question the hardest thing that Sam had ever done in her life. She had told her sister that she loved her, had always loved her, that she was special, that their relationship meant something, that Gamma had adored her, had cherished her, that Sam understood that Rusty needed Charlie, that Charlie needed to be needed by their father, that Charlie deserved to be happy, to enjoy her marriage, to have children, lots of children, that she was old enough to make her own decisions, that everyone was so proud of her, happy for her, that Sam would do anything if Charlie would forgive her. Please, Sam had written at the end of the letter, you have to believe me. The only thing that got me through months of agony, years of recovery, a lifetime of chronic pain is the fact that my sacrifice, and even Gamma's sacrifice, gave you the chance to run to safety. 6 weeks had passed before Sam had received a letter in return. Charlie's response had been a single, honest, compound, complex sentence. I love you. I know that you love me, but every time we see each other, we see what happened, and neither one of us will ever move forward if we are always looking back. Her little sister was a lot smarter than Sam had ever given her credit for. Sam took off her glasses. She gently rubbed her eyes. The scars on her eyelids felt like braille beneath her fingertips. For all of her complaints about superficial, she worked very hard to mask her injuries. Not because she was embarrassed, but because other people were curious. There was no more effective conversation stopper than the words, I was shot in the head. Makeup covered the pink ridges where her eyelids had been torn. A $300 haircut covered the scar on the side of her head. She tended to dress in flowy black pants and shirts to help camouflage any hesitation in her gait. When she spoke clearly. And when exhaustion threatened to loosen her hold on language, she kept her own counsel. There were days that Sam needed a cane to walk, but over the years she had learned that the only reward for physical hard work was more physical hard work. If she was late at the office and she wanted a car to take her the 6 blocks home, she took the car. Today she walked the 6 blocks to work with relative ease. In honor of her birthday, she'd worn a colorful scarf to brighten up her usual black. As she took a left onto Wall Street, a strong gust of wind barreled off the East River. The scarf flew behind her like a cape. Sam laughed as she tangled with the silk scarf. She wrapped it around her neck and held loosely onto the ends as she walked through her new neighborhood. Sam had not been a resident of the area for long, but she had always loved the history. That Wall Street had been, in fact, an earthen wall meant to secure the northern boundary of New Amsterdam. That Pearl Street and Beaver Street and Stone Street were named after the wares that Dutch traders sold along the muddy lanes that spoked out from where tall, wooden sailing boats had once docked. 17 years ago, when Sam had first moved to New York, she'd had her choice of law firms. In the world of patent law, her Stanford master's in mechanical engineering carried significantly more weight than her master's from Northwestern Law. Sam had passed both the New York bar and the patent bar on her first attempts. She was a woman in a male-dominated field that desperately needed diversity. The firm's proffers had practically been extended on bended knee. She had joined the first firm whose signing bonus was enough to cover the down payment on a condo in a building with an elevator and a heated pool. The building was in Chelsea, a lovely pre-war mid-rise with high ceilings and a swimming pool in the basement that looked like a Victorian-era natatorium. Despite the rapid improvement of Sam's finances over the years, she had happily lived in the cramped two-bedroom apartment until her husband had died. "Happy birthday." Eldrin, her assistant, was waiting outside the elevator when the doors opened. Sam's routine was so fixed that he could predict her movements down to the second. "Thank you." She let him take her briefcase, but not her purse. He walked her through the offices, doling out her schedule as he always did. "Your UXH meeting is at 10:30 in conference room 6. You've got a phone call with Atlanta at 3, but I told Lawrence that you have a hard out at 5 for a very important meeting." Sam smiled. She had birthday drinks scheduled with a friend. He said, "There's a bit of an urgent detail about the partner meeting next week. You need to nail down a point for them. I left the packet on your desk." "Thank you." Sam stopped at the office kitchen. She didn't expect Eldrin to fetch her tea every morning, but because of their routine, he'd been relegated to watching Sam prepare it. She said, "I had an email from Curtis this morning." She pulled a tea sachet from the tin on the counter. "I want to be in Atlanta next week for the Coca-Cola deposition." Among other locales, Stellick, Elton, Mallory, and Sanders had satellite offices in Atlanta. Sam made monthly trips to the city, staying at the Four Seasons, walking the 2 blocks to the Peachtree Street offices, and ignoring the fact that Pikeville was a 2-hour drive up the interstate. "I'll let Travel know." Eldrin retrieved a carton of milk from the refrigerator. "I can also ask if Granger has—" Oh, no. He was looking at the muted television in the corner. A graphic spun ominously onto the screen. School shooting. As a victim of gun violence, Sam had always felt a particular horror when she learned of a mass shooting. But like most Americans, she had become somewhat acclimated to their almost monthly occurrence. The screen showed a little girl's photograph, obviously from a school yearbook. The name underneath read, Lucy Alexander. Sam added milk to the tea. "I dated a boy in school named Peter Alexander." Eldrin raised his eyebrows as he followed her out of the kitchen. She wasn't usually easy with details about her personal life. Sam continued toward her office. Eldrin continued the rundown of the day's itinerary, but she only listened with half an ear. She hadn't thought about Peter Alexander in a long while. He had been a moody boy, given to long, tedious speeches about the torture inherent in being an artist. Sam had let him touch her breasts, but only because she wanted to know what it felt like. It felt sweaty, frankly, because Peter had no idea what he was doing. Sam dropped her purse by her desk, a glass and steel chunk that anchored her sun-filled corner office. Her view, like most views in the financial district, was the building directly across the way. There had been no rules regarding setback when the canyons of Wall Street had been erected. 20 feet of sidewalk was all that separated most buildings from the street. Eldrin finished his spiel, and she placed her tea on a coaster beside her computer. Sam waited for him to leave. She sat down in her chair. She found her reading glasses in her briefcase. She began the review of her notes for the 10:30 meeting. Sam had understood when she decided on patent law as a career that the job was basically one of trying to sway the transfer of large sums of money. One incredibly wealthy corporation sued another incredibly wealthy corporation for using a similar set of stripes on their new athletic shoes or co-opting a particular color from their brand, and very expensive lawyers had to argue in front of very bored judges about the percentages of cyan in a certain Pantone. Long gone were the days of Newton and Leibniz battling for the right to be identified as the inventor of calculus. Most of Sam's time was spent combing through the minutiae of design schematics and referencing patent applications that sometimes reached back to the early days of the Industrial Revolution. She loved every single second of it. She loved the melding of science and law, delighted in the fact that she had somehow managed to distill the single best parts of her mother and father into a rewarding life. Eldrin knocked on her glass door. "I wanted to update you. Looks like that school shooting took place in North Georgia." Sam nodded. North Georgia was a nebulous catch-all for any area outside of Atlanta. "Do they know how many victims?" "Only 2. "Thanks." Sam tried not to dwell on the only, because Eldrin was correct that 2 was a low body count. The story would probably roll off the news by tomorrow. She turned to her computer. She pulled up a rough draft of a brief that she wanted to be conversant with for her 10:30 meeting. A second-year associate had taken a stab at a response to a summary motion made in the case of Santa Lady, a division of UXH Financial Holdings Limited, versus Ladymate Corp., a division of Nippon Development Resources, Inc. After 6 years of back and forth, 2 failed mediations, and a screaming match that took place mostly in Japanese, the case was going to trial. At issue was the design of a hinge that controlled the movement of the self-closing lid on a partition-mounted public restroom sanitary napkin and tampon disposal bin. The Ladymate Corporation produced several iterations of the ubiquitous container, from the Fimigenie to the original Ladymate, to the strangely named Tough Guy. Sam was the only person involved in the entire case who had actually used one of these bins. If she had been consulted during their design, she would have gone for truth in advertising and called them all the motherfucker, because that was usually the first thing that came into a woman's mind when she had to use one. Sam also would have designed the spring-loaded piano hinge as 2 components, for the extra 3-cent manufacturing cost, rather than risk a single integrated hinge that invited a patent infringement lawsuit that would result in millions of dollars in legal fees, not to mention the damages if Nippon lost the case. If the brief on her computer had anything to do with it, UXH would not be seeing those damages. Patent law wasn't the most baroque area of litigation, but the second-year associate who had drafted the brief wrote with the adroitness of a piece of sandpaper. This was why Sam had taken a 3-year detour into the Portland District Attorney's office. She had wanted to be able to speak the language of a courtroom. Sam scrolled through the document, making notes, rewriting a long passage in an approximation of simple English, adding a modicum of flourish to the end because she knew that it would perturb her opposing counsel, a man who had, upon his first meeting with Sam, told her to fetch him a coffee, 2 sugars, and tell her boss that he did not like to wait. Gamma had been right about so many things. Sam Quinn was given far more respect than Samantha Quinn could have ever hoped for. At exactly 10:34, Sam was the last person to enter the conference room. The tardiness was by design. She did not relish chastising stragglers. She took her seat at the head of the table. She looked out at the sea of young white men whose degrees from Michigan and Harvard and MIT gave them a bloated sense of their own self-importance. Or perhaps the bloat was warranted. They were sitting in the gleaming, glass-lined offices of one of the most important patent firms in the world. If they thought that they were captains of industry, it was likely because they soon would be. But for now, they had to prove themselves to Sam. She listened to their updates, commented on their proposed strategies, and generally let them toss ideas back and forth until she felt that they were biting their own tails. Sam was notorious for running lean meetings. She asked for case law to be researched, a rewriting of briefs to be completed by tomorrow, the incorporation of a certain patent application from the 1960s to be integrated more deeply into their work product. She stood from her chair, so everyone else did. She made an anodyne comment about looking forward to their results as she left the conference room. They followed her, keeping their distance, because they all worked on the same side of the building. Sam often felt like the long walk back to her office was akin to being stalked by a pack of geese. Invariably, one would push ahead, hoping to make his name known, or to prove to the others that he wasn't afraid of her. A few peeled off for other meetings, wishing her happy birthday. Someone asked if she had enjoyed her recent trip to Europe. Another young man, a bit over-eager since the word had spread that Sam would soon become a named partner, followed her all the way to her office door, relaying a long story that ended with the detail that his grandmother had been born in Denmark. Sam's husband had been born in Denmark. Anton Mickelson was 21 years Sam's senior, a professor at Stanford from whom she had taken a technology and society course entitled Engineering the Roman Empire Design. Anton's passion for the subject had captivated Sam. She had always been drawn to people who were delighted by the world, who looked out rather than in. For his part, Anton had been completely hands-off while Sam was his student, aloof even, so that she was convinced she had done something wrong. It wasn't until after she had graduated, when she was in her 2nd year at Northwestern, that Anton had reached out. At Stanford, Sam had been one of only a handful of women studying in a male-dominated field. She had infrequently received emails from some of her professors. The subject lines tended to show a combination of desperation and a loose understanding of ellipsis. "I can't get you out of my mind," or "You have to help me." As if they were being driven mad by their desire and only Sam could alleviate the pain. Their collective insecurities had been one of the reasons she had applied to law school rather than pursue her Ph.D. The thought of any one of these pathetic middle-aged Lotharios being in charge of her thesis was untenable. Anton had been well aware of his colleagues' reputations when he first emailed Sam. "I apologize if you find this contact unwanted," he had written. "I waited 3 years to ensure that my professional authority has no overlap with nor impact upon your chosen field." He had retired early from Stanford. He had taken a job as a consultant for an overseas engineering firm. He had established his home base in New York so that he could be closer to her. They had married 4 years after Sam was named an associate at the firm. Anton had opened up her life in ways that Sam had never fathomed. Their first trip abroad was magical. Except for an ill-considered freshman jaunt to Tijuana, Sam had never before been outside of the United States. Anton had taken her to Ireland, where as a boy he had summered with his mother's people, to Denmark where he had learned to love design, to Rome to show her the ruins, to Florence to show her the Duomo, to Venice to show her love. They had traveled extensively throughout their marriage, Anton taking jobs or Sam attending a conference with the sole purpose of being somewhere new. Dubai, Australia, Brazil, Singapore, Bora Bora. Every new country, every new foreign city that Sam set foot in, she thought of Gamma. The way her mother had urged Sam to leave, to see the world, to live anywhere but Pikeville. That Sam had done this with a man whom she adored made each journey that much more rewarding. Sam's office phone rang. She sat back in her chair. She glanced at the time. Her 3:00 call from Atlanta. She had lost herself in work again, skipping lunch, inexorably lost in a patent design for a narrow-plated pintle hinge. Lawrence Van Loon was Dutch, living in Atlanta, and their in-house specialist on international patent law. He was calling about the UXH case, but, like Sam, he was an enthusiastic traveler. Before they talked shop, he wanted to know all about the trip she had taken a few weeks ago, a 10-day tour through Italy and Ireland. There had been a time in Sam's life when she talked about foreign cities in terms of their culture, the architecture, the people, but money and the passage of time had made her more likely to talk about the hotels. She told Lawrence about her stay at the Marion in Dublin, how the garden suite did not overlook a garden but a rear alley, that the Amman on the Grand Canal was breathtaking, the service impeccable, the little courtyard where she drank her tea every morning, one of the most tranquil spots in the city. In Florence there was the Westin Excelsior, which had a magnificent view of the Arno, but the noise from the rooftop bar had occasionally echoed down into her suite. In Rome, she told Lawrence, she had stayed at the Cavalieri for their baths and beautiful pools. This last part was a lie. Sam had booked a room at the Raffaello, because the budget hotel was the only place that she and Anton could afford during that first magical trip to Rome. For Lawrence's benefit, Sam continued to prevaricate, recommending restaurants and museums from past journeys. She did not tell him that in Dublin she had stood in the long room of the old library at Trinity College, looking up at the beautiful barrel-vaulted ceiling with tears in her eyes. Nor did Sam relay that in Florence she had sat on one of the many benches inside the Galleria dell'Accademia where Michelangelo's David was displayed, and sobbed. Rome had been filled with equal parts nostalgia and grief. The Trevi Fountain, the Spanish Steps, the Pantheon, the Colosseum, the Piazza Navona where Anton had proposed to her while they drank wine under the moonlight. Sam had first seen all of these wonderful sights with her husband, and now that Anton was dead, she would never see them with the same pleasure again. "Your trip sounds amazing," Lawrence said. "Ireland and Italy. So that's the I countries, though I suppose you technically should have included India. Iceland, Indonesia, Israel." Sam smiled at his laughter. "I think we should probably stop discussing hotels and move on to the exciting world of sanitary napkin disposal." "Yes, of course," Lawrence said. "But may I ask you, I hope this is not intrusive?" Sam braced herself for a question about Anton because even a year later people asked. "The school shooting," Lawrence said. Sam felt ashamed that she had forgotten about it. "Is this a bad time to speak?" No. Of course it's terrible, but I saw this man on television, Russell Quinn, the attorney who was representing the suspect." Sam gripped the receiver so tightly that a tremor developed in her thumb. She had not connected the dots, but Rusty volunteering to defend someone who had shot and killed 2 people inside of a school should not have come as a surprise. Lauren said, "I know that you're from Georgia, so I wondered if there's a relation," he added. "It seems this man is quite the liberal champion." Sam was at a loss for words. She finally managed, "It's a common name." "It is?" Lawrence was always eager to learn more about his adopted city. "Yes, from before the Civil War." Sam shook her head because she could have come up with a better lie. All that she could do now was move on. "So, I heard from UXH's in-house people that Nippon is about to have a shake-up in their corner suites." Lawrence hesitated slightly before changing the conversation to work. Sam listened to him run down the rumors he had heard, but her attention strayed to her computer. She opened the New York Times website. Lucy Alexander. The shooting had taken place at Pikeville Middle School. Sam's middle school. She studied the child's face, looking for a familiar shape of the eye, a curve of the lip that might remind her of Peter Alexander. But she found nothing. Still, Pikeville was a very small town. The odds were strong that the girl was somehow related to Sam's former beau. She scanned down the article for details about the shooting. An 18-year-old girl had brought a weapon to school. She had started shooting right before the first bell. The gun was wrested away by an unnamed teacher, a highly decorated former Marine who now taught history to teenagers. Sam scrolled down to another photo, this one of the second victim, Douglas Pinkman. The phone slipped from Sam's hand. She had to retrieve it from the floor. "I'm sorry," she told Lawrence, her voice somewhat unsteady. "Could we follow up on this tomorrow?" Sam barely registered his consent. She could only stare at the photograph. During her tenure at the school, Douglas Pinkman had coached both the football and track team. He had been Sam's earliest champion, a man who believed that if she trained hard enough, pushed herself enough, she could win a scholarship to the college of her choice. Sam had known that her intellect could get her that and more, but she had been intrigued by the prospect of her body working at the same efficient levels as her mind. Running, too, was something that she really enjoyed. The open air, the sweat, the release of endorphins, the solitude. And now, Sam was forced to use a cane on her bad days, and Mr. Pinkman had been murdered outside his school office. She scrolled down, searching for more details. Shot twice in the chest with hollow point bullets. Pinkman's death, anonymous sources reported, was instantaneous. Sam clicked open the Huffington Post, knowing they would give more attention to the story than the Times. The entire front page was dedicated to the shooting. The banner read, "Tragedy in North Georgia." Photos of Lucy Alexander and Douglas Pinkman were placed side by side. Sam skimmed the hyperlinks. Hero Marine prefers to remain anonymous. Attorney for suspect releases statement. What happened when? A timeline of the shooting. Pinkman wife watched husband die. Sam did not want to see the attorney for the suspect. She clicked on the last link. Her lips parted in surprise. Mr. Pinkman had married Judith Heller. What a strange world. Sam had never met Miss Heller in person, but of course she knew the woman's name. After Daniel Culpepper had shot Sam, after Zachariah had tried and failed to rape Charlie, Charlie had run to the Heller farm for help. While Miss Heller took care of her, the woman's elderly father had sat on the front porch, armed to the teeth in case one of the Culpeppers showed up before the police did. For obvious reasons, Sam had only learned these details much later. Even during the first month of her recovery, she could not retain the sequence of events. She had vague memories of Charlie sitting on her hospital bed, repeating the story of their survival over and over again, because Sam's short-term memory was a sieve. Her eyes were still bandaged. She was blind, helpless. She would reach out for Charlie's hand, slowly identify her voice, and continually ask the same questions. Where am I? What happened? Why isn't Gamma here? Each time, dozens, perhaps over 100 times, Charlie had answered. You were in the hospital. You were shot in the head. Gamma was murdered. Then Sam would fall asleep, or a certain number of minutes would pass, and she would reach out for Charlie, asking her again, Where am I? What happened? Why isn't Gamma here? Gamma is dead. You are alive. everything is going to be okay. Sam had not considered for many years the emotional consequences of her 13-year-old sister having to tell and retell their story. She did know that, after a while, Charlie's tears had stopped. The emotion had abated, or at least managed to conceal itself. While Charlie exhibited no reluctance to talk about the events, she had begun to relay them at a remove. Not exactly as if everything had happened to someone else, but as if she wanted to make it clear that the tragedy had lost its grip on her. The affect had come across most clearly in the trial transcripts. At various times in Sam's life, she had read the 1,258-page document as an exercise in memory. This happened to me. Then this happened to me. Then this is how I managed to live. Charlie's testimony during the prosecutor's examination was dry, more like a reporter narrating a story. This happened to Gamma. This happened to Sam. This is what Zachariah Culpepper tried to do. This is what Miss Heller said when she opened her back door. Fortunately, Judith Heller's testimony served to color between some of Charlie's stark lines. On the stand, the woman had described her shock when she'd found a blood-covered, terrified little girl standing on her porch. Charlie had been shaking so hard that, at first, she could not speak. When she was finally inside, finally able to form words with her mouth, inexplicably, she had asked for a bowl of ice cream. Miss Heller had not known what to do but comply while her father called the police. Nor did she know that the ice cream would make Charlie sick. She had served 2 bowls before Charlie ran to the toilet. It was only through the closed bathroom door that Charlie had told Miss Heller that she thought that her mother and sister were dead. A loud squawking distracted Sam from her thoughts. Lawrence had hung up minutes ago, but Sam was still holding the phone. She put down the receiver. Her hand lingered. Consider the etymology of the phrase, hang up the phone. The Huffington Post page automatically reloaded. The Alexander family was giving a live news conference. She turned the sound down low. She watched the video. A man named Rick Fahey spoke on behalf of the family. She listened to his pleas for privacy, knowing they would fall on deaf ears. Sam supposed the one silver lining of being in a coma was that after being shot, she did not have to listen to endless speculation about her case on the news. On the video, Fahey stared directly at the camera. He said, "That's what Kelly Wilson is. A cold-blooded murderer." Fahey's head turned. He exchanged a look with a man who could only be Ken Coyne. Instead of his ill-fitting police uniform, Coyne was wearing a shiny navy blue suit. Sam knew that he was the current district attorney for Pikeville, but she wasn't sure where she had obtained that information. Regardless, the look between the 2 men confirmed the obvious, that this was going to be a death penalty case. That explained Rusty's involvement. He had long been a vocal opponent of the death penalty. As a defense attorney, as someone who had been instrumental in the exonerations of convicted men, he believed that the chance for mistake was too high. From the Culpepper trial transcripts, Sam knew that her father had spoken from the stand for almost a full hour, delivering a moving, impassioned plea to spare Zachariah Culpepper on the grounds that the state had no moral authority to take a life. Charlie had argued just as forcefully for death. Sam had fallen somewhere in the middle. She was at that point unable to clearly verbalize her thoughts. Her letter to the court had requested life in prison for Zachariah Culpepper. This was not a show of compassion. At the time, Sam was a resident of the Shepherd Spinal Center in Atlanta. The people who assisted her through the arduous months of recovery were professional and compassionate, but Sam had felt like a rabbit trapped in a snare. She could not get in or out of bed without assistance. She could not use the toilet without assistance. She could not leave her room without assistance. She could not eat when she wanted to eat or consume what she wanted to eat. Because her fingers could not navigate a button or zip, she could not wear the clothes that she wanted to wear. Because she could not lace her sneakers, she was forced to wear ugly, velcroed orthopedic shoes. Washing herself, brushing her teeth, combing her hair, taking a walk, going outside into the sunlight or the rain were all done at someone else's pleasure. Rusty, citing his high moral principles, had wanted the judge to give Zachariah Culpepper life in prison. Charlie, burning with a need for revenge, had wanted a sentence of death. Sam had asked that Zachariah Culpepper be sentenced to a long, wretched existence, deprived of any sense of self-determination, because she had learned firsthand exactly what it felt like to be a prisoner. Maybe they had all gotten their wish. Because of appeals and temporary reprieves and legal maneuverings, Zachariah Culpepper was currently one of the longest-serving inmates on Georgia's death row. He continued to profess his innocence to anyone who would listen. He continued to claim that Charlie and Sam had colluded to frame him and his brother because he owed Rusty several $1,000s in legal bills. In retrospect, Sam should have argued for death. She closed the browser on her computer. She opened a blank email and sent apologies to her friend, begging off their birthday drinks tonight. She told Eldrin to hold her calls. She put on her reading glasses. She returned her attention to the narrow-plated pintle hinge. When Sam looked up from her computer, darkness had turned her windows black. Eldrin was gone. The office was quiet. Not for the first time, she was alone on the floor. She had also sat too long without moving. She performed some seated stretches. Her body was stiff, but eventually, determinedly, she was able to stand. She unfolded the collapsible cane she kept in her bottom desk drawer. She wrapped her scarf around her neck. She considered calling a car, but by the time one showed up, she could walk the 6 blocks home. She regretted the decision the moment she stepped outside. The wind off the river was cutting. Sam gripped the scarf in one hand, her other hand held tight to the cane. Her briefcase and purse weighed down the crook of her arm. She should have waited for the car. She should have had drinks with her friend. She should have done a lot of things differently today. The night doorman wished Sam happy birthday as she entered her building. She stopped to thank him, to ask after his children, but her leg ached too much to stand. She rode up in the elevator alone. She stared at her reflection in the back of the doors. A solitary, white-haired figure stared back. The doors slid open. Fosco rolled and stretched on the floor as Sam walked into the kitchen. She made herself eat some leftover Thai from Saturday night's birthday dinner party. The bar stool was uncomfortable. She sat on the edge, both feet on the floor. Pain spread up the side of her leg like a hot blade splaying open the muscle. She looked at the clock. Too early to go to bed, too tired to concentrate on work, too exhausted to read the new book she had received as a birthday present. At her old apartment in Chelsea, she and Anton had eschewed television watching. Sam stared at screens all day. There was only so much blue light that her eyes could take before a headache began to gnaw behind her eyes. The new apartment had come with a large television already installed in the den. Sam had often found herself drawn to the dark room, one of those windowless boxes that builders called bonus spaces, because they could not legally call them bedrooms. Sam sat down on the couch. She placed an empty wine glass on the coffee table. Beside this, she put a bottle of 2011 Tenuta Poggio San Nicolo, Anton's favorite wine. Fosco jumped into her lap. Sam absently scratched between his ears. She studied the elegant label on the wine bottle, the delicate scrollwork around the border, the simple red wax seal at the center. The liquid inside might as well be poison. Sam believed that it was wines like the San Nicolo that had killed her husband. As Anton's consultancy business had expanded, as Sam's practice had grown, they were able to afford better things. 5-star hotels, first-class flights, suites, private tours, fine dining. One of Anton's lifelong passions was wine. He loved enjoying a glass at lunch, another glass, perhaps 2, with dinner. The dry reds were his particular favorite. Occasionally, when Sam wasn't around, he would accompany the drink with a cigar. Anton's doctors pointed to fate and perhaps the cigars, but Sam thought the high levels of tannin in the wines had killed him. Esophageal cancer. Less than 2% of all cancers were of this kind. Tannin, a naturally occurring astringent, lends certain plants a defense against insects and predators. The chemical compound can be found in many fruits, berries, and legumes. There are several real-world applications for tannoids. Vegetable and synthetic tannins are employed in leather making. The pharmaceutical world frequently uses tannate salts in the production of antihistamines and antitussive medications. In red wine, tannin acts as a structural component, a reaction from the skin of the grape making contact with the pips. Wines with higher levels of tannins age better than ones with lower levels. Thus, the more mature, the more expensive the bottle, the higher the concentration of tannins. Tannin also occurs naturally in tea, but the coagulating power can be neutralized by the proteins found in milk. To Sam's thinking, proteins and tannins were at the crux of Anton's illness, particularly histatins, which are salivary proteins secreted by glands in the back of the tongue. The fluid contains antimicrobial and antifungal properties, but also plays a key role in wound closure. This last function is perhaps the most vital. Cancer, after all, is the result of abnormal cell growth. If histatins don't protect and repair the tissues lining the esophagus, then the DNA of the cells can become altered, and abnormal growth can begin. Tannins are known to suppress the production of histatins in the mouth. Every toast Anton made, every salute had contributed to the malignancy growing inside the tissues lining his esophagus, spreading to his lymph nodes and finally into his organs. At least, that was Sam's theory. As she had watched her beautiful, vibrant husband wither away over the course of 2 long years, she had clung to what appeared to be a tangible explanation, an X that had caused a Y. Anton had tested negative for oral HPV, a viral infection linked to roughly 70% of cancers of the head and neck. He was only an occasional smoker. He was not an alcoholic. There was no history of cancer in his immediate family. Ergo, tannins. To accept that fate had played any role in his sickness, that lightning had struck Sam not twice but 3 times, was beyond her intellectual and emotional capacity. Fosco pressed his head into Sam's arm. He had been Anton's cat. There was likely some sort of Pavlovian reaction to the scent of the wine. Sam gently set him aside as she moved to the edge of the couch. She poured a glass of wine that she would not drink for her husband that she could not see. Then, she did what she had been avoiding since 3 this afternoon. She turned on the television. The woman who Sam would always think of as Miss Heller was standing outside the front entrance to the Dickerson County Hospital. Understandably, she looked devastated. Her long, blondish-gray hair was untamed, tendrils blowing wild in the wind. Her eyes were bloodshot. The thin line of her lips was almost the same color as her skin. She said, "The tragedy of today cannot be erased by the death of another young woman." She stopped, her lips pressed together. Sam heard cameras clicking, reporters clearing their throats. Mrs. Pinkman's voice remained strong. "I pray for the Alexander family. I pray for my husband's soul, for my own salvation." Again, she pressed together her lips. Tears glistened in her eyes. "But I also pray for the Wilson family, because they have suffered today as much as any of us have suffered." She looked directly into the camera, shoulders squared. "I forgive Kelly Wilson. I absolve her of this horrible tragedy. As Matthew says, for if you forgive other people who have sinned against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you your sins." The woman turned and walked back into the hospital. Guards blocked the doors to keep reporters from following her. Sam let out a breath that had been held deep inside her chest. The anchor came back on screen. He was sitting at a desk with a panel of self-styled experts. Their words floated over Sam's head as she pulled Fosco back into her lap. A British friend of Sam's had claimed that England had lost its stiff upper lip the day that Princess Diana had died. Overnight, a culture given to wry comments in lieu of emotion had turned into a weepy mess. The friend called this phenomenon yet another unwelcome Americanization. The Brits were constantly complaining about America, even as they greedily consumed American products and culture, and said that the public outpouring of grief over Diana's death had forever altered the way that his people could acceptably respond to tragedy. There was probably some truth to his theory, even the part about blaming America, but Sam believed the worst result of these seemingly unrelenting national tragedies was that a formula for recovery had emerged. The Boston Marathon attacks, San Bernardino, the Pulse nightclub. People were outraged. They were glued to their televisions, to their web pages, to their Facebook feeds. They vocally expressed sorrow, horror, fury, pain. They cried for change. They raised money. They demanded action. And then they went back to their lives until the next one happened again. Sam's eyes flicked back to the television. The news anchor said, "We're going to show the video from before. For viewers who are just tuning in, this is a reenactment of the events that took place this morning in Pikeville, which is roughly 2 hours north of Atlanta." Sam watched the crude drawings awkwardly move across the screen. More of a simulation than a reenactment. The anchor began. At approximately 6:55 this morning, the alleged shooter, Kelly Renee Wilson, walked into the hallway. Sam watched the figure move to the center of the hallway. A door opened. An old woman ducked as 2 bullets were fired. Sam closed her eyes, but she listened. Mr. Pinkman is shot. Lucy Alexander is shot. 2 more figures enter the frame. Neither is identified by name. One male, the other female. The woman runs to Lucy Alexander. The man struggles with Kelly Wilson for the gun. Sam opened her eyes. There was a bead of sweat on her forehead. She had gripped her hand so tightly that half-moon indentations cut into her palms. Her cell phone started to ring. From the kitchen. Inside her purse. Sam did not move. She watched the television. The anchor was interviewing a bald man whose bow tie indicated he was likely involved in the psychiatric profession. He said, "Generally, you find that these types of shooters are loners. They feel alienated, unloved. Often they are bullied." Her phone stopped ringing. Bowtie continued. "The fact that the murderer in this instance is a woman." Sam turned off the television. The room faded to pitch black. But she was used to maneuvering through the darkness. She checked to make sure Fosco was sleeping beside her. She tentatively reached out for the wine bottle and glass and took them into the kitchen, where the contents of both went down the sink. Sam checked her phone. The call had come from an unknown number, likely a telesalesman, though she'd had her number added to the Do Not Call registry. Sam used her thumb to navigate the screens and block the number. The phone vibrated in her hand, announcing a new email. She looked at the time. Hong Kong was open for business. If there was one constant in Sam's life, it was the steady, unrelenting volume of work to be done. She didn't want to commit to retrieving her reading glasses unless there was an urgent message. She squinted, skimming down the list of new emails. She left them all unopened. Sam put the phone on the counter. She went about her nightly routine. She made sure all of Fosco's water bowls were full. She turned off the lights, pressed the appropriate buttons to close the blinds, checked to make certain that the alarm had been set. She went into the bathroom and brushed her teeth. She took her nightly regimen of pills. In the closet, she changed into her pajamas. There was a very good novel on her bedside table, but Sam was eager to rest, to put the day behind her, to wake up tomorrow with a fresh perspective. She climbed into bed. Fosco appeared from nowhere. He took his place on the pillow next to her head. She took off her glasses. She turned off the light. She closed her eyes. Sam hissed out a low, steady stream of breath. Slowly, she went through her nightly exercises, engaging, then releasing every muscle in her body, from the flexor digitorum brevis in her feet to the galea aponeurotica beneath her scalp. She waited for her body to relax, for sleep to come, but there was a pronounced lack of cooperation. The silence in the room was too complete. Even Fosco was absent his usual sighs and licks and snores. Sam's eyes opened. She stared up at the ceiling, waited for the darkness to turn to gray, the gray to give way to shadows cast by the tiny edge of light that always sneaked between the blinds on the windows. "Can you see?" Charlie had asked. "Sam, can you see?" "Yes," Sam had lied. She could feel the freshly planted soil beneath her bare feet. Every step away from the farmhouse, away from the light, added one more layer of darkness. Charlie was a blob of gray. Daniel was tall and skinny, like a charcoal pencil. Zachariah Culpepper was a menacing black square of hate. Sam sat up. Swiveled her legs over the side of the bed, she pressed her hands into her thighs, working the stiff muscles. The radiant heat in the floor warmed the soles of her feet. She could feel her heart beating, slow and steady. The sinoatrial node, the atrioventricular node, the His-Purkinje network of fibers that sent impulses to the muscular walls of the ventricles, making them alternately contract and relax. Sam stood up. She went back into the kitchen. She got her reading glasses out of her briefcase. She held her phone in her hand. She opened the new email from Ben. Charlie needs you. Chapter 8. Sam sat in the back seat of a black Mercedes, clenching and unclenching her hand around her phone as the driver merged onto Interstate 575. 2 decades of progress had done its damage to the North Georgia landscape. Nothing had been left untouched. Shopping centers had sprung up like weeds. Billboards peppered the landscape. Even the once lush, wildflower-lined medians were gone. A massive, reversible toll lane cut through the center of the interstate, catering to all the pickup driving John boys who drove down to Atlanta every day to make money, then drove back at night and railed against the godless liberals who lined their pockets and subsidized their utilities, their health care, their children's lunches, and their schools. "We be another hour, maybe," Stanislav, the driver, relayed in his thick Croatian accent. "This construction," he made a wide, shrugging gesture. "Who knows?" "That's fine." Sam stared out the window. She always requested Stanislav when she was in Atlanta. He was the rare driver who understood her need for silence. Or perhaps he assumed that she was a nervous passenger. He had no way of knowing that Sam was so used to being in the back seat of a black sedan that she seldom noticed the road. Sam had never properly learned how to drive a car. When she had turned 15, Rusty had taken her out in Gamma's station wagon. But as with most family-oriented tasks, he had soon inundated her with work excuses that permanently forestalled Sam's lessons. Gamma had tried to take up the slack, but she was an incessantly picky driver and an outright caustic passenger. Add to the mix that both Gamma and Sam were explosive, corrosive arguers, and in the end, they had agreed that Sam should start driver's ed during her fall semester in high school. But then the Culpepper brothers had shown up in the kitchen. While other girls Sam's age were studying for their learner's permit, she was busy trying to reestablish the connections between her toes, feet, ankles, calves, knees, thighs, buttocks, and hips, with the hope of learning how to walk again. Not that mobility was her only obstacle. The damage done to her eyes by Zachariah Culpepper was, to use that word again, mostly superficial. Her lingering sensitivity to light was an easily solvable issue. Her tattered eyelids had been stitched back together by a plastic surgeon. Zachariah's short, jagged fingernails had pierced the sclera, but not the choroid or the optic nerve, the retina or the cornea. The thief of sight was a hemorrhagic stroke, subsequent to a congenital cerebral aneurysm rupturing during surgery, that had damaged some of the fibers responsible for transmitting visual information from Sam's eyes to her brain. Her vision corrected to 20/40, a threshold for driving in most states, but the peripheral vision in her right eye fell below 20 degrees of vision. For legal purposes, Sam was considered blind. Fortunately, there never seemed to be a need for Sam to drive herself. She took cars to and from the airport. She walked to work, or to the market, or to various appointments and social gatherings in her immediate neighborhood. If she needed to go uptown, she could hail a cab or ask Eldrin to book a car. She had never been one of those New Yorkers who claimed to love the city but couldn't wait to escape to the Hamptons or Martha's Vineyard the moment they were able to buy a second home. Sam and Anton had never even discussed the possibility. If they wanted to see open water, they could go to Paleoxoria or Kortsula, not trap themselves in the cloistered equivalent of a Manhattan Disney beach vacation. Sam's phone vibrated. She hadn't realized she was holding it so tightly until she saw her own sweat on the margins of the screen. Ben had been sporadically updating her since Sam had emailed back last night. First, Rusty was in surgery. Then he was out of surgery and in the ICU. Then he was back in surgery for a bleed that had been missed. Then he was back in the ICU again. The latest update was the same she'd seen before the plane had taken off. No change. Sam looked at the time. Ben had tracked the Delta flight number that Sam had provided him. His email came 10 minutes after the scheduled landing time. He had no idea that Sam had lied about the flight number, as well as the flight itself. Stellick, Elton, Mallory, and Sanders had a corporate jet that was kept available for partners by level of seniority. Sam's name was not yet on the stainless steel sign opposite the elevator doors, but the contracts had been signed, her buy-in had been wired, and the jet was made ready the moment she'd had Eldrin place the call. But Sam had not left last night. She had looked up the number of the early Delta flight to send to Ben. She had packed a bag. She had emailed the cat sitter. She had sat at her kitchen counter. She had listened to Fosco snore and grunt as he settled on the chair beside her, and she had cried. What was she giving up to return to Pikeville? Sam had promised Gamma she would never return. Though if her mother had lived, if Gamma was still inhabiting the higgledy-piggledy farmhouse, surely Sam would have returned at Christmas time, perhaps even holidays in between. Gamma would have driven down for dinners in Atlanta when Sam had business in the city. Sam would have taken her mother to Brazil or New Zealand or wherever Gamma wanted to go. The break with Charlie would not have happened. Sam would have been a proper sister, sister-in-law, perhaps even an aunt. Sam's relationship with Rusty would likely be the same, if not worse, because she would have to see him. But Rusty thrived on that type of adversity. Maybe Sam would have too, in that other life, the one she would have lived had she not been shot in the head. Sam would be able-bodied. She could be running every morning, rather than swimming her lackadaisical laps. She could walk without pain, raise her hand in the air without wondering how high it would reach that day. She could trust her mouth to clearly articulate the words in her head. She could drive herself up the interstate. She could relish the freedom of knowing that her body, her mind, her brain were whole. Sam swallowed back the grief that sat at the base of her throat. She had not indulged herself in these what-if scenarios since leaving the Shepherd Spinal Center. If she allowed herself the luxury of sadness now, she would become paralyzed. She looked down at her phone, skimmed up to Ben's first email. Charlie needs you. He had found the one phrase that would make Sam respond. But not quickly, not without considerable equivocation. Last night, after finally reading the email, Sam had hesitated. She had paced the apartment, her legs so weak that she had started to limp. She had taken a hot shower. She had steeped tea in her mug, tried to do her stretches, attempted to meditate. But a niggling inquisitiveness had chewed at the margins of all her procrastinations. Charlie had never needed Sam before. Instead of texting Ben the obvious questions, why, what's wrong, Sam had turned on the news. Half an hour had passed before MSNBC reported the stabbing. They had very little information to offer. Rusty had been found by a neighbor. He was lying prone at the end of the driveway. Mail was scattered on the ground. The neighbor had called the police had called an ambulance, the ambulance had called a helicopter, and now Sam was returning to the one place to which she had promised her mother she would never return. Sam reminded herself that, technically, she was not going to be in Pikeville. The Dickerson County Hospital was 30 minutes away in a town called Bridge Gap. When Sam was a teenager, Bridge Gap was the big city, the place you'd go to if your boyfriend or a friend had a car and your parents were lenient. Perhaps, when Charlie was younger, she had gone to Bridge Gap with a boy or a group of friends. Rusty had certainly been lenient. Gamma had always been the disciplinarian. Sam knew that without Gamma's balancing check, Charlie had turned wild. College saw the worst of it. There had been several late-night calls from Athens where Charlie was doing her undergrad at UGA. She needed money for food, for rent, for the health clinic, and once, for what had turned out to be a false pregnancy scare. "Are you going to help me or not?" Charlie had demanded, her aggressive tone cutting off Sam's as-yet unuttered recriminations. Judging by Ben, Charlie had managed to right herself. The transition would not have been an actual change so much as a reversion to type. Charlie had never been a rebel. She was one of those easygoing, popular girls, the sort who got invited to everything, who effortlessly mixed with the crowd. She had a kind of natural affability that had always eluded Sam, even before the accident. What was Charlie's life like now? Sam didn't even know if her sister had children. She assumed so. Charlie had always loved babies. She had babysat for half the neighborhood before the red brick house had burned down. She was always taking care of stray animals, leaving pecans outside for the squirrels, building bird feeders at brownie meetings, and once erecting a rabbit hutch in the backyard, though, to Charlie's utter disappointment, the rabbits seemed to prefer the neighbor's abandoned doghouse. What did Charlie look like now? Was her hair gray like Sam's? Was she still thin, muscular, from the perpetual motion of her life? Would Sam even recognize her own sister if she saw her? When she saw her. A sign welcoming them to Dickerson County flashed outside the window. She should have told Stanislav to drive more slowly. She thumbed to the browser on her phone. She reloaded the MSNBC homepage and found an updated story about Rusty. Guarded condition. Sam, even after a lifetime in and out of hospitals, had no idea what that meant. Better than critical? Worse than stable? At the end of Anton's life, when he was finally hospitalized, there had been no updates on his condition. Just the understanding that he was comfortable today, that he was in discomfort the next day, and then the solemn, unspoken understanding between them all that there would be no tomorrow. Sam swiped up the Huffington Post in her browser to see if they had more details. Her breath caught in surprise when a recent photograph of Rusty appeared. For reasons unknown, whenever she listened to her father's voicemails, Sam conjured an image of Burl Ives from the Louisiana tea commercials. A robust, round man in a white hat and suit, a black string tie held together by some sort of gaudy silver medallion. Her father was nothing like that. Not before, and certainly not today. Rusty's thick black hair was mostly gray. His face had the texture, if not color, of beef jerky. He still had that lean look about him, as if he'd finally made his way out of a jungle. His cheeks were hollow, his eyes sunken. Photos had never done Rusty justice. In person, he was perpetually in motion, always fidgeting, gesturing with his hands like a great Oz, so that you did not see the weak, old man behind the curtain. Sam wondered if he was still with Lenore. Even as a teenager, Sam had understood why Gamma had taken such a dislike to the woman with whom Rusty spent most of his time. Had he given in to the cliché and married his secretary after an appropriate period of mourning? Lenore had been a young woman when Gamma was murdered. Would there be a half-sister or brother waiting at the hospital? Sam dropped her phone back into her purse. "Okay," Stanislav said. "We got 1 more mile, according to the wave." He indicated his iPad. "You say 2 hours, then go back?" "Approximately," Sam said. "Maybe less." "I get some lunch from a restaurant. The hospital cafeteria, that food's no good." He handed her a business card. "You text me, 5 minutes, then I meet you out front." Sam resisted the desire to tell him to wait in the car, engine running, wheels turned back toward Atlanta, and instead responded, "Okay." Stanislav engaged the turn signal. He ran the butt of his palm along the steering wheel, taking a wide turn into the winding drive of the hospital. Sam felt her stomach clench. The Dickerson County Hospital was much larger than she remembered, or maybe the building had been added on to in the last 30 years. The Quinn family had been to the emergency room only once before the Culpeppers entered their lives. Charlie had fallen from a tree and broken her arm. This had happened for typical Charlie reasons. She had been trying to rescue a cat. Sam could recall Gamma lecturing over Charlie's screams during the car ride to the hospital, not about the idiocy of rescuing a creature whose every bundle of nerve and sinew equipped it with the ability to climb down a tree on its own, but about anatomical structure. The bone running from the shoulder to the elbow is the humerus. This we call the upper arm, or simply the arm. The humerus connects with 2 bones at the elbow, the radius and the ulna, which are regarded as the forearm. None of this information had abated the screaming. For once, Sam could not accuse Charlie of overreacting. Her broken humerus, or arm, as Gamma had called it, jutted up like a shark's fin from Charlie's torn flesh. Stanislav pulled the Mercedes under the wide concrete canopy at the main entrance. He was a large man. The car shook as he hefted his frame from behind the wheel. He walked around the back of the car and opened the door for Sam. She had to lift her right leg to get out. She was using her cane today because there was no one she would meet who would not know what had happened.
You text me, I come 5 minutes, Stanislav said, then got back into the car.
Sam watched him drive away, a peculiar tightness in her throat. She had to remind herself that she had his number in her purse, that she could call him back, that she had a credit card with no limit, a jet at her disposal, the ability to flee whenever she wanted. And yet, she felt as if a straitjacket was tightening around her arms as the car moved farther away. Sam turned. She looked at the hospital. 2 reporters were on a bench beside the door, their press credentials hanging on lanyards around their necks, cameras at their feet. They looked up at Sam, then back down at their phones as she made her way inside the building. She scanned the area for Ben, half expecting to find him waiting. She only saw patients and visitors idling around the lobby. There was a help desk, but the color-coded arrows on the floor were clear enough to Sam. She followed the green line to the elevators. She ran her finger along the directory until she found the words, Adult ICU. Sam rode up alone. She felt as if she had spent most of her life riding up or down in elevators while others took the stairs. The intercom dinged as she passed each floor. The car was clean, but smelled vaguely of sickness. She stared straight ahead, forcing herself not to count the floors, but the backs of the elevator doors were polished satin to hide fingerprints. But she could see the anamorphic outline of her lone figure. An aloof presence, quick blue eyes, short, white hair, skin as pale as an envelope, and with a sharp tongue just as prone to inflicting tiny, painful cuts in inconvenient places. Even with the distortion, Sam could make out the thin line of her own disapproving lips. This was the angry, bitter woman who had never left Pikeville. The doors opened. There was a black line on the floor, much like the line on the bottom of the pool, that led to the closed doors of the intensive care unit, to Rusty, to her sister, to her brother-in-law, to the unknown. The stinging of 1,000 hornets ran up and down her leg as Sam made her way down the long, forlorn hallway. The sound of her shoes slapping hospital tiles bongoed along with the slow thumps of her heart. Sweat had glued her hair to the nape of her neck. The twigs of delicate bones inside her wrist and ankle felt ready to snap. Sam kept walking, choking down the antiseptic air, leaning into the pain. The automatic doors opened before she reached them. A woman blocked the way, tall, athletic, long dark hair, light blue eyes. Her nose appeared to have been recently broken. 2 dark bruises rimmed beneath each eye. Sam pushed herself to move faster. The tendons cording through her legs sent out a high-pitched wail. The hornets moved into her chest. The handle of the cane was slippery in her hand. She felt so nervous. Why was she nervous? Charlie said, "You look like Mama." "Do I?" Sam's voice shook in her chest. Except her hair was black. Because she went to the beauty parlor. Sam ran her hand through her hair. Her fingertips tripped over the furrow where the bullet had gone in. She said, "There was a Latin American study conducted by the University College of London that isolated the gene that causes gray hair, IRF4. "Fascinating," Charlie said. Her arms were crossed. Should they hug? Should they shake hands? Should they stand here staring at one another until Sam's leg fell out from under her? Sam asked, "What happened to your face?" What indeed? Sam waited for Charlie to acknowledge the bruises around her eyes, the nasty bump in her nose, but, as usual, her sister did not seem inclined to explain herself. "Sam?" Ben broke the awkward moment. He threw his arms around Sam, his hands firm on her back in a way that no one had held her since Anton had died. She felt tears in her eyes. She saw Charlie watching and looked away. "Rusty's condition is stable," Charlie said. "He's been in and out of it all morning, but they think he'll wake up soon." Ben kept his hand at Sam's back. He told her, "You look exactly the same." "Thank you," Sam mumbled, self-conscious. "The sheriff's supposed to come by," Charlie said. "Keith Coyne. You remember that dipshit?" Sam did. "They made some bullshit statement about using all their resources to find whoever stabbed Rusty, but don't hold your breath." She kept her arms tightly crossed over her chest. Same prickly, cocksure Charlie. "I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of his deputies." "He's representing this girl," Sam said. "The school shooter. Kelly Wilson. Charlie said. "I'll spare you the long, tedious story." Sam wondered at her choice of adjectives. 2 people had been shot dead. Rusty had been stabbed. There did not seem to be an aspect to the story that was either too long or in any way tedious. But Sam reminded herself that she was not here to find out details. She was here because of the email. Sam asked Ben, "Could you give us a moment?" "Of course." Ben's hand lingered at her back, and she realized that the gesture was because of her handicap, not out of a particular affection. Sam stiffened. "I'm fine, thank you." "I know." Ben rubbed her back. "I've got to go to work. I'm around if you need me." Charlie reached for his hand, but Ben had already turned to leave. The automatic door swung closed behind him. Sam watched his easy loping gait through the windows. She waited for him to turn the corner. She hooked the cane on her arm. She motioned for Charlie to continue up the hallway to a row of plastic chairs. Charlie went first, her feet pushing off from the floor with her usual physical confidence. Sam's stride was more tenuous. Without the cane, she felt as if she was walking the slanted floor of a funhouse. Still, she made it to the chair. She put her hand flat to the seat and eased herself down. She said, "What Rusty this cause?" Sam's eyes closed as the jumbled words reached her ears. She said, They think it's because he's representing Kelly Wilson," Charlie said. "Someone in town isn't happy about it. We can rule out Judith Heller. She was here all night. She married Mr. Pinkman 25 years ago. Weird, right?" Sam only trusted herself to nod. "So that leaves the Alexander family." Charlie quietly tapped her foot on the floor. Sam had forgotten that her sister could be as fidgety as Rusty. "There's no relation to Peter. You remember Peter from high school, right?" Sam nodded again, trying not to chastise Charlie for falling back into her old habit of ending every sentence with the word right, as if she wanted to eradicate the linguistic burden of Sam having to provide anything other than a nod or shake of the head. Charlie said, "Peter moved to Atlanta, but he was hit by a car a few years ago. I read it on somebody's Facebook page. Sad, right?" Sam nodded a third time, feeling an unexpected pang of loss at the news. Charlie said, "There's another case Daddy was working on. I'm not sure who it involves, but he's been late more than usual. Lenore won't tell me. He annoys the shit out of her as much as anybody, but she keeps his secrets." Sam's eyebrows went up. "I know, right? How has she worked with him this long without killing him?" She gave a sudden laugh. "In case you're wondering, she was at home when Daddy was stabbed." "Where?" Sam asked. She meant where was home for Lenore, but Charlie took the question differently. "Mr. Thomas, the guy who lives down the street, found him at the end of the driveway. There wasn't a lot of visible blood except for a cut on his leg and some on his shirt. He bled mostly inside his abdomen. I guess that's how it is with those types of wounds." She pointed to her own belly. "Here, here, and here. Like they've shiv you in prison, pop, 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 which is why I think it might be related to this other case. Daddy has a way of pissing off convicts." "No shit," Sam said, a crude but accurate consilience. "Maybe you can get some information out of her?" Charlie stood up as the doors opened. She had obviously seen Lenore through the windows. Sam saw her too. She felt her mouth gape open. "Samantha," Lenore said, her husky voice as familiar from Sam's childhood as the ringing of the kitchen phone announcing that Rusty would be late. "I'm sure your father will appreciate your being here. Was the flight okay?" Sam was again reduced to nodding, this time by shock. Lenore said, "I'm assuming you two are talking as if nothing ever happened and everything is fine." She didn't wait for an answer. "I'll go check on your father." She squeezed Charlie's shoulder before continuing up the hall. Sam watched Lenore tuck a dark blue clutch under her arm as she approached the nurse's station. She was wearing navy heels and a short matching skirt that hit too far above her knee. Charlie said, "You didn't know, did you?" "That she was..." Sam struggled for the correct words. That she was... Charlie had a hand over her mouth. She shook with laughter. "This isn't funny," Sam said. Trapped air sputtered around Charlie's hand. "Stop it. You're being disrespectful." "Only to you," Charlie said. "I can't believe..." Sam couldn't finish the thought. "You were always too smart to know how stupid you are." Charlie could not stop smiling. "You really never put it together that Lenore's transgender?" Sam returned to shaking her head. Her life in Pikeville had been sheltered, but Lenore's gender identity seemed self-evident. How had Sam missed that Lenore had been born a man? The woman was at least 6'3". Her voice was deeper than Rusty's. "Leonard," Charlie said. "He was Dad's best friend in college." Gamma hated her. Sam turned to Charlie, alarmed by a thought. Was Mom transphobic? No, at least I don't think so. She dated Lenny first. They almost got married. I think she was mad about the... Charlie's voice trailed off because the blanks were easy to fill in. She said, Gamma found out that Lenore was wearing some of her clothes. She wouldn't say which, but the first thing that came to mind when she told me was that it was her underwear. Lenore told me, Gamma never talked about it with me. You really didn't figure it out? Again, Sam could only shake her head. I thought that Gamma thought they were having an affair. I wouldn't wish that on anyone, Charlie said. Rusty, I wouldn't wish... Girls, Lenore's heels clicked against the tiles as she walked back toward them. He's lucid, at least for Rusty. They say only 2 visitors at a time. Charlie stood up quickly. She offered her arm to Sam. Sam leaned heavily on her cane and pushed herself up. She was not going to let these people treat her like an invalid. When will we be able to speak with his doctors? They make their rounds in another hour, Lenore said. Do you remember Melissa LaMarche from Mr. Pendleton's class? Yes, Sam said, though she didn't know why Lenore remembered the names of one of Sam's friends and a teacher from high school. She's Dr. LaMarche now. She operated on Rusty last night. Sam thought about Melissa, the way she had cried every time she scored less than perfect on a test. That was probably the kind of person you wanted operating on your father. Father. She had not attached that word to Rusty in years. You go first, Charlie told Lenore. Her eagerness to see Rusty had visibly dissipated. She stopped in front of a row of large windows. Sam and I will go in after. Lenore left them in silence. At first, Charlie let the silence linger. She walked to the windows. She looked down at the parking lot. Now's your chance. To leave, she meant. Before Rusty had seen her. Before Sam got sucked back into this world again. Sam asked, Did you really need me here, or was that Ben? It was me. And Ben was nice enough to reach out because I couldn't. Or couldn't bring myself to. But I thought that Dad was going to die. She leaned her forehead against the glass. He had a heart attack 2 years ago. The one before that was mild, but this last one, he needed bypass surgery. And there were complications. Sam said nothing. She had been left in the dark about Rusty's apparent heart condition. He had never missed a phone call. For all Sam knew, he had remained healthy all these years. I had to make a decision, Charlie said. At one point, he couldn't breathe on his own, and I had to make the decision whether or not to put him on life support. He doesn't have a DNR? Sam asked. The do not resuscitate form, which specified whether or not a person wanted a natural death or CPR and cardiac support, was commonly drawn up alongside a will. Sam saw the problem before Charlie could answer. Rusty doesn't have a will. No, he doesn't. Charlie turned around, her back against the window. I made the right choice, obviously. It's obvious now because he lived and he was fine, but this time, when Melissa came out during surgery and said that they were having trouble getting the bleeding under control and that his heartbeat was erratic and that I might have to make the decision whether or not to take life-saving, you wanted me here to kill him. Charlie looked alarmed, but not because of Sam's bluntness. It was her tone, the hint of anger bubbling up around the words. She told Sam, If you're going to get mad about this, we should go outside, so the reporters can hear. Sam? Charlie looked anxious, as if she was watching the clock on a nuclear warhead start to tick down. Let's go outside. Sam squeezed her hands into fists. She could feel the long-forgotten darkness stirring inside of her. She took a deep breath, then another, until it folded itself back into a tight ball inside her chest. She told her sister, You have no idea, Charlotte, how wrong you are about my willingness or capacity to end someone's life. Sam tilted against her cane as she walked toward the nurse's station. She glanced at the whiteboard behind the empty desk and located Rusty's room. She raised her hand to knock on the door, but Lenore opened it before her knuckles touched wood. Lenore said, "I told him you were here. Wouldn't want him to have a heart attack." "You mean another one," Sam said. She did not give Lenore time to respond. Instead, she walked into her father's hospital room. The air seemed too thin. The lights were too bright. She blinked against the headache that chewed at the back of her eyes. Rusty's room in the ICU was a familiar, if more economized version of the private hospital suite in which Anton had died. There was no wood paneling or deep couch or flat-screen television or private desk where Sam could work, but the machines were all the same. The beeping heart monitor, the hissing oxygen supply, the grinding sound that the blood pressure cuff made as it inflated around Rusty's arm. He looked much like his photograph, absent any color in his face. The camera had never been able to capture the devil's glint in his eyes, the dimples in his rubbery cheeks.
"Sammy Sam," he bellowed, hacking out a cough at the end. "Come here, gal. Let me see you up close."
Sam did not move closer. She felt her nose wrinkle. He reeked of cigarette smoke and Old Spice, two scents that had remained blissfully absent in her everyday life.
"Damn if you don't look like your mama."
He gave a delighted laugh.
"To what does your old pappy owe this pleasure?"
Charlie suddenly appeared on Sam's right. She knew this was Sam's blind side. There was no telling how long she had been there. She said, "Dad, we thought you were going to die."
"I remain a constant disappointment to the women in my life."
Rusty scratched his chin. Under the covers, his foot tapped out a silent beat.
"I am happy to see that no fresh slings and arrows have been exchanged."
"Not so you can see." Charlie walked around to the other side of the bed. Her arms were crossed. She did not take his hand. "Are you okay?"
"Well," Rusty seemed to think about it, "I was stabbed, or in the vernacular of the streets, cut.
The unkindest kind.
Thrice in the belly, once in the leg."
"You don't say." Sam tuned out their banter. She had always been a reluctant spectator of the Rusty and Charlie show. Her father, on the other hand, seemed to eat it up. He clearly still delighted in Charlie, a literal twinkle flashing in his eye when she engaged him. Sam looked at her watch. She could not believe only 16 minutes had passed since she had gotten out of the car. She raised her voice over the din, asking, "Rusty, what happened?"
"What do you mean, what?"
He looked at his stomach. Surgical drains hung from either side of his torso. He looked back at Sam, feigning shock.
"Oh, I am slain."
For once, Charlie didn't egg him on. "Daddy, Sam has a flight back this afternoon." Sam was startled by the reminder. Somehow she had momentarily let herself forget that she could leave. Charlie said, "Come on, Dad, tell us what happened."
All right.
Rusty let out a low groan as he tried to sit up in bed. Sam realized that this was the first sign her father had given that he had been wounded.
"Well,"
he coughed, a wet rattle shaking inside his chest. He winced from the exertion, then coughed again, then winced again, then waited to make sure it had passed. When he was finally able, he directed his words toward Charlie, his most receptive audience.
"After you dropped me at ye old homestead, I had a bite to eat, maybe a little to drink, and then I realized that I hadn't checked the mail."
Sam could not think of the last time she had received mail at her home. It seemed like a ritual from another century. Rusty continued,
"I put on my walking shoes and headed out. Beautiful night last night, partly cloudy, chance of rain this morning. Oh,"
he seemed to remember that morning had passed.
"Did it rain?"
"Yes." Charlie made a rolling motion with her hand, indicating he should speed up the story. "Did you see who did it?" Rusty coughed again.
"That is a complicated question with an equally complicated answer."
Charlie waited. They both waited.
Rusty said, "All right, so I walked to the mailbox to check my mail. Beautiful night. Moon high up in the sky. The driveway was giving off warmth saved up from the sun. Paints a picture, don't it?"
Sam felt herself nodding along with Charlie, as if 30 years had not passed and they were both little girls listening to one of their father's stories. He seemed to relish the attention. Some color came back into his cheeks.
I came around the bend and I heard something up above me, so I was looking up for that bird. Remember I told you about the hawk, Charlotte?
Charlie nodded.
Thought the old fella got himself a chipmunk again, but then, shazam! He clapped together his hands. I feel this hot pain in my leg.
Sam felt her cheeks redden. Like Charlie, she had jumped at the clap. Rusty said,
I look down and I have to twist around to see what's wrong, and that's when I spotted. There's a big old hunting knife sticking out of the back of my thigh.
Sam put her hand to her mouth.
Rusty said, So there's me hitting the ground like a rock dropping into the water, because it hurts to have a knife stuck in the back of your thigh. And then I see this fella comes up, and he starts kicking me. Just kicking me in the arm, the ribs, the head. And mail is everywhere, but the point is, I'm trying to stand up, and I still got this knife in the back of my thigh, so the fella, he makes this one last kick at my head, and I grab onto his leg with both arms and punch him in the hokey-pokey.
Sam felt her heart pounding in her throat. She knew what it was like to fight for your life.
Then we struggle a little bit more, him hopping around 'cause I've got his leg. Me trying to stay upright, and the fella seems to remember that knife's in my leg, so he grabs it, just yanks it out, and starts stabbing me in my belly.
Rusty made a stabbing, twisting motion with his hand.
We're both tired out after this, plumb tuckered. I'm limping away from him, holding in my own guts. He's standing there. I'm wondering, can I make it back to the house, call the police, and then I see him pull out a gun.
A gun? Sam asked. Had he been shot, too?
A pistol, Rusty confirmed. One of those foreign models.
For fuck's sakes, Dad, Charlie muttered. Then did you drop a shipping container on his head?
Well...
That's how Lethal Weapon 2 ends. You told me you watched it the other night.
Did I?
Rusty seemed blameless, which meant there was much to blame. And that Sam was an idiot. You asshole. Charlie stuck her hand on her hip. What really happened? Sam felt her mouth start to move, but she could not speak.
Rusty said, I was stabbed. It was dark. I didn't see him. He shrugged. Forgive a man for trying to exploit the meager attentions of his two demanding daughters.
That was all a lie? Sam seized her purse between her hands. All of it? Pulled from a stupid movie? Before she knew what she was doing, Sam swung the bag at her father's head. You asshole, she hissed, echoing Charlie's words. Why would you do that? Rusty laughed even as he held up his hands to block the blow. Asshole, she repeated, hitting him again. Rusty flinched. His hand went to his stomach.
Don't make sense. You raise your arms and your belly hurts.
Sam said, They cut through your abdominal muscles, you lying imbecile. It's called your core because it's the central innermost foundation of your body's musculature.
My God, he said. It's like hearing Gamma.
Sam dropped her purse onto the floor before she hit him again. Her hands were shaking. She felt besieged by acrimony and acerbity and indignation and all of the other tumultuous feelings that had kept her away from her family for so long. Good Christ in heaven! She practically screamed. What the hell is wrong with you? Rusty listed on his fingers.
I was stabbed several times. I have a heart condition. I have a filthy mouth that I apparently passed on to my daughters. I guess the smoking and the drinking are two separate things, but...
Shut up, Charlie interrupted, her anger seemingly reignited by Sam's outburst. Do you realize the kind of night we've all had? I slept in a goddamn chair. Lenore was about ready to pull out her hair. Ben will tell you he's fine, but he's not, Dad. He was really upset, and he had to tell me that you were hurt, and you know how shitty that was. And then he had to email Sam, and sure as fuck Sam doesn't want to be here, ever, as in never. She finally stopped for breath. Tears filled her eyes. We thought that you were going to die, you selfish old shit. Rusty remained unmoved.
Death snickers at all of us, my dear. The eternal footman will not hold my coat forever.
Don't fucking proofrock me. Charlie wiped her eyes with her fingers. She turned to Sam. I can probably go online and try to change your flight to an earlier one. She told Rusty. You're going to be in the hospital for at least another week. I'll have Lenore notify your clients. I can get continuances on—
No.
Rusty sat up, his humor quickly retreating.
I need you to handle Kelly Wilson's arraignment tomorrow.
What the— Charlie threw her hands into the air, clearly exasperated. Rusty, we've been over this. I can't be—
He means me, Sam said, because Rusty had not stopped looking at her since he had made the request. He wants me to handle the arraignment. A flash of jealousy lit up Charlie's eyes, though she had refused the task. Rusty shrugged at Sam.
Tomorrow at 9. Easy peasy. In and out maybe 10 minutes.
She's not licensed with the state bar, Charlie pointed out. She can't—
She's licensed.
Rusty winked at Sam.
Tell her I'm right.
Sam didn't ask her father how he knew she had passed the Georgia bar exam. Instead, she looked at her watch. My flight is already booked for later today.
Plans can be altered.
Delta would charge a change fee, and
I can float you a loan to cover it.
Sam brushed some imaginary lint off the sleeve of her $600 blouse. They all knew this wasn't about the money.
Rusty said, I just need a few days to get back on my feet. Then I can jump into the case. It's a deep dive, my girl. There's a lot going on there. What say you help your old daddy make sure the big wheels keep on turning?
Sam shook her head, though she knew that Rusty was probably Kelly Wilson's only chance at a zealous defense. Even if the standard was lowered to an obligatory defense, it would likely be impossible to find someone to take the job on short notice, especially given that her current lawyer had been stabbed. Still, that was a Rusty problem. Sam said, I have work to do back in New York. I've got my own cases, very important cases. We'll be at trial within the next 3 weeks. Neither of them spoke. They both stared at her.
What?
Charlie said quietly. Sam, sit down. I don't need to sit down. You're slurring your words. Sam knew that she was right. She also knew that she would be damned if she sat down over a simple case of exhaustion-induced dysarthria. She just needed a moment. She took off her glasses. She pulled a tissue from the box by Rusty's bed. She cleaned the lenses, as if the problem was a spot that could be easily wiped away. Rusty said,
Baby, why don't you go downstairs with your sister? Let her get some food in you, then we can talk about it when you feel better.
Sam shook her head. Nuh-uh, Charlie interrupted. Not my job, mister. You tell her about your unicorn.
Come on, he tutted. She doesn't need to know that part right now.
She's not an idiot, Rusty. She's going to ask eventually, and I'm not going to be the one to tell her. I'm right here. Sam put on her glasses. Could you both stop talking as if I'm in another room? Charlie slumped against the wall. Her arms were crossed again. If you do the arraignment, you're going to have to enter a plea of not guilty. And? Sam asked. Seldom was a plea of guilty entered at an arraignment. I don't mean pro forma. Dad really thinks Kelly Wilson is not guilty. Not guilty? Now Sam's auditory processing was shot. They had finally managed to short-circuit the last meaningful parts of her brain. Of course she's guilty. Charlie said, Tell that to Foghorn Leghorn J.D. over there. He thinks Kelly is innocent. But Charlie held up her hands in surrender. Preacher choir. Sam turned to Rusty. If she was unable to ask the obvious question, it wasn't because of her injury. Her father had finally lost his mind. He said,
Talk to Kelly Wilson yourself. Go to the police station after you eat. Tell them you're my co-counsel. Get Kelly alone in a room and talk with her. 5 minutes tops. You'll see what I mean.
See what? Charlie asked. She murdered a grown man and a little girl in cold blood. You want to talk about seeing? I was there less than a minute after it happened. I saw Kelly literally holding the smoking gun. I watched that little girl die, but Ironside over here thinks that she's innocent. Sam had to take a moment to let the shock of Charlie's involvement sink in before she could ask her sister.
What were you doing there? At the shooting, how did you—"
"It doesn't matter." Charlie kept her focus on Rusty. "Think about what you're asking, Dad. What it means for her to get involved in this. You want Sam to get attacked by some revenge-driven maniac, too?" She snorted a derisive laugh. "Again?" Rusty was immune to low blows.
"Sammy Sam, look it. Just talk to the girl. It helped me to get a second opinion anyway. Even the great man you see before you is not infallible. I'd value your input as a colleague."
His flattery only annoyed her.
"Do mass shootings fall under the purview of intellectual property?" she asked. "Or have you forgotten the kind of law that I practice?"
Rusty winked at her.
"The Portland District Attorney's Office was a hotbed of patent infringement, was it?"
"Portland was a long time ago."
"And now you're too busy helping Bullshit Incorporated sue Bullshit Limited over some bullshit?"
"Everyone is entitled to their own bullshit."
Sam did not let him move her off the point.
"I'm not the sort of lawyer Kelly Wilson needs. Not anymore. Actually, not ever. I could be of more service to the prosecution because that's the side on which I have always stood."
"Prosecution, defense, what matters is understanding the beats of a courtroom, and you've got that in your blood."
Rusty pushed himself up again. He coughed into his hand.
"Honey, I know you came all the way down here expecting to find me on my deathbed, and I promise you on my life that it'll get to that point eventually. But for now, I'm gonna say something to you that I have never said to you in your 44 beautiful years on this earth. I need you to do this for me."
Sam shook her head, more out of frustration than disagreement. She did not want to be here. Her brain was exhausted. She could hear the sibilant slithering out of her mouth like a snake. She said,
"I'm going to leave."
"Sure, but tomorrow," Rusty said. "Baby, no one else is going to take care of Kelly Wilson. She's alone in the world. Her parents don't have the capacity to understand the trouble that she's in. She cannot help herself. She cannot aid in her own defense, and no one cares. Not the police, not the investigators, not Ken Coyne."
Rusty reached out to Sam. His nicotine-stained fingertips brushed the sleeve of her blouse.
"They're going to kill her. They're going to jam a needle in her arm, and they're going to end that 18-year-old girl's life."
Sam said,
"Her life was over the minute she decided to take a loaded gun to school and murder 2 people.
"Samantha, I do not disagree with you," Rusty said. "But please, will you just listen to the girl? Give her a chance to be heard. Be her voice. With me laid up like this, you're the only person on earth I trust to serve as her counsel."
Sam closed her eyes. Her head was throbbing. The sound of machines grated. The lights overhead were too intense.
"Talk to her," Rusty begged. "I mean it when I say that I trust you to be her counsel. If you don't agree with the not guilty plea, then go into the arraignment and throw down a flag for diminished capacity. That, at least, we can all agree on."
Charlie said, "That's a false choice, Sam. Either way, he gets you in court."
"Yes, Charlie, I am familiar with rhetorical fallacies."
Sam's stomach churned. She had not eaten in 15 hours. She had not slept for longer than that. She was slurring her words, that is, when she could speak in complete sentences. She could not move without her cane. She felt angry, really angry, like she had not felt in years. And she was listening to Rusty as if he was her father rather than a man who would do anything, sacrifice anyone for a client, even his family. She picked up her purse from the floor. Charlie asked, "Where are you going?"
"Home,"
Sam said.
"I need this shit like I need another hole in my head."
Rusty's bark of laughter followed her out the door.